Move some of the stuff off the screen here. Sorry, it's asking me for password. So can you guys see my screen? Is it working? Let's try it again. Desktop number 2, share. Yeah, I think we're sharing now.
That looks good.
All righty. So today, introduction to Windows. How many of you are on a Windows computer right now? A couple of you. Tony, you're on a Windows computer? You're not on a MacBook? Okay, let's see what else.
Yeah, for tonight, I'm on a Windows. Usually, though, for this class, I'm on a MacBook.
You went to the dark side. I like it. I like it. I like it. Well, we're going to talk about the dark side or Windows tonight. So in your LMS, you're going to see a little bit different from last week. So if we're not going over Python or scripting or anything like that. So introduction to Windows. And then we have a research project that we're going to break out to our groups following this pretty short introduction here. So welcome to course 5. You've made it, I guess it's almost halfway, if not over halfway done the course. And this starts our system administration portion of the course. And we're going to go into Windows today. So Windows, Microsoft has created an operating system called Windows, and it's been around for quite some time. Been around even longer than you may even have realized. Started back in 1985 with Windows 1. The version 2 came out in the late 80s and 87. Windows version 3, 3.1, 3.11. That's probably what a lot of you had started using Windows on. Windows 1 and Windows 2 was very archaic looking. Windows 3 has a lot of the same similarities as the modern Unix or Linux desktop. It had that kind of core to the back of it. I really like Windows 3 and Windows 3.1 back in the day. Then we had Windows 95, came out in 1995. They kind of started changing the way Windows was numbered, so it wasn't like Windows number 4. Windows NT came out in 96. It was more of a networking based Windows operating system. Microsoft made it for running on servers and running on thin clients and applications that would have been more network centric, not the home user. 98 came out in 98, 2000, and then they changed to a different naming convention, ME, which was, they also had a media version in there at some point between ME and Vista. And then Windows 7 came out in 2009, went back into the same numbering convention again, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 11's the most current and up-to-date Windows operating system. The differences between Windows version 1 and Windows 11 has drastically changed. Unlike Linux, it's changed very gradually over time, but Microsoft seems to implement changes and differences into their operating systems every time they put out a new feature. They're like, okay, we're going to create a new operating system. That's kind of what you'll see visually since Windows ME into present. Every time they have a new big feature, they'll create a whole new operating system, whether it is or is not. So Microsoft Windows has changed a lot over the last couple of years. So the whole desktop environment, there's 3 different versions of the Windows desktop environment. You have a home version, which 9 times out of 10, that's what you're going to get pre-installed on your computer when you buy it. It's the cheaper version, but there's some limitations on using the home version. If you're big into networking, the home version is going to limit you on a lot of capabilities that you can have within Windows, remote desktop, some other networking protocols that aren't readily available or like turned on within Windows are not there in the home version, but it's very sufficient for the majority of desktop users. Then you have the professional version, which is your mid-tier, opens up, unlocks all those cool features like advanced networking, lets you join domains, allows you to have BitLocker utility, which is a utility to kind of lock down your device and your hard drive so that if something was compromised or someone was to steal your device, you could lock it down to where they can't get into your information. And then you have enterprise. Enterprise, the license for that allows educational colleges and schools to manage it on a wider scale, but also allows businesses and smaller companies by a more expensive license, but it will allow them to use it on multiple devices at once. Usually on your enterprise level, you'll have a enterprise license manager running on a server somewhere that will issue you a license every time you log in. So like I said, it's more tailored to large businesses. So one of the big things is you're sitting there, you're trying to buy a computer, you're like, what software do I buy? Do I buy the home? Do I buy the pro? Do I buy the enterprise? You won't be buying enterprise unless you got deep pockets or you're given to it through school or your work. It comes down to home and professional as far as how they run and the performance you get out of both of them for like a gaming computer or you're doing some graphic design editing. There's no difference in performance value from home to pro. If you want some of the advanced features, you go pro. And keep in mind, you can always buy home and then upgrade to pro later at the prorated or difference between the two costs of those licenses. So you're never stuck on just one. Oh, Windows Server. Windows Server has evolved greatly over the last 20 some years. They went with a similar naming convention using the year as the version. Windows 3.1 was back in 93, evolved all the way out to our current one, which is Windows Server 2012. And you'll see, like in Windows Server 2003 and 2008, you see the R2, that's like the revision number for that server. So you have 2003 and then revision 2 came out in 2005. So don't really get too mixed up with those. They're very easy to understand. If you want to play in your home environment on one of the older versions of Windows, a lot of times you can get some discounted or no cost keys for those older versions. The reason why you would get them at a discounted or no cost is because sometimes they're very vulnerable, as you're going to see as this class progresses. They're very vulnerable to being hacked, to being compromised, but you can run them in a closed environment on your home if you need to play around with them on a home lab or a virtual environment. So plenty of videos out there as well to see the differences of them. The current version is Windows Server 2022. Key differences, like I said before, there was difference between home and pro and enterprise. But when you buy Windows, some of the key differentiating features of why people would choose Windows over another operating system was, you're paying for a service, you're paying for a license, a usage agreement, the perceived there's no more threat, or there's perceived it's more secure because you have a paid and licensed product. You also get more support for third-party software and vendors. meaning there's going to be more software that's out there for a Windows computer than normally a Linux or a Mac OS computer. Some of those examples are like Microsoft Office Suite, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Now that Microsoft Office has gone in the cloud, you can get Office 365 on any device. The Windows ecosystem in cybersecurity. It's one of the most popular desktop operating environments. Yes, it's increased, which allows more vulnerabilities, more people like you and I that want to learn about the vulnerabilities and potentially learn how you can hack into those gaps of security measures that aren't in place. Keeps a lot of people employed because there's a lot of hackers out there. Windows also has a GUI, or a graphical user interface, and that's so you can see everything. It's not black and white text, it's not black and green text. You're going into the environment and you're seeing your buttons, you're seeing your windows, you're seeing your files and your folders. That's what a graphical user environment is. One of the biggest things that people keep saying is, you patch Tuesday, then you exploit Wednesday, meaning every time you patch something, another vulnerability can come up, something can always change. It evolves, everything evolves every single day with something new coming out, a new patch coming out, and we thought we fixed something, but then somebody else exploits another vulnerability, something that we didn't see was broken, or that patch breaks something else. So patch Tuesday, exploit Wednesday. It's a closed source model, so it's very proprietary, as in you'll see a lot of software. You used to go in the store and buy software. Now everything's online, but stuff is specifically made for Windows. It doesn't say specifically made for Linux, because there's a lot of different flavors of Linux. It says, made for Windows. Adobe Suite, made for Windows. Microsoft Office, made for Windows. It's a closed source model. So how do you use Windows in the industry? We use them for servers. Using Windows servers, yes, they use more resources because there's a lot of more of additional items that load in the background that don't happen on a Unix or Linux-based system. But you can use these Windows servers for Active Directory, domain structure, group policy. But your Linux servers in the outside environment, like I said, they're less overhead, meaning you can run a lot more on a Linux host-based server than you could a Windows one. So what do I mean by that? Every version of Windows ask for a certain amount of requirements for it to run. Minimum amount of RAM, minimum amount of disk space, and a minimum processor speed. Where, let's say you're asking for 4 gigs of RAM minimal for Windows. On Linux, you could probably run the same thing with half or a quarter of that. And I'm sure we'll show you a lot of this. Hi, Nusha.
Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hope everyone can hear me. If my voice is loud and clear, please give me a quick confirmation in the chat
Can hear
box.
you.
Okay, thank you, Justin. So I heard a lot of learners are having issues with the VM. What is the issue?
We've got a couple individuals that can't get into section 5. And it's here in the chat if you scroll up a little bit. Okay, I'll let her deal with the chat and looking through that.
Crystal, the credentials is F-Stack and Academy.
And I think Alex, Abel, and I'm not trying to butcher it, Sai, is that right? Also need help. Yeah, Henry, yep, Windows 3.11 used the floppy disk. Yep, that was awesome
Okay,
back in the day.
Justin, I'm gonna unlock your course for you right now. And so for now, is it only Antonino?
Yeah, Antonina, do you still need the issue help as well?
Okay, you can continue with the class, Justin. Meanwhile, I'll be checking.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if anybody still has issues with getting in there, go ahead and just you can speak out in the chat and we will keep grabbing access for you. Make sure those courses are updated, or excuse me, unlocked. Go back here and chat. We got some Mac users. You still have the Windows 3.11 installation on floppy disk. Yes, that's awesome. Back in the day, you used to have shareware. Does anybody remember shareware? Yeah. So before you had demos, you had shareware. I know we're getting a little off topic here, but it's really cool when you talk about floppy disk because you will get a game or a piece of software and it would come on just a couple disks. And you'd be able to, it's the full game. It's not like a demo nowadays. You'd be able to play it for X amount of levels, and then all of a sudden it would stop and say you need to buy the full version. And then they would send you those discs in the mail. It was great. So you had like, whether it was Doom or Wolfenstein, there was a couple other ones, Carmen Sandiego, that was another one. Yeah, it was just a couple levels, they got you hooked, and they said, sorry, you have to buy the full thing. But nowadays, if you had like Windows on 3.5-inch floppy disks, it would be like a couple thousand disks just to get Windows installed. Anyways, back on topic here. Linux has less overhead resource requirements, requires command line familiarity. So you've done a lot of programming and scripting over the last couple of weeks. It's very similar to that, as you're going to run in a terminal or command prompt to put in how you want the operating system or computer to do things. You're not going to be able to click on a button. You may have to open a directory. You might have to move something, all via command line. Administrators need to learn third-party tools. Yes. So unlike Windows and Microsoft, where it's proprietary software, where you get stuff made for Windows, there's a lot of Windows boxes out there in the world. So it's easier for developers to make stuff for Windows. But that's not always so true because there are a lot of Linux, Unix-based users out there and developers. And you see a lot of developers using Macintosh, which is a Unix-based system, to develop applications, code stuff. So you'll have to find those applications via the open source to run on a Linux-based server or computer. Windows versus Linux, command line experience versus a GUI experience. You will see a lot of individuals within Windows use PowerShell, which is also a command line based experience, as they say here. Once you get into using command line, you'll end up using it more than you do clicking and dragging a button. It's so much easier for you to move a file or a folder within Windows or Linux via command line than sometimes it is trying to drag and drop the whole thing, because you can do some little flags on the end of those command lines and you can force it to go over there, unlike in Windows where it wants to come in and do a drop down and a window pops up and says, are you sure you want to do that? And another window pops up, say, you really sure you want to do that? You can just do a force inside of a command line and just say, no, I want it to do it for me. Open source software is awesome in Linux. There's a lot of stuff out there. If you're using a PDF viewer or piece of software within Windows, there's another equal, if not better one in Linux that you can grab as well. You just have to search for it. Lots of community support for Linux. You'll see a lot of Reddit forums, a lot of private forums, a lot of websites out there that you can just jump on, and somebody has a how-to on a piece of software that they created. The GitHub, GitLab environment, there's a lot of pieces, there's a lot of community support for applications out there. So the community is really big when you want to get stuff done on Linux. And it dominates the server market. So believe it or not, a lot of your big servers out there are run on Linux. Even Microsoft uses Linux to run their most critical parts of their infrastructure. They don't rely on Windows. I'm not saying that's bad, but they rely on stuff that's going to stay up and not going to blue screen to death. Windows, GUI experience, closed source, enterprise support. Big benefit of using a Windows-based system on an enterprise license or even a server is there's somebody to call. Okay, not Ghostbusters, but there's somebody to call if something starts to break. And that's why you pay so much more for an enterprise license, so that you can have that tech support. Somebody can sit there and walk you through it. There's also remote desktop that's very easy within an enterprise server-based, Windows server-based environment that they can log in and help you fix the issue. Where Linux dominates the server market, Windows dominates the desktop market. Is that it? I think that's it, guys. I was getting so excited with that and it just stops. All right, let's go back over here to, why is that popping up? Here it is. Are there any questions on the difference between Linux and Windows right now? Did you all go over Linux initially? Have we gone through that, Tony?
So near the beginning of the boot camp, we did go ahead and kind of go over a little bit of what Linux is and a little bit of what we'd be doing with it. And then we did go over using our Linux command line interface. And we went over a bunch of the Linux commands and stuff at the very beginning. So yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so now you got a little flavor of Linux. We'll be going into it more as we go into some vulnerability stuff here in the next couple of weeks. So Windows is proprietary, it's closed source software. Linux is open source software, it's non-proprietary. You use command lines on both. So you got a little flavor, little taste of the flavor of typing some code in the last week. You can get a GUI experience on Windows. You get a GUI experience on Linux too. We will update this slide because there's a lot of Linux-based systems now that are GUI. Linux Mint, Ubuntu, Kali, they all have a GUI. They all have a desktop environment. They all have a Windows environment for Linux. So we'll get that slide updated for you. Both of them have a GUI experience. So, but Linux is based off of a command line backbone. All right, so we're going to break you all up into some groups here. And if you all cannot see the current, if you don't have access to section 5, I have it here on my screen. So here's your research project that you're going to work on for just a little bit this afternoon. You've recently been hired by Simply Develop Software as a junior systems administrator. The management team was impressed by your performance in the screening interviews and has decided to gauge your abilities with a project from the start. The company is a new office site and plans to host resources as well as seat employees. So there's some requirements right there for you. The existing team is working to address all the infrastructure and networking requirements freeing you from focusing on the following. Okay, so we're going to focus on these things. There will be roughly 50 users on site. They'll primarily office support staff and will not be expected to be computer savvy. The project budget is constrained, but there will need to be centralized user accounts. Once the site is running, management would like it to host the following. And you've got some requirements here as well. So what you need to ask is these things. Which operating system should be installed on the desktops? Which should be on the servers? How many servers are required? If you select Windows servers, will you need any server roles? So that's when you're looking into like group policy management, the admin side of things, and you're going to have plenty of time to do some research and figure out exactly what you need for this. And there are any other concerns or recommendations that should be taken into account. So it says right here, we want you to create a presentation within your group and address these requirements, and you're going to share them. Sound like fun? A little bit different pace. Okay. There's no right or wrong with this. Okay. I'll be straight up with this. All right. The evolution of a modern desktop is great right now. So you have plenty of time to plenty of different avenues you can go down. You can make a whole Linux system that's going to work perfectly fine with Linux desktops, Linux servers, or you can do a hodgepodge of both, or you can do all Microsoft. So I'm really excited to see what all of you are going to come up with. We didn't go on the Mac, so you have to keep that one out. But if you want to say Linux based or Unix based, I'll go with that too. But are there any other questions? Does anybody have any issues getting into section 5? I don't think you need it right now. Because all you're going to do is use, PowerPoint or some kind of presentation document. We're going to need one per group. Okay. Everyone contribute to those presentations. And then let's see, it's we got 2.5 hours to end the class. So what if we give you an hour and a half to run through these, to do some research? Is that too long? Is it think hour and a half's enough? Shaking heads, everyone's scared.
I'm thinking
Anthony,
since
if you
we
was
want to
thumbs
have
up.
them with time presenting as well, maybe we should go ahead and give them about an hour to be able to go ahead and do the research and then come up with their presentation stuff. And then about an hour from now, we'll bring them back, and that way they can have a good decent amount of time for each group to then present what they came up with.
Sounds good. I like that. And we'll be jumping around between the groups just to see how you're going. If we need to extend that at all, I think we'll get it done in plenty amount of time. So if no other questions, so good thing is, since all the breakout rooms are going to be open, the staff room is also open. So if you have a question and we don't jump in there right away, feel free to jump over into the staff room and ask the questions, and we'll jump right back over. Sound good? All right, let me stop sharing. Let's go ahead and breakout rooms. Excited for you all to be able to share with the rest of your classmates your ideas you came up with. So we just got a poll that popped up here. You all want to,
so of course, as you guys know, the poll is to be able to go ahead and get your guys' feedback so we can be able to adjust if we need to. So if you haven't already, please go ahead and respond to the poll. Let us know how things are going. That way we can be able to know how to be able to change things up if we need to, or how to best respond to how we're doing things for you guys. So make sure to go ahead and give us some response there. We'll be closing the poll in a few more seconds, and then we'll go ahead and continue from there.
as you're finishing that poll, I'd like the way we're going to run this. We've got, I think, 4 groups, maybe 5, that will actually have a presentation. you all stacked yourselves pretty good that you were heavy on those 4 to 5 groups. So I'll call like group 1 up and you all can present whatever you have. There was no set expectation of a PowerPoint, a Word document, whatever. We'll go through that one and then we'll go right over into, I'll call group 2 and so forth.
All right, for room 1, for number 1, which operating system should be installed on a desktop? We recommended Windows 10 because it's cheaper than Windows 11 and it gets the job done. And for number 2, which operating system should be installed on a server? We recommended Linux because it's mostly free, open source, more secure, and very stable. And for number 3, how many servers will be required? A single Linux server can handle over 4 trillion users, but for reliability reason, we decided 2 servers, 1 for main and the second one for backup. And for number 4, since we didn't select Windows, we skipped that one. And 5, we recommend privilege hierarchy, network segmentation to eliminate risk, and accessing the server via SSH.
Very good, very good. Was there any, I guess my question for you and everyone else, the way you designed it, was it expensive or was it, you think it was very manageable for an entry level or startup company?
We thought this will be manageable because since Linux is open source, so even budget-wise will be, I believe, cheaper.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Group 2, would you like to present?
Should we share our screens for the
Yeah, I can share our screen. We have a little presentation that's not awesome, but is mostly awesome. Okay. So I'll take a swing at it, and guys, feel free to jump in if I leave something out. So we did this little site plan. We said here, for our first requirement, we need desktops for 50 users. We decided to license Office 365 Windows Enterprise desktop solutions for a total of $11.50 a month. This includes our Microsoft 365 Office apps, Teams, and everything that they'd probably need for their office support tasks, whatever that entails. And it includes basic MS, IT, and security support and version updates as needed, so they can stay current and keep things secure, hopefully. And that's added assistance for any IT support, so they don't have to pay for that in-house necessarily. And then extending that requirement in 1.2, we decided to run that software on these physical all-in-ones we found that were fairly inexpensive at $350 per unit, including keyboard, mouse, and everything, display, and all the computer and everything. So that's a one-time incurring cost of $17.5. And then for our servers, we decided they would probably need 2 servers, one for any web hosting they needed to do for B2B or customer facing. It could be internal customers that they need to service. And we were going to hook them up with Red Hat Linux Enterprise at $349, roughly $750 a year. That way they also have some support there, and it spreads out a little bit of your IT costs again, and it keeps that thing up to date. Those servers we were going to run, and we don't have a slide for this, but we found some Lenovo servers. And here's our total cost breakdown. The Lenovo's, when we were together in a group, it was $7K, but I found out in between then and now that included like Windows Server software. So if you take that away, then each machine is about $1,500. So that's $3K total hardware costs there, $17.5 desktop hardware costs there, total one-time expenditure of roughly $25K. Recurring costs for all the licenses, about 15K a year, but that includes support and updates for all those versionings, which I think is pretty valuable. So that's what we had. Anything to add, guys?
You got it.
That's about it.
Excellent. That's some nice work there, putting put a nice spreadsheet together and getting all those prices out there. Only question I have to you is, did you look at the compatibility for those all-in-one desktops? It was a great price for them, but did you see what the specifications were and what was required
They-
for Windows?
Yeah,
They
we were kind of
supported
in a-
Windows.
Yeah, they supported Windows. Might not be the greatest experience, but with everything being hosted in the cloud, I think it would have done perfectly fine for a startup. If we had the rest of the question of like what applications we were supposed to be hosting, I think then at that point we would have said, well, we're gonna have to up that a little bit more. But great job, great job. Group number 3.
Okay, I guess that would be us. Let me share my screen here. Okay, so can't quite follow John on all the pricing and all that. I guess apparently we forgot about that. But here's my our layout, our network layout for the office with the 50 PCs. So it's not kind of vague as far as what's required and what's not, but basically I think as far as the office setup, I think we can have 3 servers, one acting as the main Active Directory DNS server, and the next one would be the file email server, and a third one acting as the web server, assuming that they decide not to host it by a third party company. And as far as the workstations, we'll have 50 workstations, all of them running Windows 10 Pro professional OSs. Being that we're on a budget, can't quite spend the extra money for the Enterprise Edition. And as far as the network setup, we're going to have a firewall appliance, network appliance between our ISP and the router that we have installed. And there was no mention of phones, but I believe that, like any other office environment, we need phones as well. And I believe in this case, the having voice over IP phones is kind of like the norm nowadays. And being that it's hosted by a third-party company, we don't really need to have our own phone system or PBX system, which is pretty old. And also having 3 printers/copiers in the office for different departments for all the users. And that's pretty much it for me, or for our group. Any questions?
Excellent. I like the layout of thinking a little bit outside the scope, looking at like how your internet's coming in, how you're going to secure that. So looking at the safety and the security aspect of it, and then the phones, it's great. Like phone systems tied through the computer or standalone phone systems are all excellent ideas. There's a lot of companies out there that use the voice over IP through the networking card and just plug it right into the computer and use software on it. So awesome job.
right.
Group number 4. Do we have a group 4 or did I skip that when we go group 5?
I think that might have been the group that had a few issues with connectivity.
Okay, I think we did everything. Yeah. How'd you all feel about this one? Was it good? Was it nice teaching yourselves? Was it, you like the research aspect of it? No, kind of.
It was good. I think we still need to go though. I think we might be the last group.
Okay,
Yeah, Ryan, if you want to start, we kind of broke it up. We each wanted to do the specific answer a specific question. Yeah, take it away, Ryan. You're on mute.
All right, sorry about that. All right, she said to do 3, so let me get back here. Okay, let me figure out where we were at. Sorry about that. I was supposed to be doing 3. Threw me under the bus, Robbie.
Nice.
Sorry, do you want me to take over?
I thought Pam was doing 1, so.
Yeah. I can go ahead and give you some time.
Okay.
Yeah, so for the first step, we were thinking Windows 10, as it can easily support many and familiarity for employees, as far as like 5,000 to 10,000. So we kind of went the simpler route. We did not look into the price range as far as the amount of users.
Yeah, still an affordable option though. And as far as the servers themselves, we were gonna go with like Linux-based systems for a multitude of reasons, but mainly just because it's open source, easier to manage, and the fact that even if Microsoft switches their servers over to Linux-based systems, then that kind of is really telling about the usability for that. Also, that it requires a lot less resources and less strain than like, using any other type of system. So, and has more capabilities.
Yep. Right on, Robbie.
Yeah, as far as number 3, to answer the question, yeah, for the web servers running on a single core processor, yeah, like, all we need is really like 1 gigs of RAM, and it can handle up to like 200 concurrent users. So yeah, we thought that, yeah, go ahead, say.
Yeah, sorry.
And
Oh, sorry, Robbie.
I was-
Were you going?
No, I was just gonna go off of that. So like with that single, the single server, so like you were saying, it's running off a single core processor with 1 gigabyte of RAM, handle up to 2 concurrent users. There's a limited processing power of the single core processor, which restricts its ability to scale and serve large numbers simultaneously. So if we went with the 8 gig of RAM, which multi-core 8 gig of RAM, concurrent users up to 8,000. And with this, the multi-core processor improves like web server performance. And with the multi-core processor, it can handle up to 8,000 concurrent users. And let's see, what else did we have in there? Oh, and then also the increased RAM of the 8 gigabytes further, it'll further enhance the server's ability to handle a larger user load. And then so let's see what else I had here. Sorry. So basically a web server. So the web server running on a multi-core processor with 8 gigabytes of RAM outperforms the single core. And the multi-core architecture enables like scalability, improved performance, and also resource utilization. And I think that was it. Let's see, yeah, that was it.
Nice. And then for number 4, if you select Windows for the servers, so we kind of went through and looked through the different server roles for Windows. We kind of found that like you would need the ADUC or Active Directory to kind of keep track of all the different accounts. We put in a file services server because you would want to share your documents between an entire company. And even if you have to split them up into like different groups, you can still have like limited access to your documents, kind of like what we learned about like, Chmod and everything for Linux. We also put in there, we put printer and document services, because if you're going to go between the 2 different buildings, because it sounds like they're adding a secondary building, if you're 2 different locations, sometimes it helps to have like those documents, kind of send them back and forth between the 2 offices, not just through like the network and such, but like through like physical copies. I lost my place. We also put a DHC server just to be able to support because we have Active Directory in there. We also put a DNS server as well.
Great. I think you all have done an excellent job. As you've done the research, and Ryan hit on it with his group, when you look at those resources that are required from a Windows base to a Linux base, you can see how one is very easy to get up and running with very minimal resources and can scale really well as your company grows, as the amount of users grow. And some of these servers you're getting, they've got multi-core and they've got a lot of room for expansion. We ever get to the time to talk about how to break down a server and all the applications that you can run multiple applications on just a, even a 4 to 6 to 8 core basic computer that you can turn into a server. You can see a lot of applications only need 1 core and 4 gigs of RAM, and you can allocate that very easily within the server environment. And it gets really fun if that's something you like to do and what you want to dive into. But great job, round of applause for everyone. Good briefs. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to kick it back over to Tony, and what we're going to do is we're going to finish up the Python portion of the last class, and then that's going to end us out for the day. And then tomorrow, we've got 2 short lessons to go over and a checkpoint summary. So I'll get into that tomorrow morning or tomorrow at the beginning of the class, but I'll kick it back over to Tony to end us with Python today.
Hey, Justin.
Yes.
Hey, this is me. I have a question.
Go
So,
ahead.
have you deal with the thin client a lot in terms of like, do you see a lot of companies start using thin clients for easy maintenance, I guess, right? Everything's running on the server. Really, there's not much going on the client desktop. So do you have any experience and you can share in terms of like what are the benefits of using that versus pros and cons?
Real quick on thin clients or any like micro or mini computers running those on a network. So you're going to need less resources and everything's more network based. So if you've got a good backbone, a good network backbone, and your servers have a lot of horsepower, multi-core, gigs of RAM, super fast storage, you can run all of your applications remotely. So in a security environment, if something happens to a thin client, a lot of times you're not really using the hard drive or anything on that thin client. Everything's on the server. So when you need to remediate a bad file or a piece of ransomware or a compromised portion of the computer network, it's easier to revert on a thin client because nothing's there. Everything's on the server. Remotely management is a lot better. It's not like back in the day where you had ITs running out to each computer, logging in with admin credentials and doing updates and all this and that. Everything can be pushed out via a script. You all just learned how to do some scripting. Via Windows, it's going to be a PowerShell script. So they create a script, it's running PowerShell and it's pushed out. And PowerShell can push the Python script or however it's made. But that's a little bit easier to manage. And as a couple of you went down the rabbit hole of how we're going to remotely manage it and the cost and all the effects of that. But thin clients are easy to use, they're easy to manage, and they're kind of plug and play really after they're on the network. Add them to the domain and they're off working. But great question. I like how you all are thinking. That's really good. All right, enough for me. Off to you, Tony.
All right, so we finished off our Python lessons earlier, right? But we have one last thing. We have our Python assessment. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. So in our LMS, of course, we're going to go back to the programming with Python section. Once we click on there, on the far left, I believe, if you click on practice labs, you'll notice that up here at the top. So again, we're going to go ahead and kind of go through that so you can be able to see, right? Once we go into the area itself, instead of staying in self-learning, all the way to the left, we'll click on that practice labs. And then up here at the top of that section, you'll notice instead of sticking where it says Python lab, there is our Python assessment. So we click there, and then we're going to see that this is going to be where we're going to be at, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll launch the lab there. And what we're going to see with this is that we're going to have you guys kind of like, as part of your career prep, as kind of preparing you for when you guys are going out into the field, you're going to be given a problem to be able to go ahead and work on, right? And so that's what we're going to go ahead and kind of have you guys do in a little bit. So we'll see that when we start this up, it's taking us back to our Jupyter lab. And then let's see, if we click right here, I'm going to open it up. The first thing right here says Unit 4 assessment. And so we're going to see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 problems, right? And what is it that we're going to have you do? Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and stick right here. Let me close this one. So for these 5 problems right here, we're going to go ahead and have you guys, we're going to give you guys some time to be able to go ahead and go into the breakout rooms. And you guys are going to be working on these 5 problems. And what we want you to do is, we want you to be able to go ahead, and I believe we're going to go in this time around, we're going to make it so that way you guys can be able to go ahead and kind of get into smaller groups, right? We're going to want it to be that instead of being in a group of like 4 or 5 people, we want it to be that you're more like in a group of 2, maybe 3 at the most, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to have one person share their screen, and you're going to walk through these problems and try and be able to go ahead and kind of tackle them and see how they are, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to have you guys just switch off. So we'll have one person kind of do problem 1, and you're going to go ahead and walk through the problem. You're going to go ahead and be able to answer it like if this were an interview, right? Like if somebody during the interview were saying, could you be able to go ahead and solve the following problem, and write up some code that will do that, right? And so as you're going through the code, we want you to be able to explain your thought process to those that are paired up with you in the room, kind of go through what you're doing, why you're writing up the code the way you are, and then running the code and showing and demonstrating that it works. It solves what's being asked, right? And so you can be able to go ahead and have one person do problem 1, and then go to the next person, have them do problem 2. And then if there's only 2 people in your group, switch off, right? So it goes back to the next person for problem 3, and then problem 4, and then problem 5. And then if there's enough time, you can be able to switch. Whoever did problem 1, the other person can do that problem, and so on and so forth, right? So now we each have a little bit of a time to be able to kind of tackle these and be able to have that experience of talking what you're doing, verbalizing your thought process, going through and working on it on the spot, right? So we're going to go ahead and give you just shy of an hour. We'll probably give you about 50 minutes so that way we can still have some time at the end of class to wrap up things. And so kind of keep it with that in mind, right? There's 5 problems. Each person, we want you to be able to have enough time to be able to go ahead and try and tackle them. So try and see if you can run through it and solve it within about 5 minutes or so, right? So you'll go ahead and try and solve problem 1 within about 5 minutes, then switch off, have the other person solve the next one within about 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. And again, if you're not the one who's sharing your screen and going through the problem, evaluate your fellow classmate, right? Kind of go ahead and write down notes and take a look at what they're doing and kind of put down your thoughts on how well they're presenting, as if you were the interviewer, as if you're considering them for hiring them for this position that might have to deal with coding. So how well did they explain themselves? How well did they verbalize things? How well did their code work? Did they have a lot of errors? Was it very minimal? Because again, you want to keep in mind that not all code is going to work from the very beginning, right? So it's fine if there's an error or 2, but if they're going for more than 5 minutes and there's error after error, then that's going to let you know that they need to practice more, right? So things like that. So with that, again, how do we access this? What we're going to see, we're going to go back to our LMS, right? We're going to go to our programming with Python. And then again, on the far left, instead of sticking with our self-learning or even the assessments tab there, these are just the competency checks, right? So we're going to go all the way to the far left, the practice labs, and then at the top there, Python assessments. And that's how we're going to go ahead and access this, right? any questions so far on what's expected, what we're going to be having you do for the next 50 minutes of class, or how to be able to access the Python assessment for this career prep section? All right, then in that case, let me go ahead. And Justin says that the rooms are ready. Let's go ahead and open those up. Once you're in a room, again, we'll have one person share their screen, right, and work through the problem. And those that aren't sharing their screen, sort of take some notes down and evaluate how they were doing as if you were the interviewer, and then switch off so everybody gets a chance to be able to go ahead and work on some of these problems, and then do the 5 problems that are there for the Python assessment. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. If you guys are wondering anything or having any difficulties, again, reach out. We'll jump in and be able to see how you're doing. And we'll probably go ahead and be floating around from room to room as well, just to make sure, right? So with that, Justin, let's go ahead and open up the rooms.
Thursday, it's the last session for this week. If you all are able and capable of turning your cameras on, that'd be great. If you're driving, be safe, and then whenever you get home or a safe spot, you can turn your camera on. All right, so tonight we're going to be going over the Windows file system. This is the next section, your second one inside of system administration, the section number 5. Does everyone have access to it and able to log in? Any issues with logging in? Put the chat here just in case. Looks like we have good attendance so far. I know there was some chatter in the Slack channel on your attendance not being recorded correctly. Everything's being transitioned over to the new platform. So as long as you are participating, getting your assignments completed, you all should be good. There should be no issues with, still obtaining your certificates at the end of this this boot camp. But if anything comes up that you have an issue, please reach out. Tony and I and or Starlight will help you make sure everything is correct. Tony, you have anything before we get started?
Is that for those of you, just in case it might be needed once again, or as a reminder, when you guys are going into your Vocarium labs, if it asks you for sign-in credentials, the sign-in name is FStack and the password is Academy. And with that, you should be able to get in.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to go here and share my screen. Like we can see that. Any issues with that resolution? Is that coming up okay? Okay, awesome. So Windows, we went into last night, different versions of Windows. We went into the 3 levels, your basic, which is like your home. We went into Pro and Enterprise. All of these, including Linux, will all have a Windows manager, right? That's how we look at files. That's how we dig through stuff. That's how we find where stuff gets installed. So tonight we're going to go through looking at how you can navigate through your operating system. So managing Windows files, folders, and permissions. We heard it yesterday. Somebody brought up, doing file permissions. Maybe you know where that file is. You can do that via command line, which is using the chmod. So the chmod with a bunch of numbers after it lets you know as the user what the permissions are on that file, but you can also use that same command to change the permissions. There's another way of doing that is by navigating to that file via the GUI, your graphical user interface, and you can right click and go down through your properties, which we will see tonight, and how to change the permissions within a GUI interface versus a command line interface. So our objectives tonight is to explain how a file system is organized in an operating system. Most of us today were on a modern desktop environment. We kind of know how it is utilized, but there may be some terminology in here that you just might have not remembered. It could be a refresher, or it could just be brand new to you as you're navigating through your operating system, your computer, and you never knew that something was labeled a certain way or was called something. So we'll go over those tonight. Navigate the command line of an operating system. We're also going to find, view, and create, move, and delete files and directories. I said that last night as well. It might be easier for some of you to use the command line to copy, move, recreate those files. It's easy to do it over a server environment if you're trying to copy a large batch of files. And I used the same example last night. You may be wanting to move something, and inside Windows, it would say, no, you can't do it. All these pop-ups come up. You need to verify your admin. But through the command line, we can force stuff. I generally like moving stuff through the command line because it is faster. It can be quicker. And it can be easier because you don't have to worry about the permissions. You can do a chmod 777, which we don't always want to do, but you can do that to where you get godlike permissions to move stuff, as well as copying files information as well. And we're going to look at how to compress, decompress, and archive, which is like zipping. You got WinZip, you got 7-zip, you got .7z, and there's .tar files. There's a whole different slew of zip or compressed files, and we will look at those tonight as well. Any questions up to this point? No? Okay, we're going to keep rolling. So our first activity tonight, we're going to go over the Windows command line. Right here, you can see that we have a list of Linux commands, and we're going to show you what the Linux command is compared to what the Windows command is. And it's going to be very, very similar. So what does ls do? That's going to list everything. It's going to list everything in that file, that directory. Your CD is going to be the same on both systems. It's change directory. So it's going to let you move up a directory or move down a directory or folder structure. So think of a tree. As you open that folder, how it progresses upwards or downwards, so you can go through it. PWD, that's something you always need to know. Need to know that command because if you're trying to figure out where you are, you're getting ready to copy a file, you're going to move a file, or you just want to know where you are, and you're not in a graphical user interface where you can see your window and see which files are around you. PWD, using that one command, will allow you to see that present working directory. It will say if you're in the home directory, say if you're in a shared or a downloads folder or whatnot throughout the system. There's plenty of times where you may do a wget command, which is going out to the internet, grabbing something and downloading it. So sometimes you would use that command for pulling a file, pulling a zip file, pulling a whatever it could be. It could just be a picture. And you're like, I don't even know where I put that. So if you do PWD, it lets you know where it is. So when you run another command, you can see where you're navigating. mkdir is make directory. Touch is how you create a new file. So if you're trying to create a new file within Linux, you would do touch, and then you would say the file name. So if we want to do touch example.txt. It would create a file, blank file, named example.txt. And then you can use something like VI, Vim, or Nano to write that file. So you can open it up and you can edit that file. It's going to be blank, but you can then place whatever information you need into that file. And then you can use the find command, which that's like locating anything on your storage device. So whether it's a hard drive, whether it's a network attached storage, you use the find command to locate an item within your platform. So in Windows, you can accomplish the same functions through the command prompt. So here's an exercise that you can do. Are we all, I know some of us were on Mac, some of us were on Windows. Does anybody have a Windows computer that they're on right now? You raise a hands. You can do digital hand or physical hand if you get your camera on. You can run through these right now if you like. You can pull up a small window on the side of you. Let me do this. I can share, let's see, share my whole desktop here. Let's do that. Are you seeing my desktop? Am I seeing the desktop? And then I want to open up a terminal here. All right. Everyone see my terminal? Can we see it? Make it a little bigger. I'm using the wrong keyboard, sorry. There we go. That should be good. All right. So what's the first command we were just looking at? We're looking at ls, right? So ls is going to list what's on your computer. Right now, I want to see where I'm actually at. So I do pwd, that's present working directory. It's going to show you I'm in users and my name. So now they know I'm in that users folder under my name, which is a private or a non-public folder. So that's just what my user, my login allows me to say. So if I want to change directory, I can just do cd, and I know that inside this directory, there's a desktop. So I can do cd desktop. And a little shortcut for you is as you're starting to type, okay, if I click D and hit my tab button, if I hit it twice, it's going to drop down a little menu here of options. I have a desktop folder, I have a documents, I have a downloads. So I know, okay, I want to go into desktop. I can type in DESK. If I hit the tab again, it's going to complete that for me. And then all I have to do is hit the return key or enter key. So now I can look in my directory again, and now I am in users, my name, and desktop. Say you want to go up a folder, change directory, and you can just do a ... and hit enter. And now I'm back in a higher folder. Pretty easy. I'm going to show you how you can use the touch command. So we're going to do touch, and we'll do test.txt. When you hit enter, you don't know if the command actually worked, if it ran, there's no error coming back, but we can use our ls command, and we can see right now we have test.txt. So we want to look at it, see what's in the folder, or excuse me, see what's on that file. We can use a command like nano or vim or vi. They all have different little, they're all different applications, so they're going to run a little bit differently, but they overall run the same. So we'll do nano test.txt, and you'll see there's nothing here. This is a test, just like a word prompt, just like a WordPad, Notepad. It's just free handwriting. Everyone's kind of used a notepad application, whether it's on Windows or even in Mac OS or Linux. Same thing. Now, how do you get out of here? There's some commands right here at the bottom that say, get help if you ever have issues and want like your manual to see how to use this application, or if you just want to exit. So it's going to be a Shift X or let's see. Was it Option Shift X? No, it should be Shift X, right? Or Control X. Yes, Control X, sorry. So Control X is going to say, hey, you're closing this application. Do you want to save it? This is just the buffer, so that's your saved cache. So yes, I want to save the cache. And then it says, where do you want to save this? Do you want to still save it as test.txt, or do you want to save it as a new file? This is where you can write over the file, or you can create a new file off of a current file. So I'm just going to say, yes, I'm going to save it. And that file is still there. We'll list it again. It's still here as test.txt. We don't have it up here in this top command, but I want to show it to you really quick. And that would be, how do you view something without opening it in Nano? Does anybody know? No? Cat, yes. So you can cat a file. And that's what was in there. So whether this is new or this a little bit of a review, it's always good to keep looking over these commands. Not all the time where you're going to remember them, but you'll remember most of them. All right, so we just ran through these top ones right here. So in Windows, we can do the same thing by changing directory. You can make a directory, same way you can do here in on a Linux or Unix-based system on the terminal. You can do make directory with your name. So you can see now there's a directory called Justin. We can change directory to that same one. And feel free to do this as I'm walking through it. If you haven't started already, that's fine. Or if you just want to watch me, that's fine as well. So I just changed to my directory called Justin. The next thing they want us to do is to make a new text document. So we're going to echo, which means it's just going to display what we have after that command. We're going to echo hello, and then we're going to point it to a file. So that file is going to be called myfile.txt. So this command is echoing, which means it's just going to say whatever's after this. And then this is a redirector saying, where do you want that output to be placed? Because if we just say echo hello, what do you think it's going to do? It's just going to output it right on your screen. But if we echo hello to myfile.txt, it's just going to place it into myfile.txt. And you see it says hello in there. On Windows, you're going to use the dir command to list out what's in the directory, versus on Linux, we use the ls command. So if you are doing this in Windows, we could have done the same thing with doing directory myfile.txt /s is going to be searching for that file, versus on Linux, we would use find. Any questions with that top exercise? You're using the Mac and it's the same. As far as dir, So it could be also the way you have your, could you try those Windows commands in the virtual machine? I don't have a virtual machine of Windows on this computer, but that's something I will install a Windows VM. Let's see, we do have one on Vocarium, right, Tony?
So yes, you might have to go to the practice lab right there on the left first, because I know for me, it said first you got to
Let's
access
see.
it through the LMS. And so then right there,
Let's
just
see.
launch the lab. And then it should go ahead and take us to the Vocarium and be able to load it up. And it might take a while to be able to go ahead and have everything load up.
Okay,
you
so
want-
whenever it comes up, yeah, we can run back to it. Or if somebody already has their Windows environment up and they want to share and we can walk through as a group, that's something we can do as well. Your labs are ready, launch it.
All right, in case that's taking too long, I do have the Vocarium lab up and running for myself.
Okay.
All right, and in that case, I'll go ahead and try sharing my screen.
Sure, let's do that.
All right. So I have the PowerShell up and running right here. Let me see if I'm able to go ahead and zoom that in a little bit, or if it's not going to allow me to do that. Yeah, it seems like it's not allowing me to be able to go ahead and zoom that in at the moment. But we can be able to go ahead and see that as we were mentioning, there's a few different things that we have for those commands, right? We could be able to go ahead and normally, as Justin was mentioning, we would go dir, so dir when it's in Windows, and it kind of does depend on what system we're using, right? So if you look, we can be able to see that there is our command prompt, and notice that these two things look a little bit different, right? The command prompt, this looks like our traditional terminal that we've been using when we've been in Linux, right? Even has that black background with white text. But over here, you'll notice this says Windows PowerShell. And typically the default for Windows PowerShell is it's going to be that it's a blue background. So there is a slight difference because we'll see in here, if I'm in the command prompt and I type in ls and I hit enter, it tells us that's not a recognized command, right? So as Justin was pointing out, if we want to see something, I would type in dir, so short for like directory. When we hit enter, notice it does exactly what list would do inside of Linux. But if I'm over here in the PowerShell, not 100% compatible with Linux, but there's a few more commands that it does share with Linux. So here, if I were to do an ls, notice that it does work in PowerShell, right? So PowerShell will take in that command. If I do a dir, it also recognizes it since that's useful for Windows, right? So I could do those for either one. Let's see, if I go ahead and clear the screen there, let's go ahead and take a look at another one. So you'll notice here in our command prompt, if I type in clear, that was our command that we used in Linux to be able to go ahead and clear the screen. And now Windows command prompt doesn't recognize it, right? It's saying right there, clear is not a recognized internal command. So for, I believe, inside of Windows, it's CLS. So that'd be like clear the screen, right? So CLS clears it. But as we saw, when I went ahead and I typed in clear in the PowerShell, it recognized it, right? So again, there's a few commands that they do both recognize for PowerShell and Linux, right? Here, we're going to see that if I were to try touch and then something like my file.txt, it's going to tell us again, touch is not a recognized command, right? However, when I go ahead and do touch over here, let's say my file.txt, we're going to see that here it also says touch is not a recognized command. So while, as we were pointing out, there's a lot more that's compatible between Windows PowerShell and what we saw with Linux. Again, not everything is going to be 100% that it carries over, right? Here's one such example. Touch is not one that's going to work here, right? But we can be able to go ahead and still be able to create our files. So the way I did it was to be able to go ahead and go echo, just like Justin was showing us, right? So we can go echo We can be able to go ahead and put whatever we want, such as the word hello, and then I can be able to go ahead and redirect this into my file.txt. And again, now if we do an ls, we see here is my file down right here at the bottom. Again, we can also be able to go ahead and cat this out. So let's see if we go cat my file.txt, we see that there it is, there's our hello, right? So it goes ahead and shows us what we typed in. And then after that, what we were trying to do, one of the commands that I believe John was saying, or someone else was saying that wasn't quite working right, was to go dir, and then we're going to go ahead and say the name of our file. So I'm going to say my file.txt, and then that slash, and then s, right? So if I hit that, notice that in PowerShell, it does work, right? It's able to go ahead and list out just that one file that's matching with what I'm telling it to look for, right? So you see there's my file.txt, doesn't list out everything else. Here, if we go dir, we see since we are in the same directory, right? Here is my file.txt that we created in PowerShell. So it is listing it for us. And then let's see if we go dir, and then if here we were to say my file.txt, and then slash s if that works. And so right here, we see then it's not working quite the same way, right? So it does depend in which environment we are running it. So I'm thinking based on the commands that they're having us run and the way that they are working, what they are going to want us to do is actually run stuff in Windows PowerShell for these examples. So if you were running it in command prompt and you were saying, hey, I tried the command and it wasn't working, try doing it in PowerShell and it'll most probably work there just fine. Any
Does
other
anybody know
examples you
the
guys want to see?
Okay, so how do you write a file inside of Windows? We know that we can write a file inside of Linux or PowerShell via touch. What's the Windows command? The Windows variant? Does anybody know? It's type. No, it's touch is only used for PowerShell and it's used within Linux, but if you're using a Windows native one, it would be type. So Tony, you want to try doing type and then myfile2.txt? No, command prompt's not working.
So
Let
again,
me-
sometimes there are some little differences there.
I'm gonna try my personal computer because it should work.
I believe in the regular command prompt, the type command is one that's recognized, but it's one that's kind of like cat. It's more to display the file that already exists. So we see right here, if I went ahead and use it with my file that we created, we're seeing that it displays what was inside of the file.
Yes, yes, you guys stumped me. I stumped myself on that one. Yes. So type is the same version of cat that's for Windows. Glad we both learned something today. But echoing any sort of information, whether it's a command or whether it's just free text, you can echo that to redirect it right into a file. So you know how to search within Windows would be directory, then the file name /s. And inside Linux, it would be find, which will locate that same file. It would be find myfile.txt, and it would look throughout that directory.
All right. Any other quick questions or anything else you guys want to see demoed before I go ahead and pass the screen back to Justin? All right. There you go.
Thank you, Tony. Screen again. We'll just do the whole desktop, make it a little bit easier. So the next activity we're going to do is we're going to go over the navigation pane. So your window when you open a file or when you're navigating through Windows. Make a full screen. Yeah, I can. There we go. So your navigation plane. So your File Explorer, this is when you either go down to the bottom of the screen, your little Explorer window, it looks like a folder icon. Usually it would be down here in your bottom left-hand corner, maybe right next to your Start menu. But you can open up File Explorer either by right-clicking on your taskbar at the bottom, and you can open up a new window, or you can just click your File Explorer at the bottom left, which would be down here in the left, next to either your search bar or any other icons that you may have on your task manager. You'll come up with this File Explorer. So on the left, you have these are some shortcuts or quick links to different folders. And this is your navigation pane is what they call it. This looks very similar to all of your Windows browser or your internet browsers. It's called your address bar. It works the same way. So you can search for items in here. You also, at any time inside Windows, if you type any kind of URL into that address bar, it will then redirect you right out through the internet. It will open up your default browser. Usually it's going to be Microsoft Edge. It's going to push it to Microsoft Edge. But if you have another default browser set up, it will then allow you to search the internet right through this address bar. It works the same exact way. Another good thing on this address bar is as you're navigating through your files, you will then see the file path up here in your address bar. On the far right is a quick search. If you know a file name, file type, you can type that here in this little box and it will then search for your files. Now notice right here, you are in the quick access. If you were in any of these other folders and you search here, it will then search within those folders. If you're at the top of your file structure, it will generally search through everything. If you do search in here and you can't get your result, you may have to go into either just your C drive or another next higher up on the folder hierarchy to then search all those search those folders. Example would be it pops open. We'll my lab likes being really slow. I'll show that example here in a second. Your status bar is counting how many items or files. It's going to count the files, the folders, and the files, whatever window you're on. So wherever you are on your computer, right now it's showing that there's 15 items. Your menu options are all going to be dynamic to what folder you have open or which window you have open. You will see them change just like you would see on a Mac. When you open up your application, you'll notice your file bar will change to whatever application you have. Like in Safari, you'll have like file, edit, view, history, but when we're in Zoom, it's going to be something completely different. So all of these are ways to navigate through your File Explorer. The way they're structured is almost the same over any platform. So when you go in your home or go on your file, when you click on File, you'll see like new window, new folder, new tab. You also see when you click View, just like here on the Mac, it's going to be the same. If you want to view by icons, by list, by columns, by gallery, which are like in Mac, it's going to like flip through like big pictures, but inside of Windows, it's going to throw up like really big thumbnails. Sharing will share the file. You can share it locally, you can share it via email and whatnot. Any questions on these couple sections here? Status bar, your menu options. No, okay. Windows file system structure. Just like Linux, Windows has a typical structure where certain files are generally are expected to exist. You saw where I had just opened up a terminal on my computer here, and it was in the users and then the user's name or the user's account folder. So home username on a Linux system is very similar to where it would be C users on a Windows computer. So for Windows programs that are installed on a system, they're usually in two different directories. They're either in a 64-bit directory or they're in a 32-bit directory. Now, why would that be? Anyone? So you have two different directories here. You have a C program files, which contains all your 64-bit applications. And then you have program files x86, which is like your legacy files, your 32-bit applications. So as you were doing the research on Windows yesterday, which version you should get, you know, maybe the specifications or the hardware requirements, different versions of Windows are labeled to be able to access more memory or more storage and have different requirements because it's the CPU architecture. The old CPUs used to be 32-bit only capable. The newer modern processors are all 64-bit, which means they can use more RAM, they can use bigger hard drives, they process data a lot faster and a lot more streamlined than older ones, but we still have legacy applications running on our computers. Some of the legacy applications you may run, and you may not even know it, could be some games, could be solitaire if it's still on your computer, could be some chat applications. Whenever you download a file, you may say, do I want the 32-bit version or do I want the 64-bit version? Sometimes you don't see that, and it automatically redirects you to the 64-bit version because 9 times out of 10, everyone is running a 64-bit operating system. That being said, I know that was a little bit of a rabbit trail there. But keep
That's
in
getting
mind,
more into the architecture.
yeah, more architecture, nerding down on architecture right now.
And just so that way you guys know, it was around, I think it was the early 2000s is when that change kind of started to occur. That's when they first came out with the 64-bit processors. So when Justin is saying that more computers 9 times out of 10 are going to be 64-bit, it's because we've already had like about 20 years where it's been nothing but 64-bit primarily being produced. So if you've bought a computer anytime within the last 20 years, it's a 64-bit computer more than likely.
I just, let's see, I pull this up here for you guys to see real quick. So Windows 10 32-bit, there is a 32-bit version of Windows 10 is now going to be end of life. So on version 2004, not the year 2004, the Windows 10 version 2004 is now end of life. So Windows is completely scrapping, Microsoft's completely scrapping the 32-bit version for a multitude of reasons. One, it's just not utilized anymore. Everyone's got more than 4 gigs of RAM in their computer. And it's too legacy for everything else. You're not gonna run 32-bit applications that much anymore. So this file, as soon as end of life is completely over with, this file may even go away. So where am I going? Getting off this bunny trail. Two different versions of applications in your computer, 64 and 32-bit. These are your folders. Moving on. The difference between 32 and 64-bit applications, talk about the processor. We just went over that. So if you right click on your start menu icon, you look at your system and system type, it's going to tell you which version of Windows you have. If I click up here on to about this Mac, it's going to tell me it's our updated. On your Mac is going to show you the same way as it would on a Linux environment. Let's see, software. I'll dig into that later for you guys. But if you have your lab open, I want everyone to right click on the Windows Start icon, which is going to be in your bottom left, select on System, and then go to System Type under Device Specifications. Should be a window that pops out, and you'll see which version of Windows you have. Your labs all should be 64-bit. Another thing to know, and Tony put it in the chat, yes. So 64-bit architecture, you can run 32-bit applications, but it's not the same vice versa. One reason why they're getting rid of 32-bit version of Windows is because nobody runs it anymore. It costs them too much to update and maintain. And you can run all your 32-bit applications backwards compatible with 64-bit. All right, Windows file extensions. File extensions are what's on the back end of a file. It lets you know what type of file it is, and then mentally will let you, it will help you identify what application you need to open that file. So a .bat file is a batch file. It's a batch script. So you just did some scripting, and a .bat file is an executable file. Don't get it confused with the .exe, but you can run a .bat file just like you can run a .py file as a Python script. So .bat denotes it as a batch script file. .bin is a binary file. So inside Linux, a binary file is like an application. CSV is a comma separated value sheet. It's a spreadsheet, but it's all linked together with commas denoting where the separation in the fields and data are. DLL is a dynamic link library file. You will only see DLL files within Windows. A .doc or .docx, they are document files for Microsoft Word. You can open up these files usually in other applications on other platforms, but in a nutshell, they are for Microsoft Word. .exe and .msi files are executable or installation files. So as you download Zoom, as you download Internet Explorer or Firefox, you may notice that it's a .exe inside of that zip file, and that runs the application. A .msi file would be like an installation package to install a group of files, an application, or whatnot. TXT is a text file. They're able to open up on any kind of word processor. A .zip file is a compressed folder, just like a .7z folder is a .7zip file. It's another version of compressed file structure. any questions on those file extensions? You will see these on any operating system you look at. DLLs will be more for Windows, but you can still see these files and view them on any platform. All right, so moving on to the next part of this. So in Linux, remember that the commands we use, manage files and directory permissions were, ls tach l. So what's the tach l mean? So ls is going to list everything. So your tach l is going to list it in a file structure. It's actually going to make a list out of it. So .ls is going to list, and where did my terminal go? Disappeared on me. There it is. So ls is going to list files, and ls tach l is going to list them out with more details. At the beginning of this, you're going to see that here is your read, write, execute for your file, your users, and your groups. This is going to tell you how big. Here's how big your file is right here on this 192 is your bytes. Here's the owner of the file. Here's the group. Date time when it was originally created. Here's another file or another command you can do is ls tach la, and it's going to give you a little bit more information. And the tach la is going to give you all of your hidden files. See all these little dots in between or in the beginning of the files? Those are all hidden. You did not see them up here. So think of the A as like all. So you want to list in a list format all of them. It's real easy to remember that one. So you can, so if I was to do touch, or let's do the echo. We were using echo. Echo, and we'll say secret, and we will output that to .secret.txt. Okay, so if we ls that, you can't find it. But if we do ls tach la, there's .secret.txt. So that's a way you can hide files on your computer. And I wanted to show you this because in a cyber threat hunt scenario, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's hidden. You might be just LSing or doing a dir, and you cannot find everything. There could be hidden files, there could be hidden pictures, there could be hidden folders. But using that tach la, it's going to show you all those hidden files. Pretty cool, huh? Chmod is going to change the permissions. So that's these permissions right here. Chmod plus X will make it an executable. So if you create a script file, it's just a script file. But if you want to make it execute so that you can actually run that Python script or that bash script or that .bat file, you may have to do chmod plus X on that file. So if I take my file right here, .secret.txt, I can do chmod 777 and .secret.txt. Oh, sorry, chmod plus X. So now this is now an executable file. So before I had, you see how this was just read, write, read, write, read, read right here where I'm highlighted? There was no X in here, meaning there was no executable function. It's a read only. Now my file, read, execute, execute, read, execute, meaning it's now an executable file on all three, from the user to the group to admin. So that's all able to execute on this file. So that's what that chmod plus X does. So if you would like to, so owners, groups, and other. Go back to my terminal here. There it is. So owner, group, other. That's how it's always going to be when you're looking at read, write, execute, or excuse me, when you're doing your chmod. So 777 is going to give read, write, execute to all of them. Now I'll show you this. So chmod 777 to you see that right there now? See how we changed it from this original where it was just read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. Now everyone has read, write, execute. So your owner, which is your first one, we had it right here. So your owner is your first one, your group. So my group right here would be staff. And other would be everybody else that's outside of the owner me or the group that I'm in. Make sense? Chown will change the owner of that file. So if I wanted to do chown for the same file, I'll change it to root because we have a root file in here. So I'm going to change owner root to root for my file here. I don't have root privileges. If I had admin root privileges, I could change it to that. Let's see if I can change it to, let's change it to test. There's no username for test in here. If there's another user on here, I could do that. I'm the only user on this laptop. You can do this inside Linux, or you can even do it in, I believe, PowerShell as well, for any file or folder on the computer. I'll give you a real world example for this. You're looking through your computer. You're as a cyber threat hunter. You're on site. You're looking through the computer. You find a file, right? You have admin privileges. You get to that file and you're trying to figure out, how do I view the file? And you look at the owner of the file is some random user, but you have no read and no execute permissions to that file. So what would you have to do? You would have to, one, you would copy the file. Two, you would change that copy because it'd be identical to the first one. You change the owner to you so you could actually see it, because you may have an admin account, but admin still can't see everything. You may have to change the owner to yourself, and then you can then view the file or execute it. File manipulation. So you can do the same thing as that chmod and chown from Linux inside Windows by looking up the properties of that file. So in this window right here, you can right click any file, any folder on your computer, and then this same exact window will pop up. The information held within that window may be different. The first line is going to show you the name of the file right here, number 3. That's the title of that file. These tabs right here will show you general information about it, security, in the security tab is going to show you who's the owner of the file is. We've got a key right here you can read through. One big thing I want to show you is right here, you'll see the type of file, because it may not show it up here at all times. You may have extensions hitting on your operating system. You may only see the first part of the name of the file. You may not know if it's a .txt. You may not know that it could be a .word file. So when you open it up, the file may not even open. Using the properties function, you can then change how that file opens. So I'm saying that this file, Word1, is a text file and it's opening with Notepad. I may want to change that to open it with Notepad++. I may change it to open it with Microsoft Word or Google Pages. It could be anything. But that's where you would click this button right here. It'll pop up with a window and you can select what application you want to open that file. Here's a location. So the PWD for that file, the present working directory, is right here. It's under C, users, fstack, documents, and marketing. That's where you would locate that file. The file is blank, has nothing in it. There's no size on the disk. So that file is empty. You would see the created and modified right here. That metadata would show up. And then here's your attributes: written, read-only, or hidden. Any questions on that? That should be, was that new for anybody? Okay, good. So this is what it looks like for a document. Folder is very much similar. File compression. So how do you make a zip file inside of Linux? I like how we're on Windows and we're going into Linux stuff still. You should be able to do this inside of PowerShell. Tony, can you bring your PowerShell up? Can we see if we can run
I'll go ahead and
this?
bring it back up.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me stop sharing. We will go through.
All right, so here we are once again. So the command, I believe, starts off with, of course, our tar, right? And then for Linux, it's usually going to be something like X. And then I believe it was C for creation, correct? Since we're going to be creating that. And then we can be able to go ahead and specify a few things. We can be able to go ahead and specify whether we're going to be using a certain type of compression, or we can be able to go ahead and specify what other things, what other options we want to be able to go ahead and use there. But at the very least, we always then finish off with F, so we can be able to go ahead and specify the file, right? So we can be able to go ahead and do something like that. Then typically, I believe it was going to be followed by our archive name. So what is it, the tar file we are trying to create, right? So maybe we're going to go ahead and say something like myfile.tar. And then after that would be, what files do we want to place into that archive? So what are we going to be placing into this tar file? So maybe I want to be able to place myfile.txt into there. So we can be able to do that. And we're going to see right here, at least for the Vocarium virtual machines that we have, it tells us that tar is not a recognized name of a command. So we're going to see then, it might be something we have to install as an additional thing for PowerShell or something similar. But we do know that this would work inside of our Linux machines, right? And we've done this before, if you guys recall, towards the end of when we were working with our Linux components, we went over how we could be able to go ahead and kind of work with these tar files and be able to go ahead and create these. Let's see in the chat. Antonio says, question, how important is it to add V in CVF to enable verbose mode when compressing with tar? It depends on how much information you want to have displayed, right? So that V option, whenever we're going ahead and doing something like this, Typically, as you mentioned, it's going to be verbose mode. And so verbose mode is going to be that it'll give us way more details about what is happening or what's going on behind the scenes rather than the average, right? Because as Justin kind of pointed out, when we were doing our touch command and we did something like touch myfile.txt earlier, he pointed out, hey, there's not really a way that you can be able to see that this worked unless we did something later on like ls to verify that the file did get created. Because typically what ends up happening is when we're working in Linux or any Linux-based environment, it only prints out messages when an error occurs, when something goes wrong, right? That's typically when we're going to see something. So when we do verbose mode, it's kind of like, hey, I know that normally if everything's working right, you're not going to say anything, you're going to be silent, but I still want to hear something. Give me some information, tell me what's going on, right? So verbose mode kind of tells us a little bit more. So if this were a recognized command, I could run it with that verbose option, and then it would give us a little bit more information about what's happening behind the scenes, even if everything is working well, right? So as far as the task at hand, how critical is it to use V? It's not going to change the outcome. It's not going to change what the command is actually doing, other than what is it then displaying to us so we can see what's happening, right? Any other excellent questions? All right. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen again. I'll give it back to Justin.
Awesome. So that's how you would create a zip file. And you would do the same thing. Oh, sorry, my screen's not up. Share screen. Share. Here we go. Verbose mode, almost 9 times out of 10. I say that over and over again, but you always want to see what your computer is doing. And if you're writing a file, if you're copying a file, you may be moving a file from one side of your network to another. And when you click it, you don't know when it started, when it stopped. Using the TAC-V flag in a lot of your commands will allow you to see those details come back to you. Sometimes it will give you a progress bar, just depends on which application you're using to move it. Or when you're creating a zip file using that V flag, it will then output a signature to you so you know that it's actually working. Because sometimes you may write something and you don't know what happened. You don't know if it failed, you don't know what went on. And if you try to do it again, you may get an error back because that file was already created. There's already a folder there. So using verbose mode helps a lot, especially in the terminal or command prompt. To reverse this, so we just created a zip file. So the TAC-XF, so TAC-C to create and TAC-X to, like, I say TAC-X because it's you kind of like chopping it up, you're deleting it, you're deleting that zip, you're breaking it open. So TAC-XF is going to decompress or unzip that file. You can do TAC-XVF, put that verbose mode in there, and then you can see it actually happening. And then you select the file, which would be my zip. When you unzip it, you're going to see just this one file. If you like to play around with that inside of your virtual machine, my lab is coming up. There, it's up now. What was the login for this again?
So it should be fstack. And then our password should be all lowercase academy. And there we go.
Look at that. Look at that. So I'll go down here and show you again. We did right clicked on here. We'll go here to show you that one, and then I'm going to show you system. So this is what you should have saw earlier. So this is Windows Server. I've got the Server tab on. So inside Windows Server here, you can see the processor type, installed memory, RAM. I want to show you Device Manager, which can be accessible from here, or when I right-click down here on the bottom. This is how you look at all your details on the server or computer if you did not already know that. What exactly did it ask me to show you? We went to go to System and System Type, Device Specifications. Go actually to a desktop. But under your system tray, you're going to show your processor, RAM, and your system type. So this is also a 64-bit operating system on Windows Server 2016. I was telling you earlier, how do you know what version of Windows you have? So inside Windows, when we're on, the other one pops up here, you will see a version number for Windows, and that would tell you if it was 2004 and 32-bit, that's the one that was end of life. Any other questions on that one? Let's go through that. We went through that. Did everyone try zipping a file? So you should have created a file from this activity here. Should have echoed hello or whatever to a text file. And then we would have taken that text file and zipped it up. Anyone having any issues trying that? No? Okay. All right. So that is the end of this section. Is there anything that anyone wants me, you can either unmute yourself or type it in the chat, would like Tony or I to go over before we go to the next session or section here? Any examples within Windows, any examples within Linux? All right. Well, we will roll right over into, you have a competency checkpoint to do this evening or sometime this weekend. Should be really nice and simple. We can knock that one out. Next topic is going to be managing Windows applications. Now that I have my lab open here, that one pop up. So Microsoft Windows, just like any operating system, it can be very powerful. It can do a lot of stuff for you. It can make life a lot easier for you. And all in all, as much as some people may not like it, it's a good operating system. So we're going to perform a software asset inventory with functions on the Windows system. We're going to install or remove Windows applications, analyst system resource usage by application. Should say analyze, sorry, not analyst. That's basically saying we're going to see what applications use more resources than others. Manage startup and default applications on a Windows system. Basically, we're going to see how to install stuff. We're going to know how to delete stuff. We're going to see how much resources certain applications use. And then we are going to manage the startup function of some of these applications. When you install something, there's a lot of fine text and there's a lot of stuff that happens in the background that the application may load at launch. It may load minimized down into your system tray in the bottom right-hand corner. You may not know that it launches. And I say this because you install something on your computer one day and your computer is running great. The next day, it's running really slow when it boots up. Why? It could be a multitude of things. One thing you should always check is your startup applications. Maybe you have something extra running, booting up, sucking up a lot of your resources right during the boot up process. That will make your computer feel sluggish. You may say, well, it's getting too old, I need to upgrade my computer. No, walking through these couple steps here will help you verify what's on the computer. Now let's go real world outside of your home. As a cyber threat analyst, you're looking at devices on a network, looking at those background processes, looking at what's starting up on the computer will let you know if there's a bad guy in there, okay? You may see an application startup that shouldn't be starting up, okay? Which one of those applications? Real easy. When you turn on your computer and you load in the Windows, notepad.exe or Windows Word, Microsoft Word or PowerPoint should not be a startup application. That should be something you as the user start up. So there's a lot of nefarious stuff that bad actors do and they hide them and you'll be like, oh, well, just Word, it just starts up on its own. No, it should not. So knowing those things, knowing how to check for those will help you diagnose problems, issues, and find bad guys. So how do we find running programs? You can do the search. Can we do two windows here? We can do two. Can you see my my other window? You can only see the one.
Looks like it's just the one.
Okay, let's do this. Let's go back to the desktop. That's so much easier doing it that way. Move this out of the way so we can multitask here. So it's saying, let's look for running programs. So how can you look for running programs? You can search down here at the bottom for Task Manager. So inside Task Manager, it's going to show you all of your processes, all of your applications or files that are running right now. Your utilization of both your processor and your memory. Under performance will also show those same statistics. Show you a little hack right here. You go right click anywhere on the CPU under performance. You can change your graph to logical processors because if you see right here, we have, this is a dual core, 2-core processor. So now we have two, make it a little smaller. So you have two different windows right here. And that will show you your usage out of each processor. If you had a 4-core, 6-core, these windows would grow. But this is just virtual machine. They just give you 2 cores on it. Memory usage. These are only 3 things allowed on this device. But back here to Task Manager, this is how you see what's running on your computer. Now it says 17. I'm scrolling up and down on purpose to see if it bumps up a little bit. You can sort these just like you can columns inside of Microsoft Excel. If you click on the top here, it will then do ascending or descending order. You see a little caret up there. So if I click on it once, it's going to tell me all my highest running applications or services. And I'll show you this because you may have an application that's running really strong on your computer and you're wondering why your computer is running slow. If you just go into your Task Manager, look under your processes and click this little caret, you'll see your highest running ones up here. You can do the same thing with memory. You see, and a malware service, this is normal. Or if you're running like Firefox or Chrome, this could be like very, very high. Depends on how many tabs you have open. It could be utilizing a lot of your system memory. But if you have an application like search or anything else down here, it could be like not spyware.exe and it's running like really high, like that's probably something bad on your computer. How else can you find the task manager? You can right click on the bottom of your taskbar. You go to task manager. You can also do a, they said right here, you can run Windows logo and R, so the little Windows icon. Click on, I just hit reset and hit reload. The Windows logo on R would nice. How do we get that to come back up? Anybody know? It just reset on me. I was trying to do Windows R. Anyways. Come back up, please. Windows R will bring up the run command, and you can type in that little box, and you can type in task or TSK MGR for task manager. One of the exercises they want you to do is open your virtual machine and do the Windows TAC R or the search box in the bottom and just write calc in there. That would launch your calculator. You could do the same thing with Word. If Word's installed on there, it would open up Windows Word or WinWord or Microsoft Word. Let's go reset that. I don't know why it did that for me. Why are you doing that? Hold on. Sorry, guys. My lab seemed to just completely die on us. Be able to see that again. Okay, were you able to launch calculator? Anyone able to do that? Anthony said you got it. Good. Ryan got it. Any application on the computer, that's how you can launch something. You can do it from the run box. You can do it from the search box in the bottom left-hand corner as well. But that Windows and the R button will open up your run box and you can type in any application. It will search for it and launch the application for you. Listing and removing programs. Come over, Carrion. I broke it. It's okay. It's just Windows. It's temperamental. I think it's Mac doing it to Windows though. Don't tell anybody. Listing and removing programs. So in this section, we're going to look how we can find programs. We're going to figure out how we can delete them. So back in the day, it would be like add remove programs in older versions of Windows. But in the newer versions of Windows, I believe since Windows ME and newer, they started calling them apps and features. So we're here showing, so a WIMIC command is going to be done within PowerShell. So Windows Management Instrument command. So anytime you see WIMIC, you're going to be running that within PowerShell. So if everyone opens up their PowerShell, I would love to run through this with you. Tony, do you have yours up? You're able to help me out on
Yeah.
this?
Mine should still be up.
Okay, let me stop sharing so mine can boot back up. A lot of PowerShell commands are very simple, just like they would be, just like Linux commands. It's going to be cut and dry. So it's going to be, on this one, it's going to be WIMIC, and then product get name, comma version is going to let you get the name of the product and the version it would be. Same thing if we're looking at which version of Windows or which version of Zoom or Word will be on there. This is how you would find that those extra details. So this is just saying WIMIC product get name, comma version. Let's see what that kicks back at us.
Okay, guide me if I'm typing it in incorrectly, so that way I can be able to make sure.
Right after get name, they're showing comma and then version. So like almost one word. Yeah, let's see what that says. So let's do WIMIC product would be let's do WIMIC calc and then get name, comma version. Try calculator. I don't know. I don't know why it's not. It should have found. Nice.
Putting a space in between get and name.
So it's absolutely refusing to recognize calc right now. Let's see.
Try the original product get name, but space to get name. It worked for me.
So you said it was a space in between?
Yes.
All right, so that one is working. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we can see a few things right there. It is telling us a little bit more about, as we can see, for example, that we have Microsoft Visual C++ on here. And it does show us the version number right here. So this is version 14.32 and so on. We can see we have Amazon SSM agents. We also have this other version right here of Microsoft Visual C++. Seems like there's two instances of that running is what it is. And then we have right here, AWS tools for Windows. We see that this is running our virtual display for our fact that this is a VM that we are running over the internet, that we are streaming it really, right? We can be able to see them. We also have some AWS drivers. We have this bootstrap for AWS, and then we have our visualization for the desktop. So notice it says nice desktop. So that's probably going to tie into our virtual display right here. And that's kind of how we're using it to be able to go ahead and access this desktop virtually.
Any questions on that? So this command is showing it's getting all the names and products that are pre-installed on this version of Windows. So we just did a clear command, just like you can do inside of Linux. CLS for if clear doesn't work, you can try CLS.
Correct. As we kind of demonstrated earlier, CLS is the Windows version of being able to clear the screen. When you're in PowerShell, it does recognize the Linux version, which is just clear, right? All right. With that, I'm going to
So
go ahead and
let's,
pass control back to Justin.
So while you have your labs open, I want you all to walk through uninstalling an application. So in the apps feature, so how do you get to apps features? You open up settings from the start menu, which is your bottom left. You go up to settings, and then there will be an application called apps. When you click on that, so if you don't have settings, you can type in the search window like Tony's showing you right here. You can also just type apps and features. And it will show you it's under the system settings. From this folder, you will see all of your apps that are installed right in the middle of the screen. You see the size of them, when they were installed, and then right underneath the name of the application is the developer or creator of it. So any of these applications on here, because we can reset these labs and it's a virtual environment, we can either right click on them or you can left click on them and it will open up two little drop down boxes. This is what it's going to look like in both Windows 10 and Windows 11. Windows Server as well is going to look very similar to this. If you're on an older version, it's going to be called Add Remove Programs. So you can take any of these applications right here. We can even say Firefox. You can click it once, and then we're going to click uninstall. And this is how you would uninstall the application. Pretty cut and dry, pretty easy. It's going to come up, say, hey, are you sure you want to uninstall this? Can we get admin rights? And it will go through and uninstall the application. Another way of uninstalling the application is from your start menu, as you go through and see the applications within the folders, there may be like under Amazon Web Services right there, you see a little caret ticking down. You may see another file in here that is an uninstaller. Doesn't happen on every application. If you do not see that, the preferred method would be to go into your apps and features to delete that application or that file. In legacy version of Windows, that's how you would uninstall stuff, is you would have to go in to find your uninstaller that came with that original installed package, and you can uninstall it that way. Any questions on uninstalling stuff out of Windows? No? Awesome. So we can go to our next portion of this is share my screen again. So we just went in apps and features. We figured out how to look at files and, install applications with their version name via the PowerShell command prompt. We uninstalled an application. There's some cases there was a pop-up that said you need admin rights to delete something. We clicked OK. Some environments, they will ask you to put a admin username and password in there if you are not the admin, so that you can take control of that computer to do such action. Inside of a Linux computer, you've got clear that. you have a folder called user bin, so user binaries. So let's look what directory we're in right now. I'm in users, which don't be confused with users and user. This is in the host portion of the hard drive. So we're going to change directory to USR bin, because I was in the root, the little tilde or squiggly line, whatever you want to call it. That was denoting I was in the root directory. Now I'm in the binary directory. So I'm going to do ls tech la. And as you can see here, there's a bunch of files in this this directory here. All of these are applications that you can run. So what do we think is in here that we can run? There's a locate command. That's how you can locate. There's a log command. Let's see what else in here. There's a key tool command. And this is an application inside of Unix here. So these are all different things that we can run. Did I see a calc up here? Let me see. I think there's calc. I guess I could just write caffeine. Yeah. I think cal. Oh, that's a calendar. You can run it right inside here. So since we're inside the folder, we can run any of these by just typing in the name. So like we were talking about, the difference with 32-bit and 64-bit applications would be under your program files inside Windows. The user bin folder inside of a Unix-based or Linux-based system would be that same similar mindset. Does that make sense? What else? There is a sbin and a bin folder. So think of the sbin folder as like your, some people say secret bin. It's like your secure binary folder. It's the files that can't be deleted unless you have root privileges. And these directories mimic, if not mirror, exactly what your binary folder is. Those files that are in the sbin are very similar to what you would find on the system32 directory inside of Windows. If you want to know where a program is located, there's a few different ways. You can use the where.exe command to find system files, or the dir s. You can use find inside of Linux. So let's do find cal. Excuse me. Let's do clear. We'll do cd. So let's do find and do find cal. There's such file or directory. So do cd / user bin. So when you do find cal, it's going to put back out your output is going to be the exact same file that you're looking for. Let's do find ca. That's not working for me either right now. So what do you do when you don't know how a command is supposed to write or supposed to work or supposed to be utilized? Have you ever heard of the manual inside of Linux, right? So you will do this a lot because you'll go through a lot of commands, you'll install stuff and you're like, I don't know how the heck it's supposed to work. So if I do man find, look at that. It brings up the whole manual of the find command. Inside of this manual, it will give you all your flags on what to put to utilize that find function or that find application or that find command. Cool thing is they will also show you usually examples in here of how it should look. Now these manuals can be huge. Okay, they can go on for days and days. You can use the different flags if you want to look at the size of stuff. So here's examples. So if you just need to know the name of something, it's all right there. So if I was to do smiley faces, why'd they come up? Because I'm on Mac. Try to do a new window here. Shell, new tab. So I'm still in the user bin. So we're going to do find, back name, Cal. And it's going to come up that that was an illegal operation. Was it tech H that I want? That's just kicking it back. I'm not going to spend too much time on that one. All right, so we did. The rest is how you're going to use in Windows. We just said that. Installing the application. When you download a file, it's going to come in either a tar file, which is a compressed file, a .zip file, which is another version of compressed file, or it could download it as an MSI file. MSI files are running inside Windows, and it is a package file that has all the stuff you need to install an application. To run that MSI file, normally you can just double click on the file and it would just install as normal. Just like if you open a zip file and there's an executable called install.exe, it will do the same thing. If you want to do it from command line, here's the example how you would do it. So you're going to use msi exec.exe. So it's going to execute and the file will be identified in this location. So example.msi. If you want to know what any of these flags are, you can look up the manual for it. Does anybody know what QN is? I don't have Windows right here. Still broke. They should have that in here and they do not. When they're using these flags, we will make sure that they have them there in the future. So then install the package, MSI package. Here's the text. If you want logging enabled and verbose, you're going to use these flags. And to uninstall, you're going to use the application, the process, which is the command. We're going to do an uninstall. Tech I is for install, / uninstall is to uninstall the application. And then where the application was originally hosted. So this could be in your downloads folder, it could be on your desktop. Any questions on that? And the reason we show you this is because you may be on GitLab, GitHub, and you may install a package somewhere. You may install a piece of software, and it may not show up in your apps folder, that window we just had up. It may not show up there. And you want to know, well, how do I get this thing off my system? You can do it via the command line, which is a lot easier than trying to search where all those different binaries or executables are, the DLL files and whatnot that were installed initially with this MSI file. Another reason why you need to understand how to read code, because within reading that code, it will tell you exactly every file, where it's installed, what it's doing, and just having that general understanding on that will help you get further. So registries, what does a registry do? A registry is just when something is installed on the computer, it lets the computer know where it is, where it came from, and then what permissions does that original application or file have. .qn, this makes a quiet install and will not display any graphical interfaces whatsoever. Awesome. I did not know that, but that is good to know because I have seen QM before on a couple hunts as we're looking through other systems. And that is one of those flags that you would use an application like Splunk or whatnot to look for that flag, because let's say real world here, you're that that cyber threat hunter on a network, and you're trying to see if a bad guy's doing something. You can search for to see if this flag was run within a command line. And why would an adversary want to do that? It's because if somebody's jumping on your computer and they're accessing resources behind the scene, if they click launch for calculator, or they click launch for a PowerShell to come up, if they don't do it quietly, it's going to pop up on your screen. Or they try to install something in the background, it may pop up on your screen. So using the /QN makes a quiet notation versus like a loud one like verbose where everything will pop up. So thanks for putting it in there, Tony. So your registry is how the computer understands what's installed, when it was installed. You know, it contains information and settings and options for each program application, and when it was installed, the versions. Every time it's installed, a new subkey is created. So registries will help you a lot in understanding more about those files and applications. When you go into a registry, keep in mind that it's very temperamental. If you type in something or you modify something and you don't have a backup of it, you can really hose the system. When you modify anything in a registry, it will come up and ask you if you want to save it. So anytime I ever go into a Windows registry, I always make a copy, because I do have the tendency to click on stuff and think I'm changing stuff. It's in binary, it's ones and zeros. 1 is on, 0 is off. There might be some other characters within the registry that are higher than 1 and 0, but 1 is on, 0 is off, and we know that. When you open the registry for the first time, you observe a tree view on the left pane. It contains all the keys, values on the right side of it. And I'm going to politely ask Tony if he can bring his VM back up so we can pull up his registry. So how do we get a registry? We're going to go to either the spyglass at the bottom, and we're going to type in reg edit, or you can do the Windows plus R key, and you're going to pop it up. It's going to come open. It's going to give you that little command prompt of saying, hey, you sure you want to do this? So here's your tree on the left, like they were talking about. And you can close any of these folders by clicking that little caret that's pointing down. There's 5 main branches to the registry. You got your H key, you got your root, your user, your machine, and config, and then your users folder. You will see this on every Windows computer. When you open them up, those may be dynamically different depending on how many users are on each computer. So what is under the root H key classes root folder? This information stored here makes sure that the correct program opens when you open a file using Windows Explorer. It's kind of like mapping out where the file is. And as far as you can click on, and on the right-hand side will give you which values can be modified or changed. If we click on the default right there, we can double click on it. And your current value is, there's nothing there, but we can add a value or delete a value if we need to. And then you just click OK. So now the value is value. You can go back in there and clear out whatever value you had, and put it back to default. Or if you change a bunch of values, just don't save it when you exit the application. H key current user is the next large folder. This contains the root configuration for the users who's currently logged in. So this is all of your configurations for you, that user that's logged in. So we all logged in as fstack. So the fstack user, here's all the current user configuration files. That could be how PowerShell is configured. So if you change like the colors of your PowerShell, like right now it's default, it's blue. So you can see font family, font color. You can change all of these in here versus the application. If you change in the application, it's going to dynamically change it here in your registry as well. So next time you log into the computer and open PowerShell, your changes that were made here will replicate over. You might have to do a file save. You change the color. Oh, it didn't. Your PowerShell's still open. You have to fully close the application, I think, Tony. Okay, so session's closed. Right now, what Tony's trying to do is just to modify one of the settings, one of the configuration files. So right now, value is 65. We can change it to whatever we want. But theoretically, it's supposed to work.
Yeah, so we can still see that the values are changing. We can be able to also see that right here in our data column. We see that it is changing the value right there. And then, of course, as he was mentioning, we can be able to always switch it back and then be able to go ahead and make modifications like that. And then it should be able to go ahead and go through with whatever it is that we were saving. It might be because we're using a virtual machine with Vocarium installed that it might be not working correctly as a normally would.
So as well.
But that's how we can maybe go ahead and modify those values. And you do want to be very, very careful. You don't want to make a change in the registry unless you're sure that you want to make that change, because a tiny little thing here that you modify or delete can have a drastic change with what's happening with your Windows system.
Absolutely. Moving forward, so that's for the user. And then HKey local machine is going to be all the configurations for that local machine. So that does it for all the users that are on that machine. So if the values inside of local machine are changed for that user, they will then replicate over to that current user. So anything in Chrome he's looking at, you could pull up PowerShell as well within local machine. And whatever you change on that one will be for any user that logs into that machine. HKey users contains all that actively loaded user profiles on the computer. So right now you see there's a bunch of users in there. Does anybody know what these, we don't know what the user's name is, but what's STAC1, TAC5, TAC18? What does that notate? You can go and look it up real quick if you want.
While they're looking that up, Antonino did post a question into the chat saying, as far as cybersecurity goes, when it comes to the Windows registry, can you configure security policies such as making the password more complex or dealing with firewall rules, etc.?
So you would use a different application for that. That would be your GPO, so your global policy. So that's what you set for your password complexity and all those other settings. So S is your security identifier, correct? One thing about the last two users on here, so S, TAC1, TAC5, TAC21, and 245, blah, 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 blah. Every unique user is going to have a very unique security identifier. So it's like a fingerprint. If you create an account, you delete the account, you recreate the same account with the same name, that identifier will be lost. Okay, it may still save it under this users, because now as a cybersecurity professional, you can look in here and be like, how many users have ever been logged onto this computer? And it will save that metadata until the computer's wiped clean and a fresh version of Windows installed. It will show you all the users that's ever been assigned to and logged into the computer. And your last folder is your current config folder. Contains information about the hardware profile that's used for the local computer on startup. So in here is another way that you can, I think under services on one of them. You would be able to, under the current config, is to modify forcefully launch or forcefully stop an application from launching on boot up. That's where you would see it inside this folder. The registry can be very dry. I understand that. There's not a lot of fun stuff in there. Just from this section, the only thing you need to really grasp is there's these 5 folders in there. There's always going to be these 5 folders in there. And if there's any extra files in there, you may have to investigate a little bit more. Is that pretty good? I mean, we've got a nice little key down here. If you want to copy that out, make some notes of it, that's great. All these folders, you can easily do a Google search to figure out exactly what's supposed to be in each folder. You can also use the help tab, and it'll give you more information as well. But I want to move on to the next activity, which is services. I really wish my lab was working. We'll try reloading it real quick again, guys. Okay, my lab not coming up. We're on 3D. If you're following along with me with an LMS. So services, Windows services are core components of the operating system that manage everything from memory, device management, to the device of third-party applications and user credentials and preferences akin to the Unix daemon. So services are stuff that runs in the background, like your it could be your File Explorer, your Windows Explorer. It could be your antivirus software that's running. It could be your Windows updates. All those are listable services that are running in the background. And you might need to know why they're running. They may be sucking up more energy and usage than they normally should. You may have not turned on the computer in a while and you're wondering why it's running a little bit sluggish. And it could be Windows doing Windows things by updating all the information that was not downloaded and pre-installed. Well, maybe it was running before. Your virus definitions, Windows Defender loves doing that while you're in the middle of doing something important. We'll start downloading a bunch of stuff and installing it via the Windows update. DNS client, DHCP client, and Windows Defender, like all these run right in the background. Your DHCP client, what is big about DHCP? And I'm going to jump over to the networking real quick, but that's right there telling your computer to the DHCP server, which could be your router, saying, hey, I'm this computer, give me an IP address, or I'm still using the same IP address. So I'm sure we will go through networking here a little bit, but remember, this is going to be running on almost every computer unless you're statically assigning an IP or Internet Protocol address. There are a few differences between the Windows services and regular application. So the launch mechanisms, a regular applications manually launch so that you double clicking on the icon and making it launch, running it from the run menu, that's manually launching those applications or those services. User interface, unlike a regular application, Windows services do not have a user interface. So your Windows Defender may have a window, but the background services that are pre-launching on Windows startup, there's no GUI, there's no interface to load that, is what we're trying to say. Multiple instances of a service running. Sometimes that happens. You see multiple instances of, let's say, Firefox. If you've got Firefox running, you may have multiple tabs and they will show multiple instances of something running. And administrator rights. Windows services usually run under administrator privileges. That's saying that the root, the admin, the god of the computer is allowing those services to run. When you install something, it may come up and say, hey, can we have admin rights to install something? You click the OK or the yes, or you type in your password, then you're giving that application the ability to run and do whatever it wants. Is that a bad thing? No. If you click no, or you click, or you may just have to type in your username and password, which I highly suggest for a lot of applications, is not clicking that save your password and letting everything run. Because if somebody does get into your system, whether it's a work related or home related, and they take those credentials, they have full access to your system. So try not to save your passwords if you can. So why? Going back to malicious software, just like I was saying, another way malicious software stays persistent and runs on Windows OS is by using known services. Some of the known services would be what? Like WinWord, if you're always using Windows Word. Some background services are always running, like Windows Defender. Windows Defender may just be named defender.exe inside of your processes tab. But a lot of bad guys like to change the name of it. So it might not be It might just be like defend.exe instead of Defender. You look down through that list, you're like, oh, it's Windows Defender. But knowing what processes should be running on your computer, knowing what they should be labeled, knowing the naming convention of some of these applications will help you identify a persistent threat that could be on your computer. A lot of times when you're looking at those services running on running within Windows, running within Unix or Linux, you can do a quick Google search, like what's System32 supposed to look like? What's calculator.exe supposed to look like? What is you just installed Opera browser? That's another window internet browser. So what is that process name supposed to be by default? They're not going to change it. So the developer's not going to change it because they take development like down the path of having to change everything in all their code. So it might just be opera.exe. Well, maybe it's not opera, maybe it's 0 PERA. Masquerading as a legitimate application, but it's really not. So how can you look at those services inside Windows? We can do the services.msc. And what that's going to bring up is if you do your Windows R button on your computer, your run prompt's going to come up, and we're going to, just like we opened up Task Manager, just like we can open up any other application, we can run services.msc, and it's going to bring up that services control panel. Might not be running yet. No, it's not. Is it the same Vicarian? I don't think it is. No, this one's mine, I think. We might be in the money here, guys. So far that we've gotten through these couple little parts of this topic, is there anybody that feels like they're in far left field? Is there anybody just completely confused? Not seeing anything? Everyone's all good. I know some parts of Windows gets very dry. Okay, registry is very dry. Trying to find files is very dry. There's nothing real like juicy about this part. This is just the foundational portion of getting into finding the vulnerabilities, finding the bad stuff on the computer. Once you kind of know a baseline of how the computer is running, what should be running on it, then you get more comfortable with looking at stuff. You start deep diving into this application runs these couple processes. I say that because who here runs Outlook? Use it for work, use it for home. What does Outlook run automatically every time you run it? Windows Word. So whenever you run Outlook, you're running Microsoft Word in the background. We came across that at work a while ago, and I'm like wondering, like, why is Outlook spawning Microsoft Word all the time? And I didn't know that, because it uses Word as your text editor when you're writing the email. And we kept looking, and we're like, this person's not running Microsoft Word for anything. All they do is run it for Outlook. But after a deep dive, doing further research, Outlook uses extra resources and an extra process It runs Outlook.exe and it runs Word.exe somewhere within that stack. Knowing that will help you diagnose if something's running on the computer, what shouldn't be running on the computer. I'm trying to always keep like something real world as we're going through this, because you may be reading this like, why do I really need to know this? Like, it doesn't really matter to me. I'll just do Google searches, and 9 times out of 10, yes, you'll do that. You may forget this, it's perfectly fine. Just know how to, you've seen it at some point, and you can use Google, and it will help you and be your friend to research it down the road. So services.msc, I wish I could show it to you. Do you have yours up while mine is broken again? I'll have to pray to the Microsoft gods tonight before I go to bed, and hopefully they'll be better to me next week.
Yeah, I can be able to go ahead and try sharing my screen.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do the Windows button with an R. It's going to bring up our run prompt, and we're going to type in services.msc. So inside this window is going to show you all the services on your computer, whether they're running or not. The name's going to be on your left. The description of what the service is in the column to the right of it, and then your status. That's right there in the middle. It's going to tell you if it's running or not. Another way to get onto see what services are running is if you open up your task manager. You can right click on the bottom bar and open up your task manager. Here also is a services tab. It's going to show you the same thing the services.msc window is showing you. But these are all the services that are either stopped or running within the system. You can also force stop some services from the same window if you'd like to. You can just right click and you can do stop service. So what is another way we can see what services are on our computer? We can open up our PowerShell. And we can type in sc space query to see what services are running. Sorry, sc query.
It looks like it's doing the same thing. Give me one moment.
So what should have come back would be a whole list of services, just like you're seeing in the services.msc. This also could have happened because we were playing around with our registry as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's asking for a value. Yay for Windows. So just like yesterday, guys, like
in the command prompt.
just like yesterday, we there we go.
There we go. So it did work in the command prompt. So again, 2 different environments. Some work well in one, some do not. So when we go in right here into the command prompt, and we went ahead and put in that same information, right? SC query, just like it shows us in our LMS. We see right here, it's giving us that service name. It's giving us a little bit more of what would be actually displayed fully, and then some details about what's happening. And then the more important thing would be right here is what is the current state? So is it running or is it stopped? And again, what we're going to pay attention to is What are some names that can kind of seem suspicious, right? Or for example, if we're not running something like Microsoft Word or some other service, something that seems initially inconspicuous, but we know we're not running that, and we see that name showing up and we show that it's running, then that would be something to look into to see if it's an attacker that's trying to be able to blend in as something that's legitimate.
And Henry wrote here in the chat, in general, when the registry shouldn't be modified in any way. You can use it to help fix blue screen of deaths. And I'll tell everyone, blue screens of death are excellent. Why? Bonus question. Why are B-side, blue screen of death, why are they good? Come on, someone has to know this. What's one thing that they do? Really helps you with troubleshooting because, okay, I gave you this one. Because it outputs a log file. If your computer crashes and you don't get a blue screen of death, you will not get an output file into your log. Your system log file will not won't generate, and you will not know why it crashed. So blue screens of death are good. If it pops up, let it run, let it get up to that 100% so it saves everything. So that helps you diagnose what went on. It could be a kernel issue, which is the host of the computer could have crashed. It could have been an AMD or NVIDIA issue if it's your graphics card. You know, if your graphics card was bad, it made it crash. If your computer crashes and just reboots and doesn't give you a log file, it does not help you with the troubleshooting aspect of it. So keep that in mind. They're great. I love blue screens of death because it helps me troubleshoot better. The next time your computer crashes, you'll know if it's something you can help diagnose. If it doesn't, then it could be your power supply, it could be a plethora of other things. But so what do we run here? Net start. So net start will show you what has started. There's a whole list here. If you want to stop a service, you could do net stop. So if we want to do, let's see if we can break this. Let's try not to break it. We could do net stop, and then let's pick a service we can stop. What do you think? Or maybe let's not stop anything and then not have it break. But you would do net stop space and the service name. And to restart it, you would do net start space the service name. You also can use the find command within here as well. Okay, so they're saying the exercise is to, let's do this, Tony. Let's do net stop Windows event log. That's the exercise they're having us try. So we should be able to look at, we can either do our SC query to see if the application is still running. Yeah, I think you stopped it. The syntax of the command is net stop service. Oh, there we go. We continue, yes.
So it's saying access is denied. So we would have to run this in either in Windows, it would be the system administrator mode, so that way we can be able to go ahead and have the permission to be able to do that.
So how can we run it in Windows admin mode? You know a quick way of doing it? We can right click on the command prompt and we can run as administrator. So now you have those admin privileges, and we can do the same thing if we wanted to. We can do it. Yeah. Net stop and Windows event log. Continue, yes. And then by default, it's going to give you like a verbose mode. It's going to actually give you feedback of what the application is doing. And if we wanted to, we can do SC query and we can see if it's running or not.
Before we take a look at the stuff that SD Query is going to show us, we will point out that notice 3 services stopped because it tells us that these 2 services, network list service and location awareness, were reliant upon the one we were telling it to stop. So since we were stopping that one, it stopped all 3. The one that we asked, which we see that's the last one that stops, right? And then the 2 that were dependent on it, we stopped those first, and then it stops the one we asked for. So that will happen if you try to stop a service. If there's something else that is using that or is depending on that, you will be stopping those as well.
Any questions on this? Did anybody try this and have the same success? Or it should have failed initially because you didn't open it in admin mode, and then you should have been able to reopen it in administrator. It's a good rule of thumb and good practice is not always to
question.
run you. Yes.
Oh, sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
So like in Linux, if you wanted to run it, you could run sudo or root. Is there an equivalent
Correct.
in Windows PowerShell, or is it just right click and then
You could
run
do
as
run
administrator?
as you could do run as administrator as a bit at the beginning of the command line, run as administrator or whatever the administrator account is, and then run the command after it. It does make it a little bit easier inside of Windows just to right click and run as administrator and then open up a new tab for it. But a good, just like in Linux where you'd have to sudo a command to make it run as with root privileges, it's also good not to run every command prompt in Windows as administrator because you could mess up stuff. You could type something in and it could either delete something, modify something. It's really good only to run with administrator privileges if you absolutely need to. If this application or this service did not need admin privileges, you would be able to use it from a user command prompt. Tony wouldn't have had to open up an admin prompt.
Se le cayó or you putting new ones in?
I'm putting the one that I found. Remember the one she lost? And then I found it and then.
Any questions on that? So we want to start the service again, just in case. So how do we start the service? Net start with that same service name. And just like Tony said before, it's going to start any other dependencies of that service. No, it's already been started. You know why it probably restarted on this one is because it is a root function of Windows and it probably canceled and then rebooted automatically.
Yeah, and likely when it noticed that, as Justin mentioned, since it is a key feature of what Windows is doing, when it noticed that, hey, we stopped it, it probably said, okay, start it back up immediately.
Any questions on that? We've got one more section to go over. Excuse me, 2 more. I didn't miss anything. All right, let me share this again. All right, last two sections, we're going to do how to persist a program, and that's making that program start on or load on Windows Start whenever you first boot in the Windows or whenever that user logs into the computer. So that's making persistence as an application or a service. Why would you want persistence? Maybe you have an application that needs to run, like Windows Event Log. So that needs to run. So if the blue screen of death comes, it actually is able to output that log into a spot where it can record it for you. So how do we get to make a persistent program? So you can open up your command shell, and you would just type in shell : startup. So what is this going to do? It's going to make at startup, it's going to open a shell for us. Does anybody want to try that? How about we have somebody share their screen and you guys can walk us through this, because we've got 30 more minutes of class and we've got two last little things to knock out. I'd love a volunteer.
I can volunteer, Justin.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
I don't know that it'll work, but I'll try.
Well, we're gonna walk you through it.
Okay, cool. Then I'm all for it.
Yep. You drive and we'll help you.
You'll backseat drive me.
We'll try. I'm just hoping that my Windows doesn't crash on me again.
Okay, hang on, let me
Yeah, you can just close all those windows down.
full screen it.
Full screen it.
Okay.
So we're going to go to the start menu and click startup.
Click startup.
Yeah, you can do the spyglass in the bottom and just type in startup.
Like that?
No, just type in startup.
Just startup?
Yeah. Yep. Change event startup options. Oh, never mind. That's going to do the reboot. Sorry, not that one.
I thought it said shell.
Yeah, it says
startup.
Startup folder from start menu startup. Is there a startup folder in there under the start menu? Search settings. No. So there usually is a startup folder. Under that startup folder would be the list of applications and stuff that would start up with it. It doesn't look like these are configured that way.
That's all I got.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's open up a command prompt and open it as administrator.
Okay.
And then let's type in shell : startup. No spaces.
Should I try PowerShell?
No, see, what's this exercise saying? Under start folder, start folder, and shortcuts and applications. So you're still on server. Does your desktop 1 or desktop 2 work? At the top.
Let's try.
I'm walking through it with you on mine as well.
Okay.
My educated guess here is probably because server doesn't have any applications like that start up. It's more of a desktop use.
Mm. Start. Oh, there we go.
There's no startup on that one either. Nice.
Actually, if you run msconfig, actually you can bring up the startup, but for the lab itself is actually disabled. I guess for
Gotcha.
security
Okay,
reasons.
let's do msconfig down there. You can run it Windows R or just type in msconfig down there.
Oops. I think it's catching up with whatever I was doing.
That's one word actually, msconfig.
Oh. Is it this?
Yes. See if that opens up. So right there, you see your services tab, your boot options. There's your startup. The third tab over, or fourth tab over. So it's saying if you can open Task Manager, you can do that.
Okay.
Keep in mind, there's so many different ways you can start an application. So right here, you can see like Skype. Skype is disabled on startup. If we want to make Skype launch on startup, if you double click on Skype right there, or it might ask you to right click. Right there, enable, piece of cake. Now you enabled it, so when next time Windows boots up, it will automatically launch Skype. So how would you add a file here? You can probably do file. You got a little toggle down there at the bottom too. If you click the file, you should be able to add application.
Click the file. Oh, up here.
Yep. So run new task. Let's type in Paint, or I think it's MS Paint. Yeah, MS Paint. One word. You should be able to. Oh, there it is. Yep. MS Paint enabled. So now on startup, it will load Paint. And you can right click and you should be able to delete it or disable it. It's as easy as that, just to add applications to startup. The exercise here said we want to run MS Paint and Calculator. When you add these applications in there, you will also go in your registry edit and you will see where they load on. I think it's just calc.
Just calc.
Yeah. But it didn't add it there. So theoretically, you would add those applications in there, and when you go in your registry edit, it would then come up for the local user, since you're logged into that user for the next boot cycle. Any questions on that? Henry, let's look at yours. What'd you say here? There are no startup items on the system. Okay, well, that's good, I guess.
You want me to stop sharing my screen, or is there another?
Let's see, what else? Let's do this. Let's go ahead and go down and open your you can keep your task manager minimized, that's fine. And let's open up PowerShell. Let's see if your PowerShell works. So you can, let's see, that's installing a service. Type in shell : startup. Let's see what if PowerShell is running that. It's doing the same thing.
Did we try it on this command prompt? Oh.
We can try it, yeah. You know what I want to do is I will on Monday I will have this example for you. We'll run over it really quickly before we start class, and I'll play with this over the weekend to make sure I can get it to work right. I want to make sure it's not something we're doing, and I don't want to waste, you know, the last couple minutes of class trying to play around with that.
Sounds good.
But long story short, when you create a service and you start a service as a startup, it should then replicate over to the registry. And then you can then verify that in the registry that the service is gonna start up, and you can also disable it out of the registry as well. You can also copy that same part of the registry. Let's say it's calculator that's loading at startup. You can copy that to local machine so that every user that logs into that computer will also have the same startup feature. All right, so the last one we're going to do is scripting in Windows. And I'm going to kick this one over to Tony, because he's our scripting king.
All right, let me see. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So I went ahead and I was following along as well with you guys, going ahead and going to that desktop environment. So we can see right here a few of the things that we were looking at. Here's our desktop. And then of course, let's see, for scripting purposes, if we go ahead and take a look at our LMS, it tells us that just like in Linux, we were able to have bash scripting that we were able to do, and that was kind of like using our native commands that we had for our Linux environment. So here, there's different types of scripts we could be able to go ahead and do inside of Windows as well. So we're going to see that one of the ones we mentioned was batch scripting. These are going to be things that end with a .bat, right? So we could be able to go ahead and let's say we open up this right here. Let's say, let's go into documents. And then I could be able to go ahead and inside of here, let's say, let's start up a PowerShell in this environment right here. And then I could be able to go ahead and let's say, let's echo hello as we've done before. And then let's say I go into file.bat. And so if we go over to our graphical side, you see here's our file. Notice it is recognizing it since it has that .bat extension as a Windows batch file, right? And so then we can be able to go ahead and if we wanted to, we could be able to edit this file. So I could go right here, edit, right clicking on it. And then notice it opens it up in Notepad by default because Notepad is a basic text editor. It isn't adding in any extra features. It isn't changing any of our characters. Whatever I type here is exactly what it is, right? It's just those ASCII characters. And so then I could be able to go ahead and type in something right here and I could be able to save it and then it'll be able to use it. And so we could be able to take a look as we go along and see the different types of ways we could be able to write up a batch script. That's going to be very similar to what we were doing in Linux, where we're using native commands to be able to go ahead and do things, right? And then in addition to this, we're going to see there's also VBS scripts, right? So VBS, Visual Basic Script. This is a general purpose, lightweight, active scripting language that was developed by Microsoft itself, based off their version of what they call Visual Basic, which is a programming language based off of the older language known as just BASIC, right? And then we also then have PowerShell scripts. So PowerShell scripts usually end with a PS1 extension. So anytime you see that, you're going to know that we're dealing with a PowerShell thing, right? And so we're going to see right here. Let's go ahead and take a look to see what we can do with this batch script. So we can be able to go ahead and kind of tell it to do something inside of Windows. So let's see. Let me go ahead and grab up a quick thing so we can be able to run through this in a way that'll be very similar to us, very familiar with what we're trying to do. So let me go ahead and see if I can find an example of that. Let me see here. So you saw already how I was able to go ahead and get started. One way we could be able to do that is just creating a file, making sure it has that .bat extension. When we do that, that's creating a file that Windows is going to recognize as our batch script, right? Now, we could, of course, gone ahead and created a file the normal way, right? We could have gone ahead and right-clicked on here, for example, and I could go new, and then I could be able to go ahead and create a text document. The thing is, if I do it this way, we would have to go ahead and then change the extension, right? So for example, if I were to go and call this new file, you'll notice it's recognizing it as a text document. So then I would still have to go into something like PowerShell anyway, and then be able to go ahead and change it. So we could go like in Linux, go MV, right? And then I could be able to go ahead and say new file.txt is now new file.bat. And then, of course, if we list that out, we see that now we have these two different batch files, right? So that could be one way we could be able to go ahead and do it. And we see that this is now recognizing as a Windows batch file here. So I could be able to either create it through the terminal itself, like we did with our hello, and we just echoed that into the file and created the file with the batch extension to begin with. Or as we saw right here, I could just create a text file and then just rename it so we can be able to change that extension, right? Either way is going to allow us to be able to go ahead and initially create the file itself. And then we can be able to go ahead and then create a very quick file. Let's go ahead and let's see. I should still have our file open up right here. So here, typically what we want to do is we'll start off with something like @echo off. Well, what is this doing? Well, for our batch script, normally when we are running it, if we don't do this first line of @echo off, and then it's going to do kind of like, if we're familiar with what echo does, right? It's going to do what we think is happening there. Without having echo off, it's going to go ahead and kind of throw back all of the instructions that we're going to be typing in, and we would see that in the command prompt when this runs. Now, typically when we're running a script, we don't want to see all the commands being entered into the terminal and seeing that and get kind of clogging up the screen with that. So you'll see typically a lot of the times when it comes to our batch script that we'll start off with @echo off. And that way it's just going to show us what are the results of our command, right? Rather than going ahead and showing us the commands themselves, right? Then I can be able to go ahead and do something like our actual stuff we would do inside our command line, right? So I could be able to say something like echo, and I could say something like hello world, right? And then I could be able to say something like pause. Now, why we're going to say pause? Typically, when we're running these scripts, right, you might just run the script file itself rather than trying to execute it through an already opened command prompt or an already opened shell. So when we hit that pause command, it's letting it know to say, hey, stop right here wait until the user hits a button to continue rather than just automatically running it and closing it. So let's go ahead, let's try saving this and let's see how this runs. So I'm going to go ahead and save. I'm going to come over here back to this. I'm going to double click our file. And we kind of see that it did kind of run through, but it seemed like it did actually go ahead and close. Let's try to see if we can run it right here. Let's see if I were to go ahead and go file.bat. Let's see if it does it. Let's see. Let me go ahead and see if I can really go back over here. All right. Let me make sure that I got this right. Because when we first went ahead and pressed it, it should go ahead and tell us to stop. Maybe I need to, let's see if I made that, if I saved it correctly. So I'm double checking, make sure I saved, because a lot of the times that could be an issue, right? You write up a new thing to your script, you make some changes, and then you forget to save it. So that could be an issue. Let's see.
So
if I
you
run
want
this
to show them
again.
how they can see their file extensions since it's kind of turned off right there?
Sure. So we could be able to go ahead and as you notice, it does tell us what type it is and it tells us the file name, but as Justin kind of pointed out, it doesn't really show the file extensions, right? So we see right here, we could be able to go over to up at the top. All I had normally, we were in the home area, right? This is where it shows the normal stuff. I went over to the view tab. You'll notice that over here it says file name extensions. It is typically unchecked by default, right? So if we check that, now we see that it says file.bat, new file.bat. We're actually seeing those extensions. And to go along with that, we could also see that it says hidden items, and that's unchecked. So as Justin kind of pointed out earlier, right? A lot of times we'll have hidden files or folders. So by default, our graphical version of Windows also kind of hides those folders, but you can also be able to check that as well. And if we had any hidden files or folders here, they would be visible now as well. So you can be able to go to your view and then check those to be able to go ahead and kind of have that available now. And that way we can be able to go ahead and see that. Let's see. Let me try running it through the command prompt. Let's see if that makes the difference. So let's see. It's going to be inside of the documents folder. Let's see if we have that here. So I went ahead and changed it into our documents folder. We take a look. We do see that those are our two files. So there's our batch file for file and new file. Let me go ahead and see if I can be able to run file.bat. All right. It could be because of the Vocarium interfering a little bit. That's why it's not doing it correctly. It should go ahead and pause when we're telling it to do so right here. Instead, normally once you have your script running, you can be able to go ahead and just double click and run it. But we'll notice when I do that, it just quickly kind of pops up and it's closing rather than waiting. So let me see if there's something else I can be able to do to get this to properly be able to go ahead and kind of pause for us and wait. Let's see. Let me go ahead and try, since this one's already open, let me try it with start. Let's see if that works. All right, so it did go ahead and open up, but notice right here is kind of yelling at us for what we have in there. So it says that it's not recognized internal or external commands. So let me go ahead, let me check to make sure that I'm typing that in correctly, because it should be at echo off, should be recognizable at that point. But let me go ahead and remove that. Let's go ahead and try that. Let's see if we remove this and just save it with this. It'll probably go ahead and echo back these things to us, so we'll see it. But if it gets it to run so that way we can be able to go ahead and see that actually happening, that'll be great. So let's go ahead and let's try that again. think it might be that it's dealing with, all right, so this is what I'm thinking is happening. We see this right here. Once it starts off right here, notice it's giving us this extra character right before the E. So I think it's actually giving us a formatting error that something's getting added into here and it's not liking that. Let's go ahead. Let me see, instead of doing it with that echo, let's try it right here inside of new. We're gonna go ahead and try running the new batch one, the one we did the other way, right? We went ahead and created this by creating a text file first and then renaming it rather than doing the echo straight in. So I'm thinking since we did the other one with our echo, that's adding in an extra character and that's what it's not liking. So we're gonna go ahead and work on this new file.batch. And this one was the one we created, as we mentioned before, by right clicking, going to new, creating the text documents, and then just renaming it, right? Switching it over to a batch extension. So let's try it like this. We're gonna go ahead and put @echo off here. And then we're gonna go ahead and say, let's echo hello world. And then let's go ahead and have it pause after that. So let's go ahead, let's save that. And now let's go ahead and let's see if double clicking on it will work. And there we go. So it was the way that we were creating it with the other one. Doing that echo was adding in a character that it did not like. And so that's why it was yelling at us and closing. But notice right here, once we did this, we said, take off our echo. So that way, unless we're telling it to actually spit something back, right, that it's not going to repeat the command to us. And then we said, spit back to us or echo, hello world, and then pause, wait for us. And so what we did over here is spit that out. It said, hello world. And then it's telling us that it's paused. And so it's letting the user know, hey, press any key to continue, right? Now, another thing we could be able to do to this is we could add in a title, because we'll notice right here at the top of our bar, the top portion, this is known as the title bar. And so it says that we have this command prompt for C Windows System 32 command.exe. So it's just telling us that we're running that program. So I believe we could be able to say title and then something like, hey, mom, I'm running a bash script, because that's what we're doing. So let's save that. And then let's go ahead and let's press any button to continue here. And it should allow us to be able to go ahead and close. Let's go ahead and run this thing again. And look at that, up in the title bar, instead of telling us that this just is running our command from and then inside of system 32, right, all that stuff, is putting in our title. Hey mom, I'm running a batch script. So we can do a little few things like that, right? A lot of what we would be able to do inside of our regular command prompt, we could do here as well. So let's actually try that. Let's go ahead and say something like dir. So let's go ahead and save that. We're going to echo out hello world. We're going to go ahead and try to be able to go ahead and show out the directory, and then we're going to pause. And let's run that and look at that. So all the commands we've been learning that Windows is able to run, that we're able to use, we're kind of able to do that just like our when it came to bash scripting, right? When it came to Linux, how any Linux command we were able to go ahead and create, we're able to go ahead and use. We can type it in here and it'll run it in the exact same way we would be expecting, right? Top down. So notice it went ahead and printed out our hello world first. And then all of this is the results of doing our dir command, right? So it went ahead and listed out that information. And then we told it to pause. So then it went ahead and paused, right? Any questions on that so far for that quick example and how we can be able to go ahead and create a batch script?
So our exercise says we need to create a batch file that lists all the running services on your Windows OS. So what will we add to the end of this batch file that Tony just made to list out the running services? I'll give you a hint. It's a little bit further up in the text here. SC query? Okay, let's try that. Here we go. Piece of cake, right? So one cool thing that you can do with batch files is Tony put the pause in there, right? So if after that pause, let's say we moved SC query from where it is to after pause and then put a pause after that, what do you think it would do? So we ran echo off, we changed the title, we added some text in there. we paused and then we do SC query and pause again. What do you think is going to happen? Go make it like an interactive file, or it should at least if it runs right. So there's our directory. We should be able to hit a button. And it pauses again. So you can create a batch file or a batch script that will have multiple steps in there. If you want it to run through a bunch of stuff, if you're investigating a computer and you have a bunch of different commands you want run, but you want them run one at a time, you would just use that pause command. Pretty cool, huh? Mind blown. Too tired.
And then, as I kind of mentioned right there at the end, you'll notice that the moment we got to that last pause, when I hit the key, since there's nothing else to continue, there are no other instructions, it'll go ahead and close out the window if we didn't start it inside of an already open command prompt, right? So what I've been doing is I've been going to our script file and I've been double clicking on it, right, to go ahead and run it. So it'll open up a window, and unless you tell it to pause, the script will run, it'll do its thing, and it'll close out, right? So we told it to pause so the window stays open. So once we hit that button, it does the next instruction. But then once this, we told it to pause a final time. Once this is done, there are no more instructions. When I hit that button again, notice it closes out. Now, if I were to go ahead and do that over here, let's go ahead and tell it to start, and let's go ahead and go file.bat. Now, in this case, it might, because I'm using the start command, try to run it in a separate window. And let's see. Let me actually go ahead and do new file, because that was the issue we were experiencing, right? So we see that this started up in a separate window. Let me see if I were to go ahead and just say new file.bat, if it will run it. And there we go. So when we go ahead and we already have one that's open, let me go ahead and close this one. So this command prompt we already had open, right? And I told it to be able to go ahead and just run new file.bat. And so when just typing in that name, since I'm already in that directory, that would be a relative file path, right? So we're in the same directory as this, so it's able to find the file, it runs it, it's doing the exact same thing as what we just mentioned. So I pause, I hit my enter button or any key, right? I can be able to go ahead and tell it to be able to go and continue on. So it goes ahead and continues on with the next instruction. Now here, before, when I hit the enter or any key, it would go ahead and close out the window. But right now, notice it goes back to my prompt instead, right? So if you already have it inside of an open command prompt, it'll just finish running the script, go back to your screen to be able to allow you to be able to do something else. But if it's something like right here, where it's brand new, right? It's in its own window and we get it and start it up, then when it's done, it's going to go ahead and close out. So you do want to be aware of those two little differences.
Excellent. Any other questions on this one? I did want to show you, we got 5 more minutes of class. I did want to show you that I did get the previous problem working. Share my screen here. All right, so what I did was I used Google. Google helped me run, trying to figure out how to run an app automatically when start at Windows 10. So this was not cut and dry and told us right here. It just said open the command prompt. We actually need to open the run box. So let's go back over here, and we just went down here and just typed in run. After you typed in run, we did shell startup. So what did shell startup do? Shell startup put us into the current user startup folder, okay? Which should be something similar to this. When you run that, here's all the applications that would start for the current user. I'll do that again for you. I'll just run the run box, and then I'll do shell : startup, and it popped up with this. This is where all of your startup applications will be running. So we program startup. The other thing that they showed us was shell common startup. So shell common startup is going to be for all the users. So we can do shell : common. Startup. So do it extra space rather than supposed to do extra space. Yeah, shell common and then startup. So you see the difference in these two folders right here. This is for all users. This is for just the current user. And then they give you the example of where it would be. When you create a file or an application that would start up here, would then go over to local machine or current user. That's relative to these two paths right here. Are we good with that? Good explanation. Try to knock that one out. You can read over this weekend. You can play with it. I encourage everyone to, since you can get on these VMs and you can start them up and you can reset them if you mess them up. Please do that over the weekend. What else do I want to show you? Oh, when we were talking about file types and file names, so here's my bad file.bat, right? What's wrong about this file? So is it a bat file or is it not a bat file?
It's a text document.
It's a text document. So this is one thing that when I asked Tony to turn on his file extensions, because sometimes files can be very hidden in plain sight, as you could say, because it's really not a bat file. It's a bad file.bat.text is the file, but there's nothing in there. I just want to show that to you. So regardless of what the file says, always turn on those file extensions just so you can see exactly what the file is. Because here's the file type right here. We could rename this to whatever we want, but originally the file was a text file. So how's everyone feel tonight? Was it like a fire hose effect? Was it kind of a review for some? Was it new?
Or even if it was a combination, maybe at the first few stuff we were going over, maybe that was review. And then once we started getting to the later stuff, maybe that was a little bit of a fire hose with new things coming at you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate everyone's attention tonight. Anusha just posted in the session information for the Zoom, and then we will get your course review or course feedback form. We'll have that placed in there very shortly. Additionally, you have the competency checkpoint 1.4 to knock out as well. Whether you do it tonight or sometime this weekend, please have that done before the start of class on Monday. Kind of gauge where you are. Also help Tony and I if we have to review anything else before we start the next section, which is going to be on the domain environment. So it's section 1.6 starts on Monday.
As a helpful little thing, Henry has pointed out in the chat that in case for whatever reason your Windows VM gets locked, where you have to be able to go ahead and hit Control-Delete to try and be able to sign in, they did go ahead and Vocarium and put a nice little button for us in the top right-hand corner. He even put a screenshot so you guys can be able to see where it is. So you can be able to send that Control-Delete command to the VM, so that way you can be able to go ahead and open up and then you can be able to get back in. So there is that availability there.
Thanks, Henry.
All right. With that, if anybody has any questions or you guys have anything, any concerns, comments, or anything like that, you feel free to stick around. We'll try and address that. Otherwise, if there are no other questions, as Justin pointed out, Anusha's already posted the link for our feedback for the session for tonight into the group chat. So go ahead and click on that, fill that out. And then once that is done, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Tony
everyone.
and Justin. Yes, Tony, as Tony already mentioned, the survey link is in the chat box. Please make sure you give your valuable feedbacks and read this session. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. And good night, everyone. See you on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Quick question. Tony, I know you're usually available on Fridays, but Justin, I was wondering if you were going to post your office hours as well, or maybe you already
Yeah,
have.
I haven't posted my office hours yet. This is the first Friday with the class, so you can always just hit me up within Slack and then we can figure something out. Every
Sure.
other Friday, I'm off my full-time job, so every other Friday I have a little bit more time than normal. So I'm pretty flexible on Fridays.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. Thanks
Yep.
for class.
Thanks, Robbie. Anyone else have any questions?
For those of you that are still around, if you guys do have any questions, feel free to be able to either unmute yourself and be able to ask it, or you can type it into the chat so that way we can be able to go ahead and address them.
I think everyone's kind of AFK.
All right. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We'll see you guys on Monday. And for those that are here, if they're AFK, I'm going to go ahead and start removing them. All right.
There we go.
Have a wonderful night, everybody.
Yes.
Great weekend. And we'll see you guys on Monday then.
Good
See
night,
you guys.
everyone.
All right, it is 5:33, and we have about 17 people now logged in. So we're going to go ahead and begin, and hopefully everyone else that's going to be joining us will be joining us soon. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And we're going to go ahead and start off with getting into our next section. So in our next one, we're going to be going into seeing how we can be able to handle Windows domains. So we see up at the top, it does tell us about the domain environment. This is about handling how we can be able to deal with users and how they're able to log into our machines, and then just how are we kind of handling all of that information. So we see with this first section, with activity 4A, we're trying to be able to get into the difference between what is a work group and what is a domain, right? So we point out what a work group is to begin with. We say that a work group is just a collection of Windows systems. Each of them has its own set of users and permissions. Each system has a set of users and passwords that are stored in what is known as a SAM file. And then these users have a set of privileges and permissions which apply to them locally. We can create a user who has administrative capabilities, for example, or a user who has minimal privileges. And this is very similar to our Linux systems, right? And how we're able to go ahead and kind of create and deal with permissions for our users inside of just one Linux machine, right? And so when we're dealing with our Linux stuff, way back near the beginning of this boot camp, we kind of saw how we could be able to go ahead and do something like user add, and then be able to go ahead and be able to bring in a new user, be able to give their account some settings, how they're able to go ahead and work through stuff, what kind of shell they're going to have, right? Things like that. So we're going to see that this is essentially when we're dealing with our work group, A similar thing for Windows, right? We say if we have the same username on multiple computers, we can log in to different computers using that same local username. The same idea is correct with permissions as you learned it in the previous lesson. We can decide then which user can access specific files locally, and where typically the administrator would be able to have full permission to everything on that machine, right? We point out that there is typically, when we go ahead and have Windows, a default administrator account locally on that machine. And this would be the user account for whoever's going to be the system administrator for that network, right? Every Windows operating system, therefore, has that administrator account. And we see right here kind of how it's applied, right? So you see that we have this SID of S-1-5 dash and then their domain and then -500, right? And the name that we'd see for that account would just be administrator. Now, the administrator account is always the first account that is created when Windows is first being installed on the machine. So it's there by default, it's the first one being created, right? We point out that the administrator account, just like within our roots account for Linux, right? It has full control of any files, any directories, any services, and all other resources that are on that local machine. Now, the administrator account can create other local users as well. I can be able to go ahead and assign those other users what rights do they have, what permissions do they have, and the administrator account can take control of local resources at any time simply by changing those user rights and those permissions. We also point out that the default administrator account cannot be deleted, nor can it be locked out, but it can be renamed or disabled. So the account technically would still exist when it's disabled, it's just not usable, right? Now we point out for Windows 10, for Windows 11, and Windows Server 16 or 2016, which are the types that we have in our virtual machine, right? Windows Setup disables the built-in administrator account and creates another local account that is a member of the administrator's group. Members of this group can run apps with elevated permissions without using the Run as Administrator option. Now, if you want to run as an administrator or another user, you can simply use inside of your terminal or even PowerShell, the run as command, right? And so again, we point out, or here they point out, you can be able to go ahead and access this and the command prompt or PowerShell and be able to tell it to be able to run something as a specific user, right? And that way you're able to go ahead and specify that during the terminal, how you want to be able to go ahead and run it specifically as something else. So you can be able to go ahead and in that setting, tell them you want to be able to run it as administrator. And so we see an example of that right here. They say you can be able to go ahead and type run as / and then what is going to be the username. So you can be able to put administrator there. And then we see right here, you're going to see then this string. It'll be your computer name / then the username. And then right here, the path. Notice that this is an absolute path for Windows because we're starting with a C drive. And then it's just literally where's the program located on your hard drive, right? But you can be able to go ahead and do that. And we see that this is very similar to inside of Linux, how we just simply used the SU command to go ahead and kind of switch into the user and then be able to start running things as if we were that user, right? Now, we're going to see a demo of some of these things as we get a little bit further on. But we're going to see right here, inside of our PowerShell, our command line, we're going to be able to go ahead and to see a list of local users, we can be able to go ahead and use the net user command. If we want to be able to go ahead and add somebody, we see that this is our command. We'll say net user, and then we'll go ahead and specify what is the name we want to be able to go ahead and create for that account, right? And then we'll go /add. So we'll notice one thing here, unlike Linux, where we use that dash, right? That straight line. Here we're going to see with Windows, it's usually going to be that our arguments are going to be having that /. And so we see then it's going to be this / here that's telling us that, hey, we want to be able to add whatever the user account name is that we are creating here. And we're using the net user command to be able to do that, right? Now, if I want to delete, we're going to see it'll be very similar, except for it'll be /delete, right? We see then right here, to reset the local password, we have net user, and then we'd have the username, and then we'd follow it with whatever password we want to be able to give them, right? And then we can be able to go ahead and have it that we can enable the administrator account in the following fashion. So we see then we can be able to go ahead and say net user administrator / active and then switch that to yes. And then we can see right here again how we can be able to go ahead and run something. We can be able to say run as / user. What is that username that we want to be able to go ahead and have? And then what is the program? So again, this program name right here, this is going to be including the path possibly of where it is the program is located that we want to be able to go ahead and run. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. Let me go ahead and switch over to my virtual machine. So right here, this is the desktop version of the Windows, right? So once you get your lab up and running, and we kind of saw how that looked, right? Going over here, it was leads you up into Windows 2016. Up here in the top right, left-hand corner, right? We'll see that we can be able to go ahead and choose whether we want to be in server or desktop 1 or desktop 2. So I initially went ahead and clicked desktop 1. So right now, this is the initial thing you should be seeing when you get into the Windows VM, right? This is our server one. And then once you go ahead and click on desktop 1, then we should be able to go ahead and come over here to where we are in desktop 1. So here we are in our Windows instance for the desktop. And we're going to go ahead and start up the PowerShell, right? So I'm going to go ahead and down here in the bottom, I can go ahead and go into that search area, right? We can be able to go ahead and type in PowerShell. And then once we have that, we can either hit enter, or we can click open, or even right here, run as administrator. For right now, I'm just going to go ahead and click open. So that way it goes ahead and opens it up. And then let's see. Let me close that. All right, so I was trying to see if I could be able to zoom it in. It doesn't seem like it's quite working there. Hopefully you guys are able to see this just fine. We're going to go ahead and show them. We saw with one of the commands that it was telling us about was we could be able to go ahead and type in just net user to see a list of the local users. So I can be able to go ahead and type in net user. And we see right here, there's administrator, right? There's fstack, that's what we're logged in as. And then there's our guest, there's labs user, and so on and so forth, right? We see that there's like about 6 different accounts that there seem to be. So then we said, okay, after we saw that, there's a way to be able to go ahead and add users to this, right? So let's go ahead and see if we can be able to go ahead and see if we're able to go net user. And then after net user, it would be the username we would want to have. So I could be able to go ahead and say something like Frodo, and then I can go /add. Now notice right here, it tells us access is denied. Now this is very similar to what we saw when we were going ahead and doing this in Linux. If you recall, when we were trying to do this in Linux, we also would typically get that permission or access is denied, because again, we don't just want anybody to be able to have the permission to be able to go ahead and change things like adding in a new account, right? We want only those of escalated privileges or of a higher privilege to be able to go ahead and have the ability to be able to go and add new accounts. So let's go ahead. Let's minimize this for right now. Now let's open up another PowerShell. We're going to have that one that we're going to choose to run as administrator, right? So I'm going to go ahead and type in PowerShell again. And then we see that second option, run as administrator. So I'm going to click that. Let's click yes on the little box that comes up. And so now here, we're going to do this again. We're going to go net user. We still see those 6 users that we had from before. I want to go now net user. And then I'll try and add in that new account again. So Frodo /add. And we see now it says the command completed successfully. So if we have our elevated privileges, we are able to go ahead and add in a new user in this fashion, right? Net user, and then whatever is the name of the account that we are trying to create, and then that /add. Now, if I go net user by itself, we see here is indeed the account that I've created, right? We now have 7 accounts: administrator, default account, the one I created, Frodo, fstack, guest, lab user, and the utility account for WDAG. So we have those 7 accounts. We also saw then the next command that was being shown to us was how we could be able to go ahead and delete. So we say net user and then the account name and delete. So I could be able to say net user, let's say Frodo, and then we're going to go ahead and delete this. I see command completed successfully. So if I go net user again, solely by itself, we see we are back to our 6 accounts. Frodo has been deleted, right? Now, the next thing we see right here is if we want to reset a particular password, right? That we can be able to go ahead and type in net user, that name, and then a password. So I'm going to go ahead, let's clear this right here. And I'm going to type in once again, I'm going to create that Frodo account, and then we're going to give it a password, right? So I'm going to say net user Frodo add. So we've completed creating this. I'm going to go net user Frodo. And then we're going to go ahead and try and be able to give it a password. So let's see. I'm just going to go. And we see right there, command completed successfully. So we should be able to have it now that our password for Frodo has now been switched over to what we've provided, right? Let's see if I can be able to go ahead and do that. If I were to go right here, and let's say I were to click on our user, and let's see if I were to click on Frodo, if it'll let me go ahead and sign in. So we see right there, it's asking for the password. I want to go ahead and type in exactly what I had put in before. And we should be able to go ahead and sign in, given that we've created, we reset locally that password. And so there we go. We see that we're able to log in, giving the password that we were able to go ahead and set with that command, right? Now, let's go ahead while it's doing its thing. Let's go back to our other tab. And so then we see the next thing we're going to do is we're going to see about enabling our net user for the administrator account. Again, with that one, we were pointing out, as we saw up here, right, that our administrator account is typically going to be disabled with what we've done, right? As we mentioned that right here, we said from Windows 10, 11, and Windows Server 2016 that our Windows setup will actually disable the built-in administrator accounts, right? So we're going to go ahead and try and enable it. So let's see how long this is going to take. So it's almost there. We'll let it go ahead and finish up. And so we're going to go ahead, we're going to activate it, right? So we're going to go ahead and run this command right here, net user administrator / active yes. And then after that, we're going to see if we can be able to go ahead and run some things as the administrator, right? And so we're going to try and see if maybe we'll get something like the calculator or maybe Notepad to be able to go ahead and open up and run as our administrator, which we're going to be using our run as command. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and hit accept. So there we are. Let's go ahead. Let's switch back. We're going to go ahead and go back to our FStack account. Excellent. All right. So now that we're back here, we saw that our command to be able to activate this was net user and then our administrator account name / active : yes. So if we go ahead and take a look at our accounts, we see right here, we do probably want to be able to go ahead and match up that capitalization, right? So it is administrator with that capital A. So we're going to say net user. And then we see it's administrator / active. So we're going to go administrator and then space and then / active : yes. And I see it says the command completed successfully. So at this point, our administrator account should now be active, right? So it's no longer disabled, it has now become enabled. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and try to be able to do this run as command and try to be able to get a program up and running. So let's see. If we go ahead, we need to know where our program is, right? Where is it located? So let's go ahead, let's go to this PC. Let's go to the local disk. Let's go to our program files. And let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's go with Mozilla Firefox since that's easily already available right there. And let's see. Here is our Firefox.exe. So if we click up here, we see that this is our directory, right? We go from the C drive. It's right here in our address bar. We then go to our program files. We then go to Mozilla Firefox. And then we're going to go for this file right here, Firefox.exe. So we would need all of that. So we're going to go ahead and try to be able to use our command. So as we see, our command starts with run as, and then we're going to go /user : and then the user name that we want to be able to run, right? So let's go ahead, let's try that. We're going to say net, or not net user, run as, and then we're going to go ahead and go user : and then we're going to go right here, username, and then that program name. And then as we can see right here, we're going to need the path to where that program is. So we're going to go ahead and say administrator. And then we're going to go ahead and say the C drive. And here's where we're going to go ahead and kind of follow what we were seeing right here, right? Clicking here in the address bar, we're going to follow this. Now notice that our address for Mozilla Firefox, there's a space here. And same thing for program files. So that's going to mean that in order to include this space, we're going to need quotation marks, right? Kind of like what we've seen before when we were dealing with Linux, because when we have a space, it typically wants to mean that that's the end of whatever it is that we are providing, right? And that's kind of being used as a delimiter. So if we want the space to be included, you got to put it inside of quotations, right? So I'm going to go C : and then we're going to go ahead and follow that up with. And if we look right here, we see Windows actually uses a backslash instead of like Linux, which uses a /, right? So we're going to go ahead and say backslash, and then we're going to go ahead and say, let's see, program files, and then Mozilla Firefox. So program space files, and then that backslash again, and then Mozilla Firefox. So Mozilla space Firefox, and then that / or backslash again. And then we're going to go Firefox.exe, because that was the file that's in that directory that we want to try and run. So let's hit enter and let's see if it runs it. It tells us to enter the password for administrator. Let's see if it's going to be what we have. Let's see. Let me go ahead and go net user. Let's see if I'm able to go ahead and set its password. So I'm going to say net user administrator. Let's go ahead and set this. There we go. Command completed successfully. Let's go ahead and try and run our run as command again. Now that I've switched over the password, this should work to the password that we've just put in. And we see right there, it says attempting to start, and then tells us it went to C, program files, Mozilla Firefox, Firefox.exe as our user for this machine, desktop 1, administrator, and boom, we got Firefox opening up. Any questions so far on those first few commands? This should be very similar to what we were doing in Linux. We're just seeing how we're able to now do it inside of Windows from the command line, right? So now we get into the next area right here, and this is dealing with local groups. So it says, just like our local users, there are also local groups. This is very similar in concept to what we were talking about in Linux, right? In Linux, we saw how we could be able to create our own groups, how we could create our own users, and how certain users could be placed into those groups. So that's what we're doing here as well with Windows. So you see right here, these user groups for our Windows exist on this device, on this computer, right? It's local to this machine. So we say that they are defined locally and can be managed from what is known as our local users and groups. Or we can see right here, you would go LUS R. So kind of the L, you can picture it as local, USR, user, and then MGR, manager, right? .MSC. So we can be able to go ahead and use that tool. And these are the user groups that the home users can work with. And there are a couple of built-in local user groups that are already there in Windows. And to see these, right, we can be able to say net local group. So coming over here, let's go ahead and close out Firefox. Let's go ahead and clear this. So we can be able to go ahead and say net, and instead of user this time, because we're no longer working with our users, right? We're looking at the local groups. So we're going to say net local group, and this should show us all of the groups that we have on this machine, right? So net local group. And we see right here, these are the different groups that we can kind of see right here, right? So we have access control assistance operators, administrators, backup operators, and so on. So we have a fair amount of groups here. So then we see right here, another way to add and remove, right? We can be able to go ahead and use this command, kind of like what we were doing before. So let's go ahead, let's take a look at this tool real quick. Let's see if we can be able to open that up. So if we hit our Control R, right, we can be able to go right here, have our run dialog box that pops open. So if we go ahead and have that, we're able to go ahead, let's type in, so L for local, USR for user, MGR for manager, and then .msc, I believe it is. If we open up that, here is going to be our local users and groups, right? So this is more the graphical way we can kind of do it. If we look right here, we see all those same groups that we just listed out over here in our PowerShell, right? And so we can be able to go ahead, let's say I want to be able to go ahead and put somebody into power users. I can open that up. We see that there are no members that are being listed at the moment. I can go add. And then right here, I can be able to go ahead and look for names, right? For example, I can be able to try adding Frodo, and then I can say check names. And we see that it goes ahead and completes it with not just the account name, but our machine, and then backslash Frodo, right? Then I can hit OK, and we see that we have added Frodo to the group of power users. So this is how we can do it graphically using that tool there, right? I'm going to hit cancel here. And let's see if it kept the change. So it didn't make that change permanent because I didn't hit OK here at the very end, right? I just hit cancel. But we can see that we could do it here from the terminal as well. So how can we do that? Well, we see a few ways right here, right? We can be able to, if I want to add a local user to a particular group, I can be able to say net local group. Then I can be able to specify the group name that I want to add somebody to, the username that I want to add to that group, and then that slash add, right, /. So let's say I did really want to be able to add Frodo to power users, right? So then I can be able to say net local group. I can be able to then say, let's see, power users. Notice I'm putting this in quotes again because there's a space in between, right? So I'm going to go ahead and to include that space so that we recognize this as one thing. I'm trying to encapsulate this inside of those quotations. So that way you should hopefully be able to recognize the name appropriately rather than breaking it apart or thinking that's the end of the thing, right? And then I want to be able to add Frodo to this. So I'm going to go space and then the name of the user account that I want to add, and then slash add. You see right here, the command completed successfully. If we go over here and let's look at the power users, we see this time when I open it up, Frodo's already included in there, right? Whereas before we saw that it wasn't there because I didn't make that change permanent. But this time I did it here through the PowerShell. So when I opened it up over here, right, it is showing us that, hey, he's there. Why is he there? Because we added him and that was a permanent change through our PowerShell, right? Now, let's see, going back over here, we can also then delete a user from the local group, right? We see that we can be able to go ahead and go net local group, and then that group name, that username again, and then just follow it up with /delete. So you see right here, I'm going to go ahead and go net local group. Let's go ahead and say power users. And then I'm going to remove Frodo from here. So I'm going to type in his name and then go /delete. You see it says command completed successfully. Again, visually, I can go over here, take a look at my users, and we see then members are now back to being empty because I have removed him from this group, right? Next, we're going to see, what about if I wanted to create an entirely brand new group? Well, in this case, I'm going to be using that /add, but without a username, right? I'm going to go net local group, and then the name of a group that I want to be able to make, right? So here, let's go ahead and go clear. I'm going to say net local group. And then I'm going to go ahead and call this group the fellowship. And then /add. So I'm adding this group to my machines. You see it says command completed successfully. If I go net local group by itself, we should be able to go ahead and see that here is my group, right? I created the fellowship and now we see it there listed amongst my groups. Now, let's say I wanted to delete this. Well, similar thing, right? Just like we were able to delete a user from a group by going net local group. And then we went ahead and specified the name of the group, right? So I'm going to say the fellowship. But when we were deleting a user from it, we then follow that up with a username that was in that group that we wanted to delete. Right here, I'm just going to simply say /delete, and it'll get rid of that group. So you see right here, the command completed successfully. So if I say net local group by itself, we see once again, it is no longer here, right? It should be in between users and system managed accounts group, since it started with T, and it's no longer there. So it's been deleted, right? So now we've seen how I can be able to go ahead and create a brand new group, how I can delete that group, how I can add a user to the group, or how I can delete it, right? With that, we see right here, we've demonstrated how we can be able to go ahead and do these things. So we have our first exercise. We're going to go ahead and actually go ahead and put you into the breakout rooms. We'll give you guys probably about 15 minutes so that we guys can be able to go ahead and run through this, and you guys can be able to go ahead and do this each yourselves. Let's see, in the chat before we do that, Antonino says, if you wanted a space between fellow and ship, could you utilize quotes? Yes, let's actually go ahead and demonstrate that, right? So let's go ahead, let me clear this, and then we're going to type in net local group, because we're trying to be able to create a group here, right? And then I would have to be able to go ahead and put quotes, just like Antonino was saying in the chat, right? So I would say, let's say let's go space, and then fellow, and let's go space, and ship, so we can see that there's multiple spaces in this case, right? And I'm encapsulating it all inside of quotes. And then I'm going to go space and then /add. So I'm creating this group. I hit enter. You see it says the command completed successfully. If I say net local group, down right here, we see it indeed created our group and included the spaces. So if we want spaces in our name, just got to be able to encapsulate it inside of double quotes. Excellent question. Any other questions before we go ahead and give you time? Again, probably just about 15 minutes. It shouldn't take too long to go ahead and complete activity 4A. All right. In that case, let's go ahead. If the breakout rooms are available, let's open them up and have you guys go and start working on this first exercise. Everybody back from the breakout rooms. How was that? Was there any difficulties that anybody experienced? Were there any questions, anything like that you guys want to be able to bring up? All right, Griffith, go ahead.
Yeah, we got through pretty much all of it except for the last part. We were couldn't figure out how to switch to the new user that we had created.
All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen. And we'll go ahead and kind of demonstrate how we were able to do that. So let's go back to our PowerShell. So let's go ahead and clear this. Let's go ahead and we'll create a new account, right? So we'll go ahead and go local, let's say user, or what was it? It was actually net user. So net user, and then we're going to go ahead and create a brand new account. Let's go ahead and say Gimli /add. So with that, we've been able to go ahead and create our user, right? We can be able to verify that by saying net user. And we see that we now have our new account right there. How do we go ahead and create that password? We're able to go ahead and go net user. We put in the name, and then we just type in whatever password we want to be able to have, right? So we go ahead and say something like my axe, right? We see the command has updated successfully. So now I can go down here, just click on the little Windows menu, right? We can go right here to the user icon. Clicking on that, we see that we have a list of different kind of recognized accounts that we can log into. And so there is Gimli, right? The one we just created. I can click on that. And so then it will take us to a sign in screen, right? Where here we'll put in the password. This will be the password that we just gave it, right? So I said that was going to be my axe. So I'll type that in and hit enter. And we'll see that it will log us in. Now, of course, this being the first time that we are logging in, it's going to take a little bit of time to be able to go ahead and get everything ready for that new user. But that'll be how we're able to go ahead and kind of switch over into that user and be able to log into them. Any other excellent questions like that? All right. So while that's handling that, let's go ahead and move over to our next portion. So we're going to see this next part is a domain. So the work group is kind of the set of users and groups that we have locally, right? And that's going to be how we kind of handle dealing with our users, dealing with these groups just on this one singular device, right? But we're going to see a domain is a little bit different from that. So we see right here, a Windows domain is essentially a network of controlled computers used inside of a network environment. So now, rather than just one singular device, we have multiple devices that are going to be connected together, right? And so we say a Microsoft domain, when it comes to this type of a network environment, is going to be the most prevalent environment for businesses, corporations, for their local area networks. So that way you create an account for the domain rather than just on a singular device. And then you can be able to use any device that is logged into that domain to log into that account, right? I don't have to set up an account on every single device now for that user. I can be able to set one up for the domain, and as long as that device is connected to that domain, it's logged into that domain, then we're able to go ahead and log in to those domain accounts and have access to that machine, right? So we see then there should be at least one server. This is going to be known as our domain controller. And this domain controller is going to be in charge of the other devices, right? It's going to be where we're actually logging into to verify that we actually have an account and all that stuff to be able to access that singular device that we're trying to work on. So this will let our network administrators, usually it's going to be the IT staff for a company, right? To be able to control the computers on the domain through setting up what users, what settings, and more are they going to be allowed to have, right? So they'll set that up for the domain, and that way now you can be able to access things because it's logged into the domain. We kind of see that happening over here on the right-hand side, right? We have one domain for all of these machines right here. And so then all of these machines will then have certain permissions, right? They can be able to go ahead and access the domain server or this file server or the database or the email, depending on what permissions that they have, right? And so that's kind of how we're able to do it. Each one of these machines is logging into that domain server, and everyone that's a part of this domain would have access to these files, that database, and that email. So we see then right here for Windows, typically this is done using what is known as Active Directory, or you might see it as AD for short. So this is a directory service that runs on the Microsoft Windows domain controller, right? The main function of our Active Directory is to be able to enable the administrators to be able to manage permissions and the control access to our network resources. It is within this Active Directory that our data is going to be stored as objects. This will include our users, our groups, our applications and devices, and then these objects will be categorized according to their names and attributes, right? Now we're going to see right here, this brings us to our Active Directory domain services, or our ADDS. These are our core components of our Active Directory. They provide the primary mechanism or how we can authenticate our users and determine which network resources they should be able to have access to, right? ADDS also provides additional features such as what we call single sign-on or SSO, security certificates, LDAP, and access rights management. So we're going to see right here for this portion how we can create a domain where we can be able to use a Windows client and a server that already has that ADDS installed, and then we can be able to join the computer to that domain by providing the server as the DNS, right? This server that we are connecting to, that we are having it referred to as our DNS, will be known as our domain controller, right? So how can we do this? Well, let's go ahead and take a look. First of all, we're going to come here to our server. So we're still going to need to be able to have access to the server because this is going to be our domain controller, right? And there's a few things we're going to want to take notice of. First is I want to go down here to our search, and I'm going to type in Server Manager. And we're going to see that there is a desktop app that pops open. We're going to go ahead and hit enter on that. And this will bring us up this. This is going to help us to be able to kind of take a look at and manage our server here, right? Now, one of the reasons why I'm pulling this up is because I'm going to click on the over here instead of the dashboard, the local server, and this is going to tell me what my domain is. So this is going to be important. In order to be able to log into this domain, I need to know what the name of the domain is. And so it's telling me that, hey, our server's domain is contoso.com, right? So that's one thing I need to know. The other thing I'm going to need to know is, we mentioned that I need to, right? If we go back over here, I need to have the server as my client's DNS. So that way, when it's trying to be able to resolve what is this contoso.com domain, that my server can respond and say, hey, that's us, that's our domain, right, for the Active Directory. So if I minimize our server manager, we'll see that part of what we have that's very helpful for us is this information right here, our private IPv4 address. So on our network that our virtual machines are connected to, this private address is the address of my server. So on our network, right, this were our business, if this was the LAN for our company, this is the internal IP address that this server has. And that's what I'm going to want to be able to use, right? So we'll notice that that's 172.31.50.248, or at least that's what it is on mine, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to need to take that and use that as my DNS for my clients. So let's go ahead. Let's see if the desktop has done setting up stuff. So let's go ahead and hit accept. And let's go ahead and go back to FStack. So I'm switching back over to our FStack user. And then how can I be able to go ahead and now add this FStack user to our domain? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on our Windows icon. And we'll see that here there's this gear that when you hover over it, it says settings. Let's go ahead and click on that. And then here, I'm going to want to go here to network and internet, right? So if I click here on network and internet, and then from here, I'm going to click on the left-hand side where it says Ethernet, because that's our wired connection, right? This is supposed to be the LAN connection that we have. Now on the right-hand side, we'll see related settings is network and sharing center. We can click there, or you could be able to just do a quick search down here in our search bar if we had known that, right? Network and sharing center. And it should pop up this right here. Now, what we're going to want to do here is change the adapter settings. So if I go here to adapter settings, we'll see here, this is our local area network connection, right? Ethernet 2. And I'm going to go to properties for that Ethernet connection. And this is going to be how we're going to change the DNS, right? So I'll click right here on Internet Protocol version 4, or you'll see in parentheses, it says IPv4. And I want to click on properties. And then right here, normally, it'll go ahead and say obtain DNS server address automatically. So you might see that as your setting as it is right now. We'll click use the following DNS server address. So we're going to tell it, hey, we're going to give you the DNS address. Now, what address I'm going to put here? That address that we specified right here, right? The one that we said was the private IPv4 address from our server. So for me, that's 172.31.50.248, right? So that's what I'm going to type in here. I'm going to say 172, and then I believe it was 31, and then 50.248. So then I'll hit OK, and then here I'll hit close. So it saves that DNS setting. Now, once I've done that, and I have my DNS, right? Let's go ahead and minimize this, and minimize this. And then what am I going to go ahead and do next? Well, next, now that I have this set to my DNS, I want to be able to go ahead and now have it connect to that server as my domain. So here in the settings, we were last we were here, we had it under Ethernet. That's how we went to the network and sharing. I'm going to now hit home on the left-hand side. Hitting home will take me here. I'm going to hit then on system. So that was the top left. I hit system. Here I'm going to scroll all the way down to the about section. Once I hit on the about section, I should be able to see information about my system. If it doesn't crash. Let's see if we can be able to bring that back up. So let's go to settings once again. I'll click on system, scroll down, and click on About. All right, well, here's another way we can get to what I'm trying to do. Since this keeps on closing on me, we could always go right here, open up just any Windows Explorer, right, for our files. And then once we're in the File Explorer, right here where it says this PC, we can right click on it and go to Properties. This should take us right away to the same spot as well. Let me see. Let me go ahead and try closing a few of these things, seeing if that's the reason why it's not letting me do it. Or maybe I have to restart the machine. All right, so I'm going to right click again on this PC, go to Properties. Let's see if it'll allow me to keep it open this time since I closed a few things. And it seems like it's not. Let me go ahead. Let me restart the machine and hopefully that'll go ahead and deal with that. So I'm going to click right here. I'm going to go to Power. Let's go ahead and let's restart. Let's restart anyway. So right there, it said, hey, there's some other users that are still using this machine. Those were the other accounts that I had signed into and then swapped back into FStack. So that's why I went ahead and said, hey, let's just go ahead and restart it anyway. So hopefully that'll go ahead and do its thing. And then what will end up happening is once we go ahead and we've updated the DNS, and once we go into the property settings for our system, we'll be able to go ahead and tell it to connect to the domain. And then we'll have to specify, as we saw over here, once again, what domain or how we figure it out. If we go to our server manager, it tells us right here, right? It says, hey, the domain, as we can see right here, is this contoso.com, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to give it that domain. We'll see that in a little bit. Let's see, let's reconnect. Excellent. All right, so our machine should be restarting. We should have that up and running in a little bit. All right, let's see. Let's try going back to our system settings. All right, so here I go to System. What I was doing before was we were going ahead and scrolling all the way down to the About. And now that we're here in About, on the right-hand side, we clicked Advanced of System Settings. That's what we should be going to, Advanced System Settings. And then that'll take us here to our system properties. Again, the other way I was showing, you can be able to go ahead and open up any file explorer. And then on this PC, right click, go to properties. And so then we see that takes us right here. And again, we can then go advanced system settings just like before. And then here, it's the advanced tab that it starts with since we said advanced system settings. But we're going to go to computer names. So we're going to click on that first tab. And then we're going to click right here, change. You'll notice right here, it's saying to rename this computer or change its domain or work group, click change. So that's why we're going to click on the change button here. And then you'll notice right here, it's in our current work group, but we want to be able to go ahead and change this from having stuff just on this device to our domain. So we can be able to have it that as long as anything is logged into that domain, any device that's logged into the domain, we can log into that device using our domain account, right? So that's why I'm going to click right here, member of, and I'm going to switch it over to our domain. And then what am I going to type in here? Exactly what I saw on our server manager, right? So that was contoso, contoso.com, right? Now, it's not going to recognize what this domain is unless we have switched over our DNS to the server, right? That's why we had to do that first. So now I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And we'll notice it says, hey, please provide us with the name and password, right? You see right here, enter the name and password of an account with permission to join that domain. So it needs to be one that's available to that domain server, right? So here, we're going to see that we can be able to go ahead and do something like FStack, right? That's an account that we already have on there. So FStack, and what's our password? Academy, right? So I'm going to go ahead, FStack Academy, hit OK. And notice we get this little box that pops up that says, welcome to the contoso.com domain. So we'll hit OK. And now it tells us we've logged into the domain, but in order for these changes to be permanent, we're going to need to restart the computer. So we're going to hit OK. I'm going to hit close, and let's restart now. So we're gonna have to restart the computer again this time, so that way it'll go ahead and make the changes for being able to log into my domain rather than logging locally into any accounts that I have here, right? So as long as I have an account, it's in my domain, I can now be able to go ahead and log into that account since this device is now logged into the domain, right? I don't have to, once again, if I have like 10 computers, I don't have to create an account for that user 10 times, one on each device. I would just have those 10 computers log into the domain, create one account on the domain, and now they can log into any of those 10 computers with their domain account, right? Let's see, in the chat, Antonio says, I didn't have Server Manager. I think for Windows 11, it was renamed Windows Admin Center, to which I had to download. Am I on the right track? All right, keep in mind for us, the Server Manager is literally on the server for our Windows VM, right? So remember when we first started, we said it starts us in the server by default, and then we open up desktop 1, right? So desktop 1 has been our client, right? And then over here, the server that we are using in our VM, that's where we were able to get the Server Manager at, right? So it has to be on a Windows Server operating system. That's where we'll find that. So again, we open this up, right? We open up the Server Manager, specifically here in this one, to be able to find what was the domain for our VM that we can be able to log into. And so we see right here, it says contesto.com. So this server is already, we can see right here, it already has an active directory, right? So you see this right here, ADDS. We have our DNS so that we can be able to resolve our contesto.com stuff, right? We're seeing right here the files and stuff that we can be able to have available, and so on, right? So we clicked here on local server just to find out what was the domain that we have for it, so we can be able to log into this server. Let's see, let's go ahead and reconnect. All right, let's go ahead and go with our username and password. And we should see at this point that once it's done, right, and it does this thing, it should be that it'll be logging in back into our domain. So we'll go ahead and let that work right there. So we're going to see right here for the exercise, essentially, we're going to go ahead and make sure that you guys complete what we just went over, right? So if you're following along, wonderful. You can be able to help those that are going to be in your breakout rooms, right? If you didn't complete or you weren't able to follow along, then what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms for probably about 15, 20 minutes once again, and give you guys time to kind of do what we did here, right? So again, first thing we did was come over to our server in our VM, right? So we can be able to see what was the domain that it has, and to be able to go ahead and find out what IP address, right? What was the private IP address that it had? So we see that happening right here, right? Once we know those things, we went over to our client. So we open up the desktop, and in the desktop, we went ahead and switched over our DNS, right? So right here, we see that we are logging into the domain, right? It didn't log us in right automatically like it did before, because before we were logging into the device itself. Here, it took us to the login thing because we're now logging into the domain that we're a part of, right? So once we're in, we're going to go ahead and take a look again at that DNS, right? Just a kind of quick reminder of how we do that. And then we're going to go ahead and also quickly look at how we can be able to do that domain, right? So the first thing we did was, let's see, we could type in network and sharing, I believe. Let's see if it comes up. Let's see if I just type in network. Let's see, let's go ahead and click on control panel right here in the apps. And then right here, we can be able to go ahead, network and internet. Right there's our network and sharing center. Once we're in network and sharing, we're going to change the adapter settings on the left. We're going to then take a look at our Ethernet adapter, go to our properties. We're going to go ahead and double click IPv4, right? And then open up the properties there. and then change the DNS, right? So we're going to say use the following DNS, whatever the IP address was that we had on our server, that's what we're going to go ahead and change it to, right? Once we've done that, then we're going to go ahead and go to, we can be able to go ahead and let's say close this. Let's go ahead and close this. We can be able to, let's say we open up our file explorer. Let's say right click on this PC, go to properties. So that way we can go to our system settings, right? And then from here, we can be able to say advanced system settings. Go over here to our system properties, go to computer name. We would hit change the domain to what we saw on our server, hit OK. Then it'll have us log into our account for the domain and restart a machine, right? And that way we have it now that it's available to log into the domain. So any questions before we go ahead and give you guys about 15 minutes to make sure you guys are able to complete that on your own. All right, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms once more. We have everybody back from the breakout rooms. We're gonna go ahead and start a poll, try and be able to go ahead and get you guys some feedback, trying to see how things are going. If you have any questions, feel free to be able to go ahead and ask us so that way we can be able to help out, right? So if there's any difficulties you guys were experiencing with this last breakout room session, or if you guys just have any questions in general about what to do or what was going on, go ahead and bring it up so that way we can address that, right? That way we can be able to go ahead and help you guys out. So at the moment, if there's any questions, concerns, comments, whatever, feel free to go ahead and bring it up so we can be able to address that.
Tony, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So after you successfully join the domain, what are you supposed to see? Sorry, I must have missed that when you mentioned earlier.
So let me go ahead and share my screen again. So once we go ahead and we've done everything, right? So the first thing we did was we would have our DNS switch over. The next thing we did was we went ahead and we went to our system settings. So we can be able to go right here. We can go to system, scroll down to the about. And then here, we were opening up, as we can kind of see over here on the right-hand side, the advanced system settings. And then we went to our computer name and we changed the domain, right? Once we typed in contesto.com or whatever it is that was showing up on your server and hit OK, it should pop up a dialog box asking us to sign into an account for that domain, right? And then we said for our purposes, we could go ahead and sign into fstack with the password academy, since that is an account that we have on our server, right? So putting in that username and password, it should tell us that it was able to log in successfully to the domain and then tell us that we need to restart the machine, right? Once we restart the machine, it'll happen like normal, right? Where it'll go ahead and once we connect, it'll ask us to sign in for our DCV values, right? So ask us for the credentials. It'll say what is the username and password. And once we log into there, rather than taking us straight to this desktop that we see here, it's actually going to go ahead and take us. And I just signed out right now. It'll take us to here, right? And it'll have us sign in because it's having us sign into the domain at this point rather than signing in directly to the machine. So at that point, we could be able to go ahead and type in fstack and then put in our password of academy, and then it'll allow us to sign in at that point. And it's not signing in locally, right? It's signing into our domain.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions like that? All right. Then in that case, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll.
A quick question, Tony. Sorry.
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
getting an error message and this is my third time trying, still getting that same error message. Not sure what I'm doing wrong. This is after I typed the contesto.com and click OK. It says an Active Directory domain controller ADDC for the domain contesto could not be contacted.
Excellent. Let's go ahead. If you're able to share your screen, let's go ahead and see what we can do to help you out with fixing that.
All right.
So in my experience, when that happens, one of two things is going wrong, right? Either possibly for your server, contesto.com may not be what the domain name is, right? Or we got the DNS wrong. And so it's not able to go ahead and connect to the server and resolve that domain name. And so it's trying to go out to the regular DNS server and saying, hey, what's Contessa.com? And it's saying, I don't know, right? And so that's why it's not resolving it. So that's why we're getting that error. So let's hit OK on the error. And let's go ahead and let's check your server. So let's go ahead and
close this.
Yeah, let's go ahead and close that for right now. Let's go ahead and hit cancel.
I think it froze.
No worries. Let's see if we're able to go ahead and just ignore that for right now. And yeah, let's hit OK. It's cancel. Excellent. Let's hit cancel there. And then let's go ahead and let's see if we can be able to take a look at your virtual machine for the server. So we can be able to go ahead and verify what the DNS address should be.
Oh.
All right, excellent. So if you look right there, the IP address that we're going to want to use is the one for the private IPv4 address, right? So it looks like yours is 172.31.49.77.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and go back to the desktop.
Okay.
And we're going to just make sure that our desktop version has the appropriate IP address for the DNS, right? So up at the top real quick, go to your tab for the desktop VM. We wouldn't be doing it on the server. We'd be doing it on the other machine, right?
Okay.
Excellent. All right, so now that we're here, let's go ahead and we're gonna, on the left-hand side, let's go ahead and up top where it says find a setting, let's type in networking. Let's see, just try just network, and we'll go ahead and let's see, let's click there where it says network status. Let's see if that will give it to us. All right, excellent. So right there under Ethernet 2 where it says properties, let's click on that.
Ethernet 2.
Let's go ahead and go back real quick.
Oh, it shows here. Okay.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and click on the left-hand side where it says Ethernet. Excellent. And then let's go ahead on right-hand side, network and sharing center. And then here, let's go ahead and click on the left-hand side, change adapter settings. And then let's right-click on this. Let's go to properties, IPv4, excellent. And let's see, yep, you have the correct, well, hold on, let's see, is that 173?
Oh, yeah.
Let's make sure, I believe it should be 172. Let's double check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be
All right, let's hit
170.
okay. So that might be the issue right there. That might be the whole problem. All right, let's go ahead and close that. Let's go ahead and close up this as well and the network and sharing. And then let's go ahead and go back.
System.
Excellent. And then let's on the right-hand side, advanced system settings. And let's go ahead and click on the top left, computer name, and then change. And let's go domain, and let's try putting in contesto.com now. Let's hit OK.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
All right,
So
it
yeah,
worked.
it was just that issue.
Thank
It's
you.
just the DNS was not with the right one.
Just typed the wrong IP address. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right. Were there any other difficulties like that or any other problems that somebody experienced so that we could be able to help you out? All right. So then now that we're able to log into the domain, we're going to see how we can be able to go ahead and use Active Directory to be able to create users and groups and so on, similar to what we just did before, right? The very first thing we showed you tonight was how we could do that on the individual device, how we could do that in a work group. But if we want to do it like that, then that's only going to work for that one device, right? If I wanted somebody to be able to have access to other computers that's in the building or something like that, I would have to create an account for them on every single device. But if I do it in Active Directory as part of our domain, it's centralized, right? Now, anything that's logged into that domain, anybody could log in with their credentials on any machine. So let me go ahead. Let me share my screen once again. And we're going to go here to the server. So this is being done in our Windows 2016 server, right? So in the server version of our Windows machines, on our VM for the server, I'm going to go ahead and click the little search bar down here. And we're going to go Active Directory. We're going to see one of the first things that's being suggested, because I've already looked at this, right, is Active Directory users and computers. So that's what we're going to look for. Active Directory users and computers. We're going to hit enter. And then this is going to pop up. And this is going to show us all the users and other information, right? We said that there are essentially going to be files that are centralized inside of our Active Directory, right? So for example, if I click on computers, this is the computer that is logged into our domain. Right now, it's just the desktop one, right? But if I had other devices logged into this domain, I would see them here under computers, right? Here, I can see my domain controller. That's this machine, this server, right? Here's its name. And we see then it's what's kind of controlling this domain, right? I can go here to users. And again, we see all the different users, including FStack, right? So we see the different users, and we also see these different groups, right? So guest is a user, FStack is a user, right? Default account is a user, administrator is a user, and so on and so forth, right? The rest seem to be account groups, right? So we see these domain guests, for example, domain controller, and so on and so forth. These are different groups that we can be able to add our users to. So going over, right, we're going to see how we can then activate and manage this Active Directory, right? So we say once we have joined a computer to our domain, we can have that computer log on to our domain using our domain users, right? So it's no longer whatever the local user account is. It's going to be based on the accounts we have here in Active Directory, right? So the user will reside on the domain controller itself and not on the local computer. Using the Active Directory Administrative Center, we can therefore delete, add users, reset their passwords, add them to different groups, give them different privileges, and so on, right? We see right here, as part of this, we actually get a domain administrator. So in Active Directory, the master of the domain is known as the domain administrator. And the domain administrator user allows access to every resource that's inside of this domain and every file that's on this particular computer, right, on our server. The domain admin is able to reset every password. They're able to delete users from the Active Directory and even remove computers from the domain. So if somebody logs into your domain and you don't want that computer to have access, you can remove them, right? We also then have our domain/enterprise administrator. So we say members of these group. So this is the group, not the account, right? So members of these groups have the same privileges as the domain administrator account themselves. And I say besides their inability to reset or delete the domain administrator. So they can't affect the domain administrator account because that's the end all be all. That's like the root user, right? But they can be able to do everything else that the domain administrator can do. So they can affect other users. We say a domain administrator can therefore remove users, add them to groups, and so on and so forth. Now, other than groups and users, there is an object inside of our Active Directory called an OU, or organizational unit. This is really just a folder inside of our Active Directory, right? So we have it for being able to place users, for being able to place groups, computers, and so on. Companies and organizations could have multiple OUs depending on the function and needs that they have for different parts of their business. So maybe different departments, for example. So we could have an OU for the marketing department, for the sales department, for IT, and therefore place them with their own permissions and stuff like that accordingly, right? And that way it's all organized appropriately. So we're going to go ahead and kind of take a look at how we can be able to do that, right? We're going to go over here and we're going to see that inside of users, I can be able to right click and I can go new. And then we see a list of the different things that I can now be able to create, right? So what's one thing that I want to create? Let's say I want to create a brand new user account, right? So let's say that our company just hired somebody. I want to be able to bring them on board. So I'm going to go ahead and create an account for them so they can be able to sign in, right? So here, let's say I want it to be Frodo Baggins. Right. So I got that right here. What is going to be their actual username? Right. So what's going to be their account name that they're going to have to sign in with, right? So here, maybe I'm going to say they're an instructor, right? So I'm going to say instructor for their account login name. Notice it's with a capital I, right? So now that I've provided some information about the user and I've given their username, I'm going to hit next. Also, if we go back, notice that I'm having it that it's at contoso.com. So it's on our domain, right? This is an account for the domain itself. And so then we go next, and then here's the password. So this is going to be the initial password I want them to have, right? Now, I could have it that we have this checkbox by default that says that the user must change their password on next logon. So I can give them a default password. The moment they log into their account, they have to then create a brand new password, right? I could force that upon them. Or if I leave this check mark off, then that leaves it so they can just use the password I've assigned. They don't have to change it, right? We could also be able to go right here. If I don't want the user to have the ability for whatever reason to change their password, I can check that. Or I can put that their password never expires, or I could disable their account right off the bat, right? So we have these abilities. I'm going to leave them all unchecked for right now. And let's say for the password, I'm going to type in popcorn123. Then I have to confirm. So popcorn123. I'm going to hit next. So it's telling me, hey, we're creating, when you hit finish, this object will be created. We have the user's name is this. Their login name is instructor at our domain, right? So I'm going to hit finish. And we'll notice it created my user. So here is my new user, right? It's showing the name of the user, not their login name, but their actual username itself, right? Well, the information of that user rather than the actual login name. But if I go over here to my desktop, let's say that I log out of FStack. So I'm going to sign out right here. And we're going to go back to the login screen. Now remember, we've already set up our desktop that it should be connected to our domain. So even though I don't have an account named instructor on my desktop, I'm not using the desktop's accounts, right? I'm logging into the domain. I'm using my domain accounts. So here, I want to go ahead and go other user. And then for my username, I'm going to type in instructor. That was the login name that we created for the account. And then for the password, I'm going to put in the password that we created, popcorn123. Now notice down below it, it says that we are signing into Contoso. So we're signing into our domain, right? And if I hit enter, notice it's logging in and it shows me the user name that we created, right? Frodo Baggins. So it's showing me, and now it's going to go ahead and set it up appropriately, since this is the first time that we are signing into this account after having created the account itself on our domain. So we see then, I didn't even have to create this account on the machine itself in order for it to be able to recognize that this is a legitimate account, authorize it, and allow us to sign in, right? I did it in Active Directory. And as long as a device is signed into our domain, now we can log in with that account. So it makes it more centralized. And now any device that's connected to our domain allows access to that user. And they'll have the appropriate access and the appropriate permissions for what that account has been given inside of Active Directory, right? So what else can we do? Well, let's go back to our server while it's finishing setting up stuff for our user. I can, in fact, be able to go ahead and do things like change the password, right? So if I right click on our user, we'll notice that there's a few different things I can do, right? One of them is to reset the password. So notice if I click on that, I can be able to type in what the new password is, confirm it, and then again, I could have the user either change it themselves the next time they log in, right? I'm going to uncheck that for right now. Or if I had locked their accounts, right, I could also unlock it at this point. So maybe there was a reason why I need them to reset their password or to change it or something. And so maybe their account got locked here. If it was locked, I could choose to unlock it as well, right? So let's go right here. This is almost done. Well, once this is done, we're going to have it log out. And then we're going to see then I will change the password and we'll log in with the new one, right? So while it's finishing up, what should my new password be? Let's just say it's password1234. So I'm changing it from popcorn to password1234. So it's a little bit longer so you can tell that it has been changed, right? So password1234. And then once it's finished logging in, I don't want it to be able to mess with the password while we're still technically setting up and logging in. Once this is done, We'll change the password, we'll sign out, and then we'll go ahead and show us how it did go ahead and change the password. It affected the account by the fact that we will now be able to sign in with that new password. So here, I'll click on my user account. I'm going to click sign out. Over here, I'm going to hit OK. So it says the password for Frodo Baggins has been changed. Let's come back to over here. So now we see that it wants me to log into the account I used most recently. If I go popcorn, so there's popcorn 1, 2, 3, and I hit enter, it tells us the password is incorrect. Try again. If I go password 1, 2, 3, 4, and I hit enter, it logs in. So right away, I can, as the domain administrator, be able to change or reset passwords, right? So that's one thing we can be able to go ahead and do. After we created our user, we were able to go ahead and change that password that they have, right? What's another thing that I can be able to go ahead and do? I can be able to go ahead and right click here on user, the folder over to the left. Once again, we can go new. And this time I'm going to go ahead, instead of going user, I'm going to go group, right? So I'm going to create a new group. I'm going to call this sales. And I'm going to keep it for right now with our global and security group type. I'm going to hit OK. And we'll see down here at the bottom, it has now created my sales security group, right? So what can I do next? Well, let's say I want Frodo to be a member of that group. So if I click this right here, I have the sales properties open up, right? If I click members, nobody's currently a member of this group, right? So I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to go ahead and click here on Frodo Baggins, our user, and I'm going to say add to a group. Once I right click on it, and then I click on add to a group, here, similar to what we kind of saw before, right? I can be able to type in the name of a group. So I'm going to type in sales. I can even check the name to make sure that it's recognized. You'll notice that it underlined it to show that it's a legitimate name. I'll hit OK. And it says the add to group operation was successfully completed. I'll hit OK. And now if I go here to our sales group and I open it up and I go to members, there he is, right? We see that Frodo Baggins is now a member of the sales group. So any permissions, right? Anything that I do right here to be able to go ahead and change what the group can do, what is allowed, and so on and so forth, it'll go ahead and affect him because he's a member of that group, right? What else can I be able to go ahead and do? Well, we mentioned that there was organizational units, ways that we can be able to go ahead and organize different things, like maybe different departments. So here I can once again go over to the left, click, right click, and go new. And then here I'm going to go, let's see if I'm doing this correctly. Let me go ahead and close that. Let's actually, let's see if I click Contoso and go new. There we go. So rather than clicking on the folder for users, I should be going up here to our domain, right? Right clicking there, going new. And then here we'll see there's organizational unit. So there I'm going to go ahead and click that. And then I can go ahead and give it a name, right? So maybe I'm going to say marketing. And since I'm going to delete this later, I'm going to go ahead and uncheck this for right now, but we can protect this from accidental deletion so it doesn't get deleted that easily, right? But I'm going to go ahead and put marketing. I'm going to hit OK. Notice it gives me a new folder down here on the left-hand side. So here's our marketing folder. Nothing is inside of marketing yet. So I can actually go right here to computers. And let's say that our desktop one is part of the marketing department. So I can right click on it and I can go move and I can move it to marketing, right? So I select marketing, I hit OK. Notice it is now moved out of computers. And if I go back to marketing, I see my computers there. Again, let's say that if I go to users and let's go and look for Frodo Baggins, and let's say that he's part of the marketing department as well. I can right click and I can click move and I can put him into marketing. And if I hit OK, we'll see that he's been removed from here. But if I go to marketing, there's Frodo Baggins. And so that way, everything related to that department, right? Any computers, any users, any groups, and so on and so forth, I can be able to go ahead and manage them there inside of this folder. And again, it makes things a little bit easier, right? Now I know where everything from marketing is, I see where the users are, and we can be able to go ahead and manage the stuff that they need as appropriately. So for this next exercise, we're seeing that that's exactly kind of what we're going to have you do, right? It says, go ahead, create a new user, right? Go ahead and give them a username and password, then change that password, log in using that new username and password, right? Create a new group, go ahead and create a new organizational unit, and then go ahead and move the user into that organizational user and also your desktop computer, just like we just finished showing. Any questions so far on what we've done or how to be able to do that? All right. If there are no questions, let's go ahead and open up the breakout rooms. We'll give you guys about 15 minutes once again to be able to go ahead and do this. So again, all you're going to do is inside of Active Directory, create a brand new user account with a username and password. Then go ahead and make sure you can log into it from your desktop. Once you've done that, go ahead and inside of Active Directory, create a new group, create a new organizational unit, and then move your computer, the desktop, right, and your new user account into that organizational unit that you created. If you have any questions or you guys get difficulties, feel free to reach out to us. Otherwise, have fun. All right, for those of you that are still here, if you have any questions or any difficulties, feel free to unmute your mic or to be able to type any questions into the chat. That way we could be able to address them. Otherwise, feel free to join into your breakout rooms so you guys next thing. And we're going to see the next two sections kind of almost the same, right? Let's see, in the chat, Alex says I had to use different names for the OU and the group. That's fine as long as you were able to create an organizational unit and a group and be able to make it work, right? So let's go ahead. Let's see. Coming back to sharing my screen. So we're going to see right here. The next part, we're going to be dealing with group policy, right? So we say group policy is a feature allows us to be able to go ahead and affect an entire thing, right? We're going to go ahead and see, well, let's see what type of permissions, what type of things can we give a group of people, right? So that's the whole point of this. And I would say, why do we have this? Well, if we have it in a centralized location, right, then we can be able to go ahead and manage this for everyone domain wide, right? And therefore we can be able to go ahead and create things like our least privilege policy, which is an important thing in security, right? Our concept of least privilege means you should only have the permissions necessary to do your job, right? No more, because then that's going beyond what you actually need. But at the same time, also no less, because if you have less than what you need, you're not going to be able to get your job done, right? So the principle of least privilege allows us to make sure that we're giving them just enough they can be able to go ahead and accomplish what they need to, right? And so through these group policies, through our domains, we can enforce these rules on different groups, right? So we can be able to specify, for example, what programs can they run, right? Whether or not they're allowed to do something like shut down their own computer even, right? Or whether or not they're allowed to put stuff like items on their desktop. We can specify that through our group policies, right? Now the question is, how are we able to do this, right? Well, we're going to see right here, a group policy or GPO can be able to go ahead and be defined inside of our Active Directory, right? So the Microsoft Active Directory has what is known as the Group Policy Management Console, or GPMC, which allows us to be able to create these and then be able to apply them, right? So we see right here, every group policy, right, has two parts or two nodes, right? A user configuration and a computer configuration. So something being applied to that, like let's say user account, or something being applied to that machine, right? So either the user or the computer. So we see then right here, both of these, right, for computer and user configurations have the following settings. There could be software settings we can be able to deal with. There could be things dealing with Windows specifically, so the operating system, or we could have something like an administrative template, right? So this contains settings for Windows components, such as Internet Explorer or terminal services or the Windows Media Player and so on and so forth. So we're going to see then how we can be able to go ahead and make use of this to be able to go ahead and create some policies of our own, right? And then we're going to see right here how this ties into 4E, because we're going to be making use of the exact same thing to create a policy that can help with computer security settings, right? So we're going to see the first thing we're going to do right here is we're going to want to be able to access our group policy management console. So I'm going to come back to the server itself, right? And let's see, go to our little question or little icon right here, the searching icon, the magnifying glass. And I'm going to say group, and then we're gonna see policy management, right? So I'm gonna hit enter on that, and we're gonna see this. So here I can be able to go ahead and again, look in our different organizational units for what it is that I want to do, right? So here, I'm going to go to marketing. And so this, I can be able to go ahead and have it apply. This is a group policy that I can then apply to the stuff that's in marketing, right? So here, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new GPO. This is a new policy itself, right? And we're going to see right here, then I could give it a name or I could leave it as is. For right now, I'm just going to keep the default. I'm going to hit OK. And so then we see right here, we have it that we are, when we went ahead and clicked on this first thing, we said we are creating it for this domain. So this is going to apply to those things that I've put into this folder, right? The folder itself, our organizational unit, isn't really going to go ahead and change anything. But in this particular software, right here in our group policy management, I'm saying go into what's in that folder and we're going to apply this policy to the things there, right? So here I said create a GPO in this domain. So this is going to be domain wide that it's applying to everyone that signed into our domain that we've placed into this organizational unit. And then we're linking it here. So we're seeing right here, link order. This is link order 1. GPO, this is the name of my object. We'll change that a little bit later to reflect a little bit better what it's going to do, right? And then we see all the other stuff, right? So is this enabled? Is it linked, right? All that other stuff. When did we modify it? What domain is it being applied to? And so on and so forth. Now, once I have this, I'm going to right click and go edit. And then just like we mentioned, right? We said everything is either applying to a user or the computer. So here, I'm going to apply it to the user, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click on user. And then we can have policies or preferences. So I'm going to go ahead and go to policies. And then we said that there was 3 things, right? It could be a software setting, a Windows setting, or an administrative setting. For our purposes right here for this first part, I'm going to go to administrative. And then here, we're seeing what things do I want to be able to access. So I'm going to go to the system. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go to our Control-Alt-Delete options. And then here, I'm going to click on this one right here. So this template is a way to be able to have it so that way we can be able to remove the task manager, right? So for example, let's say that I go to my desktop and right now I go ahead and hit Control R, right? So I get the run command coming up and we say that I want to be able to take a look at the task manager. So taskmanager.exe, I hit enter, boom, there's my task manager, right? Let me go ahead and close that. I want to come here and I want to change it. So let's say for whatever reason, I don't want my users to be able to have access to that. I don't want them to be able to run that, right? So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to double click on this. And then I'm going to say enable this policy, right? So right now it was not configured. I'm choosing enabled. And then I'm going to go to the right and hit OK. So I've gone through all the different stuff, right? I've looked for this template and this one's to remove the task manager and I enabled it. So now my policy has enabled that ability. This is a policy where they're not going to have access to the task manager, right? So now to reflect that, I'm going to right click and go rename. I'm going to say remove task manager because that's what we did, right? Let's see, so there's one that already exists. Let's go ahead and say, let's say remove like that, task manager. All right, so I went ahead and I gave it a name more reflective of what it's actually doing, right? So now let's go over here and let's try running it again. Now, right now, the policy hasn't updated. So if I try to run this again, bam, task manager is still up and running, right? So either one, I could wait until they restart their machine. And that way, when it restarts, it should update the policies, right? Or for right now, for our purposes, I want to go GP, I believe it's, let's see. I think it's GP update and then force. So this is going to go to our policies. We're updating them. We're forcing that to happen. So we see right here now it says updating policy. Should take just a few seconds. It's going to go to our domain. It's going to look for any new policy changes. And we see right here, computer policy update has completed successfully. On its own, it'll go ahead and close. So once we've updated our policy and it's now done that, I'm going to go back here. And let's say that I once again want to run my task manager. And had I done that right, let me go ahead and check the stuff. then it should be able to go ahead and make it so that way it prevents that from happening. So let's go ahead, let's take a look at this again. We went to, let's see, user configuration policies, administrative templates. We went to system, went to our Control Alt Delete. And let's see, we went to remove task manager. And let's see, we did go ahead and enable that. Let me go ahead and hit OK here again. Let's go ahead and exit here.
So Tony,
Yes.
so why did you go to an Control Alt Delete option? Is that option only for when you hit Control Alt Delete?
So that's where the template is located, right? Depending on what we want to disable is kind of where we would go. So here I go to our policies, right? I went to administrative templates. And then from here, I went into our system. And then I went to Control Delete options, right? And so this is kind of where I'm going to for that. Let's see, where else could I be able to go? I could go ahead and let's say there's something else that I wanted to remove, right? Then I could be able to go ahead and take a look at here to see what other things I wanted to be able to go ahead and remove. So for example, if I wanted to have driver installations, right, or anything else.
I guess my question is when you go change that policy inside the Control Alt Delete option, is it only happen when you hit Control Alt Delete?
Excellent question. Let's go ahead and let's see here. If I use our Control Alt Delete thing right here, let's see. So we'll see that the option is still here. I'm thinking that it didn't quite update the policy the way that it should. Let me go ahead and make sure that I'm entering that in correctly. So yeah, it should be GP update. I believe we did that. Let's go ahead and do it again. So let's try that one more time. I'm going to go GP update / force. So it should be able to go ahead and update the policy appropriately. Excellent. So it did work for Henry. Henry saying in the chat that it worked for him. Task manager is now grayed out at the bottom of the taskbar. I believe if done appropriately and if it's able to update the policy correctly, then in addition to that, if we were to try and run it, so if I were to go ahead and go here to our task manager and try to run it, it should say that it's been disabled by your system administrator and it should be able to go ahead and stop them from doing it. Let's see, maybe I do have to go ahead and let's try restarting it just in case. Or you know what? It looks like I'm logged into FStack. Let's actually sign out. That could be the reason why. Let me go ahead and sign into our account that we had with marketing, right? So we had that with, I believe it was our instructor account, the one that we had with the name of Bilbo, right? Or Alfredo Baggins. So we're going to go ahead and let's see, let's go other user. We're going to go instructor. Okay, so this was the account that we had inside of marketing. So we saw that it didn't disable it for FStack. FStack was not a part of marketing, right? But if I go here, and let's say that I try to be able to run Task Manager. There we go. This is what we should be seeing. So the one that was actually our user account that was inside of the marketing folder, since that was getting applied to all of our stuff inside of marketing. In this case, we were applying it to all the users that were inside of the marketing folder. Notice right here, it says Task Manager has been disabled by your administrator, right? If I were to right click right here, notice as Henry was saying, Task Manager is grayed out. We can't get it from right clicking on the taskbar. If I were to go over here and let's say that we go ahead and send our Control Alt Delete, notice right here, it's not a part of this either. So thank you, John, for mentioning that. John in the chat suggested, hey, making sure that we're signed into the right user. So yeah, so we saw then that that does demonstrate that, hey, this policy is only being applied to marketing, right? So if they're not in marketing, they can still do it, but those in marketing, they cannot, right? Now let's say that I remove this. So let me go ahead and let me delete this policy. So notice it says that this will delete the link. This will not delete the GPO itself, right? So I would have to probably go ahead. Let's see. Go here to group policy objects. Yeah, so here's the actual object itself. Let's remove it from here. So I'm going to delete this. Yes. So we're removing it. I'm going to go ahead and remove this one as well. Let's delete. Yes. All right, so we went ahead and removed those. Let me go ahead and remove this one as well. I'll go back here to marketing. It's no longer linked because we deleted the object itself, right? So now if I go back over here, again, if I were to try and be able to run Task Manager right now, it hasn't updated the policy, so it still says, hey, that's been disabled by your administrator. But now if I were to go back to GP update / force, so this is going to go ahead and update our policy. I deleted that policy that no longer that was preventing us from enabling the Task Manager. So once this is done updating, I should have access to the Task Manager again because there's no longer a policy that's preventing me. So now if I go to our Task Manager, bam, there it is. Any questions on how we were able to do that so far? All right, another thing, this is going to be for the next section, right? So coming back over here, in section 4E, we're now going to try and be able to mess with the computer settings. So that what we just did, we went into the user settings. So now we're going to try and be able to change the computer settings, right? So again, we're going to go here to marketing, right? We're going to still be doing this in group policy management. I'm going to right click, create a new GPO again, right? So here we'll keep it with the default. We'll hit OK. I'm going to go right click here. I'm going to go edit. And this time, instead of user configuration, we're going to go computer configuration, right? So here, I can go policies or preferences. I believe this time we're going to go with, let's say, I believe it's preferences. Let me double check on that to make sure I'm going to the right area. All right, actually, we want to go to policies here. So here we're going to go with policies. This time I'm going to go with the Windows settings. And then here I'm going to go with our security settings because we're going to be messing around with our machine security, right? And then here, I'm going to go right here. Let's say that I want to go with our Windows firewall and advanced security. Or actually, let's go with system services, I think it is. So I want to go with it, go ahead and we're going to hit system services. I want to scroll down here. So these are the services provided to our machine by our operating system, right? And what I'm going to look for is I'm going to look for the Windows firewall. So we'll notice that right here, right? So here's our Windows firewall service. I had to scroll down a ways because it's alphabetical. If I double click on this, I'm going to go ahead and define this policy setting. We could have automatic, manual, disabled, or I could edit the security thing right here and go a little bit more fine control. I'm just going to go ahead and keep it with disabled. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. So this is disabling our firewall. You wouldn't want to do this normally, right? I'm going to go ahead and then rename this. And I'm going to go ahead and call this disable firewall. So the policy is for that, right? Now, let's go ahead. Let's restart the machine. So I'm going to go here to our power settings. I want to restart. And let's see how this affects the firewall. And again, we're putting it into the marketing area, right? So we're going to want to be able to go ahead and kind of make sure that we're in the right stuff for that to be able to see these policy changes take effect. And now it is going to take a little while for the machine, since we're doing this virtually, to recognize that we restarted. So there it is. We're going to reconnect. If we get this 503 service, we just got to wait a little bit and then hit refresh. And then it should ask us for our credentials. Let's actually see if it'll log us into instructor from here. So if I were to go instructor and then put in our password, let's see if it'll sign us in. Nope. All right, so FStack it is. So FStack Academy, we're going to sign in. All right, looks like it's logging us into the last used account. Let's make sure. Nope, it looked like it was going into our instructor account. It went into FStack. Let's go ahead and sign out. Let's go into our instructor account just to make sure that it's applying the policy correctly, since we're doing that in marketing. All right, we're going to go ahead and go other user. We're going to go instructor. We're going to go ahead and try and sign in. And then hopefully we should see that our firewall is not really working right. We should have been able to disable it. So let's see if I go firewall. Let's go ahead and check our firewall status. And let's see, did it work? So let's go ahead. Looks like our firewall is connected. Let's see, do you want this to allow changes to your apps? Let's go ahead and say yes. Says to continue, enter an admin username and password. So it could be this just preventing us from being able to go ahead and access it. Let's go ahead and try our FStack accounts to be able to go into it and be able to take a look. So right now it looks like it didn't really go ahead and do that. So it might be something else that we're not seeing at the moment, but essentially we're going to see how we can be able to go ahead and affect that, right? So here inside of our security stuff, we did go ahead and go to edit. We went into our computer configuration. We were trying to change the computer stuff, right? We went to policy. We went to our Windows settings. We went to our security settings. From here, we went into our system services. We went all the way down to Windows Firewall. And then here's where we tried to be able to go ahead and disable it. Let me make sure that we did that correctly. So, yeah, so that should work. Let's see, John in the chat says, does that only affect computers in the OU, and is that computer in the marketing OU? So yeah, it should only affect the computers that are in the OU, right? Our organizational unit. So it should affect only what's in marketing. And if we go back over here, we did move the computer over to marketing, right? So we see this right here inside of our marketing folder. We did go ahead and move the computer over to that. So if the computer wasn't in here, then yeah, it wouldn't affect it, right? Let's see if maybe we need to be able to go ahead and force it to do an update. Maybe the restart didn't work that great. Let's go ahead and try GP update / force. Let's see if that might do something. You're welcome, John. All right, so it tells us the computer policy update has been completed successfully. Let's go ahead and take a look at the firewall again. All right, so it looks like our active domain network is still Conteso. We have our Windows Defender firewall state is on. Let's see, coming right here, it is asking us to sign in. All right, so maybe something else might be done to be able to go ahead and better show that. But yeah, so it should only affect the computers that are in that OU, right, for marketing, since that's where we're creating this. Let's see. Let's make this enforced. Let's go okay. So all I did was I right-clicked on this and I checked enforced. Let's see if by making it enforced, if that'll have any effect on this. Let's go ahead and try to be able to go ahead and update our policy again. All right, let's see. Firewall. Going here to check to see if we can be able to go ahead and turn it on or off. All right. So something might be a little bit different because this is on a VM or some other reason, but essentially that's how we would go about it, right? We'd go ahead as we edit it. If we want to be able to edit the configuration for the computer itself, we should be able to go ahead and double click on there. Again, what about our policies or preferences? Which one are we going into, right? So what do we want to be able to modify? Here we can change whether it's something like a software setting, right? So here, this is dealing with our software installation. If you go to Windows, stuff for the Windows operating system, right? We can have security. This is what we went into, right? Let's try right here, Windows Firewall with advanced security, see if there's anything there. Let's go ahead and maximize this. So here, instead of going to what we had before we were going into our Windows settings, we went to security, and then we were going to system services. Here, we decided to go to Windows Firewall and advanced security. It tells us to expand this over here, and we see that we can be able to go ahead and mess with the firewall. In this case, if we go to this one, we can be able to change the inbound rules. We can change the outbound rules, the connection security rules, and so on and so forth. So we can change the rules of the firewall itself. When we went to our system services, then we were trying to be able to see if we could be able to go ahead and actually disable the entire service itself rather than messing around with the individual rules. So we see right here, it tells us that it is supposed to be disabled because that's what we set it to. Let's see if we edit security. We can add certain permissions, or we can be able to go ahead and change these permissions right here specifically. Let's see if we go to advanced, we're able to go ahead and see what those are. Yeah, let's go ahead and just leave it at that for right now. But yeah, when we go over here to our machine, it should be able to go ahead and kind of disable it, kind of like we were seeing with that task manager. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this, right? So for these two exercises, we're going to see that just like we were able to disable the task manager, we're going to try, and for the first one, see if you can be able to disable the command prompt, right? So when they type in CMD, right now, if we were to go right here, and let's say we just type in CMD, we get the command prompt. So for the first exercise, we're going to try and see, can you be able to disable that so they get the error message, this has been restricted or disabled by your system administrator, right? And then similar thing over here. For this second exercise, we're going to see right here if we can be able to disable the Windows update service. So that way they can't be able to go ahead and use that Windows update. Any questions so far on that? And then I'll try and see why it isn't getting the firewall to work, or if we can do something else as an example afterwards. All right. If there are no questions, we're going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms once again, probably for about just another 10 minutes. We'll bring you back in about 10 minutes so that you guys can be able to go ahead and get at least one of those two exercises done. If you have any difficulties, if you have any problems, feel free to reach out so we can be able to come in and be able to help you. Otherwise, have fun working on these two exercises. And we're going to see that this is what we're going to be looking at. This is what we're going to be learning about, because as we go over here to our LMS, what we are dealing with is this service right here, right? lsass.exe. So LSASS, this is a Windows process that's supposed to handle our security policies, right? For example, whenever we try to be able to log into an account, right? So if a Windows user tries to be able to sign into their own account, or they try to be able to log into the server for our domain, right? That process is going to verify that they are using a legitimate username and password, right? We point out, hey, if you try to terminate this, it's so vital to Windows that it'll probably log you out first, right? Before it actually lets you continue on working in the operating system. We also point out that part of this process is that it will write to what we call the Windows security log, right? So similar to when we were in Linux, how we could be able to go to the var directory and look in the log file, and we could be able to look at the auth log to be able to see the authentication of when somebody tried to be able to log in and whether or not they gave a wrong password and things like that. that's what's happening here, right? Our Windows security log will kind of have these things like our failed authentications, right? And so it'll go ahead and log that for us. Now we point out that there's going to be two main authentication protocols within Windows. We have NTLMv2 and we have Kerberos, right? So for this first one, NTLMv2, we say that this is an authentication protocol where we can authenticate users and computers based on a challenge/response mechanism that proves to a server or domain controller that a user knows the password associated with a particular account, right? Now, this is a type of single sign-on or SSO tool that relies on a challenge response protocol to confirm the user with a password hash, avoiding the need to actually send unprotected passwords over the network. Our authentication here is then used for local logon authentication and authentication against non-domain resources. So that's typically how we're going to log into things when we're right there locally, right? When we're doing things on the device, not through our domain. Now, I point out, even though NTLM is not supposed to be used in the Active Directory environment, it is still available on all Microsoft systems and is widely used by attackers to laterally move from one machine to another. So we point out that these are the following steps that we take inside of this environment to do authentication, right? First, we have it that the user will share their username and password and possibly domain name with a client, right? The client develops a scrambled version of the password, or in other words, it creates a hash of the password and deletes the full password. The client then passes a plain text version of the username to the relevant server. The server replies with a challenge, which is a 16-byte random number. In response, the clients will send the challenge encrypted by the hash of the user's password. The server or domain controller then sends the challenge response and username to the server. The server will retrieve the user's password from the database. We'll use that to then encrypt the challenge. It will then compare that result with what it got, that encrypted challenge, with what it created, right? And if those two pieces match, it will assume that everything went well, everything's correct, and so the user is authenticated, right? So that's what's happening with this first part. Now, the next part is our Kerberos authentication protocol. So right here, this is more of a network authentication protocol. This is specifically designed to provide strong authentication for client-server applications. So things that are meant to be used on the web, right, or over a network in general. It does so by using a secret key cryptography, right? So this protocol has been used by Microsoft Active Directory as their main authentication protocol in a domain environment. This protocol uses SSO or single sign-on authentication, meaning that a user can log in with their username and password. They'll gain access to those credentials, and then anytime they need to use a resource, it'll go ahead and automatically allow them to have access to it because they have access to anything that their credentials originally gave them access to, right? So there's no need to log in separately to each resource. Now we see that here's the following steps that Kerberos takes to do authentication. So again, the client requests an authentication ticket in this case from what is known as the key distribution center. That key distribution center verifies their credentials and sends back an encrypted authentication ticket and session key. That authentication ticket will then be encrypted using the ticket granting services, or TGS, with a secret key. The client then stores that ticket, and when it expires for the local session manager, and then it will request another ticket once that session has expired, right? So kind of picture it like in Linux. Anytime we were trying to be able to do something as a root user in Linux, it would ask us for our password, right? And if we try to be able to do something again as the root user within 15 minutes, it didn't continue to ask us for that password. It just allowed us to do it. But if so much time expired, if more than 15 minutes had passed since the last time we tried to do something as the root user, it would ask us for the password over again, right? That's kind of what's happening here. We sign into our account, it does that request, creates that ticket, and then we're able to access all of our system resources because we have that signed ticket, right? Now, when the signed ticket expires, it just simply requests a new one and then uses the new one. So we have a whole new authentication, will have a whole new kind of encryption to it. So that way it's not using the same thing for a long period of time, right? Now we see right here, if the client is requesting access to a service or other resource on the network, then the following happens, right? That we send over our current ticket, to our TGS, right, the ticket granting service, with the service we're trying to access, right, or the service principal name. The KDC, so our key distribution center, verifies our ticket of the user and that the user should have access to the service that they are requesting, right? The TGS then sends a valid session key for that service to the client. The client then forwards that over to the service to provide to show that, yeah, we should have access to this. And then the service grants them access to those resources. Now we see right here, here's how we can be able to kind of take a look at these services, right? So we're going to take a look at the command known as klist. This is going to show us all of our currently cached tickets, right? So again, when we go ahead and we sign in with something like Kerberos, right? What can we see? So this is what I did earlier. We see that I've ran klist right here, and it shows us that we have 2 cached tickets. It shows us who, so it's my instructor account, shows us the domain, right? Shows us then what was this for? So we see right here, here's our ticket that we were requesting. So it's our Kerberos, KRB TGT. So that was our ticket request, right? Shows us what type of encryption was being used, for example. Shows us when was the start time, when was the end time. So how good is this for, right? When should it have to renew, and so on and so forth. We see that there was 2 tickets. So we see another one right here for instructor, right? This one was for a different service, so a different server, right? We see again its start time, its end time, its renew time, and so on and so forth, right? So we're able to kind of see then what is it being applied to and what it's being used for. With that, any questions about how that authentication is happening? All right. If there are no questions on that, then we're going to go ahead. I'm going to stop sharing right here. Again, we see that the last thing right here, our last section, we're going to be seeing about SMB, so the Service Message Block Protocol, and NFS, right? We're going to go ahead and kind of see both of those, how we can be able to access it. And we're going to see then how we can be able to kind of set up a server to kind of be able to share some files and stuff like that. So how can we be able to go ahead and do that? How are we going to be able to go ahead and use this to be able to accomplish this? But since we only have about 7 to 5 minutes left of class, we're going to go ahead and stop it right here. And we're going to open it up to any questions. So if there's any questions with what we've gone over so far tonight, if there's any difficulties, or if there's anything you guys want to be able to go ahead and review again, we're going to open that up to right now. So that way we can be able to go ahead and address that.
Hey, Tony,
Go ahead.
do you plan to go over the disable the command previous exercise?
So yes, on Wednesday, we'll go ahead and we'll wrap that up, right? We'll go ahead and we'll discuss that. We'll kind of see how that goes. And then we'll also go ahead and get into the SMB and NFS for that last section. And once we're done with going over those things, we'll go ahead and then get into our next units, which is our Windows security, right?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other excellent questions like that, or any other concerns? All right. In that case, let's go ahead. Let's see if Anusha is able to go ahead and give us our link that we have for the session feedback, so that we guys can be able to go ahead and provide that, because we do want to be able to hear back from you guys, right? So Anusha should be able to go ahead and be able to post that link pretty soon into the chat. Once we have that link, of course, you guys will want to be able to go ahead and hopefully click on it, give us some feedback for tonight's session. That way we can be able to go ahead and reflect on that, be able to make changes if necessary. We'll also be posting that link into our main cohort Slack channel, so that we guys can be able to have access to it. Other than that, we're going to go ahead and, of course, post our end of class summary, so that we guys know what we're going to be having you guys make sure to complete by the time we go ahead and come back on Wednesday. And I believe there's actually a competency checkpoint. So you may not be able to finish everything with that competency checkpoint. So if you get started on it and there's some questions that we didn't go over because we didn't finish the SMB and NFS, that's fine, right? But once we go ahead and finish that on Wednesday, you should be able to go ahead and complete the competency checkpoint at that point. So you can take a whack at it if you want beforehand, but if not, you don't feel rushed or anything like that. We will go ahead and make sure to finish the last section on Wednesday, and then you should be able to finish the competency checkpoint at that point. With that, Anusha's been able to go ahead and post the link. So we have that link there for you guys in the chat. Again, please make sure to be able to go ahead and click on that and be able to give us some feedback so that we can be able to know how things are going. Let's see, Griffith says, I don't have any competency checkpoints on the LMS for this module. Let me go and check to see. So, I would say go ahead and reach out to Anusha on Slack if you're not seeing those, Griffith, because let me go ahead and share my screen. So here on my screen, we can see after our domain event, right, on the right-hand side, we see 1.7 is our competency checkpoint. And if I go over here on the left-hand side, instead of going to our self-learning, right, if I go to assessments, there should have been a competency checkpoint back at 1.4. And then there's the one that's coming up, right, 1.7. So we should be seeing at least those 2 competency checkpoints for this section. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing. So kind of to tie in with what Griffith was saying, if any of you aren't seeing those, or as Ryan says that he sees them, but when he clicks on them, he gets an error. If that's happening, if you're not seeing them or you're getting an error when you're clicking on them, reach out to Anusha or Starlight on our Slack channel and see if they're able to help out with that, right? So that way they can be able to go ahead and see why that's happening on the end of the LMS and be able to fix that for you guys. With that, are there any other last minute questions or any other concerns or comments that you guys have?
Hey, Tony, what is next week class schedule?
Excellent question. So as far as next week goes, I believe we're going to go ahead. We're going to be wrapping up our stuff with Windows pretty much this week. We'll have our career simulation, so another way of you guys be able to go ahead and kind of do an assessment next Monday. So next week, a week from today, we'll be doing that career sort of simulation for you guys. And then we'll start getting into Red Team. So by Wednesday of next week, we'll start seeing how we can be able to go ahead and start hacking machines, kind of taking a look at everything that we've learned so far about how authentication works, how we're trying to be able to do things to be able to securely make sure that only certain people with permissions access them, right? How can we be able to kind of take those things and turn them on their head so that we can be able to gain unauthorized access to machines? So we'll start learning about Red Team by around Wednesday of next week.
So July 4th is Tuesday. So Monday we still have class.
Correct. Monday we still have class, and then Wednesday as well. So Tuesday,
okay.
This is just like a regular day that we don't have off, right?
Okay.
Thank
you.
Yep. Any other excellent questions?
I had a question that's sort of related. Is there a Linux or Unix parallel to Active Directory?
Excellent question. I would say that there is. I haven't had much experience with it myself. I don't know if Justin has. So Justin, if you have an answer for that, go ahead.
No, but you can add non-Windows computers into Active Directory. So we'll do some research, but 9 times out of 10, there's an Active Directory that you can, yeah. I'll get a better explanation for you, but I'll do a little bit of research and give it to you on Wednesday. But
okay,
Windows is Active Directory. That naming convention is Microsoft. There is a type of domain that for Linux, I just can't remember off the top of my head, but we can get it for you. I'll write it down.
Cool, thanks. Because when I was years ago, I was working in a production environment and it was on Macs. And I remember having a discussion with their IT because they wanted to switch some of our machines from being like just, local sign on to, they said Active Directory. And it's all coming back to me. And I was like, is there Active Directory? I was just wondering about the terminology. And then one of my friends at my current facility who works in IT was telling me about Jamf briefly. which I think is for managing Mac systems, JMF. And I don't know if that has like an Active Directory sort of side to it, because it's strange though, because for all these in the entertainment industry where we're using production machines and whatnot, sometimes they're good about it being like in an Active Directory type setting where I can walk into any room and any bay and sign in using my sign on. And then sometimes, depending on the facility, they're just like, no, we're not going to do that. It's just like every man for himself, and all the machines are sort of different.
Yeah, I know Windows, or excuse me, Apple Server has their own version of an Active Directory where you can just use your Apple IDs or whatever. You can kind of join them together as work groups, the same thing you can do in Windows. Haven't played with it for years. So it's something that I can look up, and we can put something small together. Maybe just post in Slack or something with some details.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I was just curious. Appreciate it,
Okay.
guys.
No worries.
Excellent question on that. Everyone else that's still here, if you have a question, feel free to be able to go ahead and throw it out there. You can either unmute yourself or type it into the chat. Otherwise, we have gone past the end of our class. So if you don't have any more questions, have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Yeah, I have one quick question. It's a little bit of a tangent, but it's off more about Red Team. Just
Yeah.
generally speaking, I was just trying to do more research about Red Team positions. And I'm wondering if you can maybe talk about some of the ones other than pen testing that exist on Red Team.
So yeah, Justin, if you want to be able to handle this, I know you have experience with that.
Yeah, so I know, let's go through the content, and then after the content, we can bring up that awesome question, because yes, it's not just the pen test side, it is, the attacker side of everything. Like you say, it's pen testing, but there's a lot that goes through it, and I want us to go through our Red Team stuff first, and then maybe that will fulfill some of those questions.
Okay, that makes sense. And one last random question. I was also doing a little bit of research on obviously how Metasploit works and other offensive like systems, but I was wondering if you can clarify the definition of what command and control is, and is it based in like malware, or is it just an overall general term for remote control access of any sort of computer?
It's generally an overall term.
Okay.
Yeah. Whether you say command control for military stuff or command control access for a bot that's on a network, it's the same thing.
Okay. Would
It's the
Metasploit
brains
fall
of
under
the
the purview of
operation.
that?
What was that again? Sorry, I was talking over you.
Would Metasploit fall under the purview of command and control? Or is okay. All right.
Yep. We'll
Cool.
go.
Thanks for-
We should be going through that. Yes.
All right, cool. Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night.
You as well, guys.
All right, Wilson, if you have any questions, feel free to be able to unmute your mic or to be able to go ahead and type it into the chat.
I'll just go ahead and remove him. I think
right,
he
then.
covered up his camera a little while ago, so.
All right, well, that's it for tonight. We'll go ahead and
Thank you,
like I was,
Tony. And
thank you.
Justin, yes, I was listening. I was here. And guess what? June cohort started today. I was a little busy in that. I couldn't pay much attention. If there is anything I need to know or put in session summary, please reach out to me over Slack. And thank you so much.
No, thank
Thank
you.
you
Yeah,
for your
they'll be reaching out to you over Slack for a few little small issues here and there.
Mhm.
Yeah, please do that.
Thank
See you
you.
on Wednesday. Thank you. Good
All
night.
right, we'll see you Wednesday. All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and now get started for today. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And so going into our LMS, we're going to see that we had one section that we didn't quite finish on Monday. So we're going to quickly go over that. And then we'll probably also quickly kind of once again kind of show, because I know that there were some issues and people kind of want to be able to see again for our computer security settings, how we might be able to affect the firewall through our domain. So we'll kind of probably quickly go through those two things, and then we'll probably take a small little break, maybe about 5 minutes, and then we'll transition over to Windows security, the next section where Justin will go ahead and take over. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at what it is that we're learning about with this last section. So here, we're going to be taking a look at how we can be able to use what is known as the server message block, or SMB, right? So we're going to see that this is a protocol that allows us to share files, right? This is essentially a way for our server to become a networked file server, right? So we see that here we have network file sharing protocol. This is going to allow us so that way applications on the computer can be able to read, write to particular files. They can request services from our server, right? Anything like that, we're able to do it through this protocol. So we're going to see right here that if we recall, when it comes to our SMB protocol, it can be used through our OSI model, right? So it is used upon those different layers of what's happening in our networking. And so we're seeing that it's really built upon our TCP IP protocol, right? So it's built upon this type of understanding with our network model. So that way you can be able to go ahead and send the information from one device to the other, and they're able to communicate together, right? So using this type of SMB protocol, an application or the user of an application can access files, resources, and other things that are on that remote server. This allows us, of course, to be able to simply read files. If we have the proper permissions, we can create files or make changes to certain files, right? And so on and so forth. Now, we're going to point out that technically, every Windows system can act as an SMB server. And we point out this is true whether it is a client or a server. What do we mean by that? Essentially, it doesn't matter what type of operating system you have for Windows, right? You could have a server operating system like we have in our virtual machine, right? Our Vocarium for Windows 2016, which is a server operator, right? Or it could be on your desktop. So we even have our Vocarium Windows machines where we have some VMs for the desktop environment. Either one can be able to go ahead and do this, right? It's not specifically just for our server operating system. Now, why do we want to know about this? What is important about learning how SMB works? Well, because in being able to open up your resources, right? Open up your files so that you can be able to share them. That means if configured incorrectly, there can be vulnerabilities, and we want to be aware of this, right? So we say SMB vulnerabilities have been around for over 20 years. In general, most cyber attacks that are involving SMB do not occur because an enterprise failed to procure an expensive tool or application, right? So it's not about properly having something like an antivirus or something on there. Rather, it was that they just failed to do their best practices surrounding how they set up the SMB server, right? So they forgot to do configurations correctly, or they gave somebody too many permissions when they didn't need it, right? Things like that. They just didn't set things up right. In 2017, for example, we have Eternal Blue, which was an exploit used against a vulnerability in SMB version 1.0. And this set the stage for some of the most intrusive and impactful malware in cybersecurity history. Now, among the malware that Eternal Blue used was ransomware known as WannaCry, a Trojan known as Emotet, both of which can self-propagate, so they can copy themselves throughout the network, causing widespread damage, right? Now, while some of these threats may no longer be relevant today because we have a way to shut that down, or we've been able to go ahead and implement into our server or into our software ways that kind of prevent them from working today, it's still important to note that new threats can emerge and still take advantage of the fact that we might have an SMB server misconfigured. So we want to know how they work. We want to know how we should be setting them up, right? And kind of making sure we're using that principle of least privilege, that a user should only have the absolute bare minimum of what they need to accomplish their job, right? So that way we can kind of prevent these threats from occurring. Now, we will point out that the reason we're pointing this, all of these things out to you guys is because whether or not an exploit is and no more relevant, right? If it's no longer something we need to pay attention to, the techniques that they use, the ways that they're looking at it, the points of entry, right? these are going to be similar to any attack moving forward in the future, right? The ways we can exploit a system, the ways we can look at how can we be able to gain entry, those are going to be the same points of entry, the same things, the same techniques, right? Regardless of what software we are using. And we're going to learn more about that once we start getting into Red Team later this week, right? Or rather later next week, I should say, because we're still going to be doing our career prep and career simulation stuff. Now we're going to see the recent SolarWinds attack is a good example of this, because even though we've been able to go ahead and kind of buff up our security with SMB servers, it still was able to exploit this SMB protocol, right? Again, most of the time, it's not because of the protocol itself, it's due to misconfigurations. We've given somebody way too much permission or something similar, right? And so we need to make sure that as cybersecurity analysts, we know that, hey, we need to check these things, see how they're configured, and making sure that they're done correctly to the best practices. So how can we do this? Well, we're going to see right here in a business environment, users can access files and directories using SMB. We can be able to go ahead and set up different directories, right? Different files to be shared. And we can then give people special permissions, right? If we want them to have access to these things. Now, one of these that we can use to be able to control access is NTFS permissions. When we share files across the network, there's a set of permissions that control who has access to them, right? And these are known as share permissions. That's what our NTFS is going to be doing, right? So once we share a folder, we're able to access and decide who else has access to this directory, right? Now, in our domain environment, we can choose any domain. We can choose any group, right? So whether it's the user or the group, we can be able to choose who has access to this based on that, and then decide which permissions we want to give them. Do we want them to just be able to see this, and then they're allowed to just read it? Or should we allow them to be able to make changes so they can read and write, right? Things like that. Now, if you want more granular control, you can choose advanced sharing instead and be able to go ahead and go even beyond that. And we'll take a look at that in a little bit. Now, when we go to advanced sharing, pressing on permissions will give you much more options, such as the file or directory that we're using, what's the share name we want it to be known by, right? And an option to give a specific user full control, for example. So that's much more than just can they read or can they read and write. We're pretty much making them like if they were the owner when we give them full control, right? Or we could deny them any access whatsoever, right? So we can be able to kind of go a little bit further than that. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're talking about with all of this, right? So I'm going to go here to my Vocarium labs, and we're going to see that I'm on the server. Now, one way that we can tell that I'm on the server, right, is we can be able to take a look at the host name. So if we take a look at the host name, we'll see, for example, if I go over to my desktop, it looks different. So this one looks big and complicated, right? It was EC2, AMAZ, and so on. But if I go to my desktop, we're going to see right here on the desktop, it's saying desktop 1, right? So on the server, this is where I'm going to host my SMB, but keep in mind, it can be done on the server. It can be done on our desktop environment, right? It doesn't have to be a server one. So I'm just doing it on the server so we can be able to go ahead and be able to access it throughout the entire domain. And so here, I have my window open. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and close it and show you what we did, right? I just went down to the bottom, opened File Explorer, and I went into the Documents folder, right? In the Documents folder, I could right click, and let's say that I go New, and I go Folder, and I'm going to call this Marketing. Now, once I have that, I can go ahead and right click on it, and I can go Share With. So this is the beginning graphically of how we can be able to go ahead and do this as a Samba server, be able to go ahead and share this with everyone that's in my domain, right? And so I can go right here, I can click specific people. And then here, you'll see that right now, this is FStack. Now, this is going to be the person that's on this machine, right? Now, how do I know that? Well, watch. If I go ahead and add, let's say, instructor. So this was the new account that we created on Monday, right? So if I add that, notice it's specifically saying it's our domain account, right? Contoso/instructor. So that's saying that it's the account on our domain. So I'm giving them access. And right now I'm giving them read access, right? So I'm going to go ahead and share that. And now look at the name of the folder. It's saying that it's the name of that server, right? Again, how do we know that that's the name of the server? Well, if we come back over here, right? Again, we're able to kind of see it right here. They made it easy for us. Here's our host name. So that's the name of my server, right? So we see it's EC2 AMAZ. And if I go back here, we're seeing that that's exactly what we're seeing here first, right? EC2 AMAZ -L3OOUGH. So that's the name of my server. And then followed by users, fstack, documents, marketing. Well, that's going to be a lot, right? To be able to go ahead and try and be able to type in all that and remember it to be able to get to this file or folder, right? So I'm going to go ahead and let's see. If I hit done, I'm going to right click on it again. I'm going to go to properties. I'm going to go here to sharing. And I'm going to click, let's see, if I click on, I think it's advanced sharing. I'm going to click share this folder, and I'm going to change the share name. I'm going to just keep it simply marketing. If I hit OK, notice now it tells me the network path right here. It's no longer that big complicated thing. It's just the server name and marketing, right? So all I got to know is just what's the name of the folder I'm trying to access, what's the name of the server that's hosting it, and I'm able to access it that way, right? So once I do that, I'm going to go ahead and close this so that way it makes those changes. If I go over here to my desktop, right, I can be able to go ahead and type in // and then I can go EC2. We already see it right there. I did this earlier, and we're able to see the folder, right? Now, if I were to go inside of my marketing folder, and let's say that I create a new text document. So here, I'm going to call this marketing doc. So I've created this new folder and I've put a document inside of it. Here we were able to see that folder, and it actually updated and showed us right here graphically that there's that file, right? Now, if I go into it and I try to be able to change this, I try to make some changes and I try to save this, it's going to say, okay, where do you want to save it? I'm going to save it into marketing. I'm going to click save. It says, do you want to replace this? Because there's already a file with that name. I'm going to hit yes. And notice it tells me you do not have permission, right? Why? When we made the sharing available, we gave it read-only permissions, right? Now, here's another thing as well. Right now on the desktop, I'm in my fstack account, right? So the person that I really shared this with was instructor, and that's where I went ahead and put in that stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and change it for instructor so that way they can be able to make changes, right? So I'm going to right click here. I'm going to go back here to share with and specific people. And I'm going to go ahead and change it for my instructor. I'm going to change it to read and write instead of just read. I'm going to click share. I'm going to click done. Now, in addition to that, I'm going to go right click in properties. I'm going to go back to our sharing tab, and I'm going to go to the advanced sharing. And here I'm going to see that there is a permission button underneath our comments section. So I'm going to click that permission, and I'm going to add, right now it says that sharing is for everyone, right? It says group or usernames. Everyone can see this and everyone can read this for the moment, right? That's why my fstack account was able to see it and be able to go ahead and just open it, right? It wasn't able to make changes, but it could see it. So I'm going to go ahead and add here. I'm going to type in instructor because that's the username of the account we created on Monday. And then I'm going to click check name. I notice that it goes ahead and changes it over to the full thing for that account, right? So I'm going to hit OK now, and we've added that account. And now when I go ahead and click on everyone, it's still that everyone can read. If I click on this account, I'm going to go ahead and click it that they can make changes as well. So I'm going to click that to allow for them to make changes. I'm going to hit apply, OK, OK, and I'm going to close this. So I've made it now that our instructor account should be able to make changes. Well, let's go and test this. I'm going to go back over here. Let's go ahead and try and make changes in marketing, and we should still get an error, right? If I save this, because this is my fstack account. So if I hit save, it says, do you want to replace? Yes. Don't have permission. Okay, let's switch over into our instructor account. And let's see, since we gave the instructor permission to read and write and to be able to make changes, if we can be able to go ahead and have that happen. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to our accounts. I'm going to switch user. And we're going to switch into the instructor. So I'm going to click other user right here. I'm going to type in instructor. I'm going to put in our password. And then once we've logged in, we're going to go back to that folder. We're going to see if we can be able to go ahead and make changes to that shared file. So I open up our file explorer. I want to go ahead and go // and then it was EC2AMAZ dash, and then I believe it was L300. So L300UG8, I believe, and slash, and it even shows up there now that it's looking through there, marketing. So we see here's our document. I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. We're gonna make some changes. We're gonna try to click save, and it didn't even pop up that text box saying, hey, where would you like to save it to? Just hitting Control S allowed me to make those changes. As a matter of fact, let's make some additional ones. Additional changes. And then I'm going to hit File Save so you can see that. I hit File Save and it's made those changes. If I close this, if I open it up here, we see those changes have been made permanent. If I go over here to my server, I go into marketing and I open that up over here, we see those changes. So that's kind of how we can do it. Now, as we pointed out, right, I can be able to go ahead and I can just kind of share with this generally with specific people, right? I can be able to go ahead and change things, but there's also the sharing properties. So if I go to the properties of the folder, right, and I go to the sharing tab, who am I sharing it there when I go to the advanced? So we look at the permissions. Right now, we said everyone can be able to read this. We could also be able to say, let's deny, right? So let's go ahead and take off that. Let's actually deny this. Let's apply. And it says you are setting a deny permissions entry. Deny entries takes precedence over allow. This means if a user is a member of two groups, one that is allowed and another that's denied, then the user will be denied. Do you want to continue? We're going to say yes, right? Now, right here, we're saying for everyone, let's deny it. Let's just go ahead and take a look at that. So I'm going to say, okay, let's close this. Now, let's go back over here and let's switch out of our instructor. Let's go back to FStack and let's see if they're able to still access this file. So if I try to go into marketing, you see right here, it says Windows cannot access it anymore. It still exists, but we gave them a deny. We told them that not everyone should be able to have access to this anymore. So we can have that fine granular control, right? We can be able to make it available to only certain people or certain groups and so on and so forth, right? So we've seen examples of that. We've seen examples of where we can go to be able to set those sharing settings up, right? And so with that, if we go ahead and take a look at our exercise, we're going to want to do something similar, right? They're going to have you go ahead and create your own folder, your own documents, go ahead and share it, and then make sure that you can be able to go ahead and be able to access it and be able to make changes and stuff in your own thing. Now, before we go ahead and open up the breakout rooms and let you go ahead and test that out, we're going to come back up here. We're going to once again take a look at our computer security settings, right? So here, if you recall, what we ended up doing was we looked for the group policy, right? To be able to go ahead and be able to modify those things. So let's go right here. Let's go ahead and look for that group policy management. Let's see. We went ahead, we went to marketing, I believe it was. So we have that right here. I'm going to go ahead and right click. We're going to create a GPO. We're going to keep it with the default. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and right click. We're going to go edit. And then here, we're going to go with a computer configuration. That's what we're doing. I'm going to do things a little bit differently this time, right? I'm going to go to policies. Let's say that I go with, let's see, was it security settings? So Windows security settings. I want to go right here. I think it's Windows Firewall and Advanced Security. Was that it? Let me actually go ahead. Let me go to administrative templates. Let me go right here to network. And right here, let me scroll down. I think it's network communications. Let me check that. There we go. Here's Windows Firewall right here. And then let's go to domain profile. So this is going to be working on our firewall for the domain section. And then right here, let's see which one. So we have Windows Firewall, allow local program exceptions, defining our inbound, protecting all network connections, do not allow exceptions, allow inbound files, allow our ICMP, that's when we ping, allow logging, prohibit notifications, allow local port exceptions, define inbound port exceptions, our inbound remote administration, inbound remote desktops, unicast response, and allowing for inbound UPnP framework exceptions. We're going to go ahead and click here on protect all network exceptions. I'm going to go right there. I'm going to go ahead and click edit, and we're going to go ahead and disable this. Once I disable that, I'm going to hit OK here. And then I'm going to go ahead, let's see. I believe we can go ahead and close this one. And I'm going to rename this. Let's see, I accidentally went to edit. Let's go ahead and there we go. I'm going to call this disable domain firewall. So that's what we're doing. We're not disabling everything, but we're disabling the domain portion. So I'm going to disable the domain firewall. And now I'm going to go over here to my desktop. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to close this for right now. And I'm going to get into our run. I'm going to go ahead and force the policy update. So that way it could be able to go ahead and take place. And then we'll go ahead and take a look at our firewall and see if the domain version of the firewall is up and running or not. So here, let's go ahead and take a look at our firewall stuff. Let's see, let's check firewall status. And we see right here for domain networks, it is off. Windows Defender firewall state off. So that one is a little bit more direct. That one works a little bit better than the example we were trying to do before on Monday. We're able to see then how we were able to go ahead and infect that policy, right? Putting it into effect, we were able to go ahead and show that, hey, I want it to be, for whatever reason, we probably would never do this on an actual machine because firewalls are important, right? But we're able to see how we can, for the computer system itself, be able to say, hey, as a policy, have it that this is turned off, right? That they can't do this or something similar. And if I go back over here, let's say that we go here and let's see, if I go to our group objects, and then over here, we have our disabled domain firewall. Let's say that I go ahead and I delete this. So we've deleted this policy. So it says it was successfully deleted. And now if I go over here to our desktop, let's close this. Let's go ahead and let's run that update again. So we're going to update the policy. We have removed the one that was disabling our firewall. All right, so our update has gone through. Let's go ahead and check our firewall status. And we see that it is back up and running. Any questions with what we've done today so far? Whether it was going back and kind of reviewing so we can see it actually working, how we were able to go ahead and set that stuff up for our, essentially the way we're going to go ahead and affect our policies for our groups when it comes to our computer systems, or with how we were able to go ahead and set up our stuff for sharing files with a Samba server. All right, so I do have in the chat that one of you guys are saying that the audio is cutting in and out. Is everyone able to hear me, or is the audio kind of going wonky for everyone else as well? I believe that all of us are now back from the breakout rooms. So hopefully you guys had enough time to be able to go ahead and try that out, be able to go ahead and set up a file, right? That's inside of a folder that's been shared, and then go and test to see if you're able to go ahead and access it correctly based on those sharing permissions that we discussed. With that, we have finished our portion of being able to take a look at our domain environment. So we're going to move over into the next portion of our Windows learning. And Justin is going to go ahead and take it from here. And we're going to go ahead and see what Justin has to show us for the rest of tonight.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Our next section is going to be section 1.8. We're going over Windows security. So this is where we're going to jump into looking at GPO a little bit more and look at how our computers log files and where we can view within the computer system those logs. So like I always said in the beginning, you know, blue screens of death are great. Logging is also great because it lets you know if somebody tries to get in the system, also lets you know if somebody tries to log in and does a failed password, or if you just want to know how many times a user has actually been into a system. your log files will show you that. So let's go ahead and share my screen here. Here we go. So Windows security. You can look at these log files so many different ways. You can use Event Viewer, you can use PowerShell, and we're going to use both of those tools within this next module. So what you're going to do is we're going to look at auditing first. So that's when something happens to the computer, where does it output that feature or output that result? So that could be, like I said before, logging on, logging off. It could be failed logon attempts. There's lots of things that will be logged on your computer. And Tony just showed a little bit ago about the firewall. So maybe you can set up a security log to detect when somebody manually adjusts that firewall setting. So we're going to generate system reports with PowerShell. We're going to identify Windows administrative tools. We're going to manage some firewall rules, just like we said before, on Windows systems, and we're going to analyze the system health through our event logs. So the first section here, 5A, we're going to look for these specific things. So log on, log off, detecting installation of software, and detecting a system reboot or restart. The most important part of your monitoring of our Windows system is gaining the visibility into what's going on with our system. What's it doing? What's the background look like? Sometimes your system may be running slow, or you feel like it's running slow. And this is something that you can do on your personal computer as well as a server. See what's going on. It's going to tell you the whole layout of that first logon session or failed logon sessions. Maybe you're getting a denial of service attack where there's a bunch of sprayed password attacks going on to that system, and the only way you're going to know is looking at your logs. So the event viewer is the way we're going to look at these today. After this, we're going to go into PowerShell on seeing the same types of logs, because PowerShell is just like any other command prompt. You can view stuff. In Linux, we can use a cat command to look at a log file. PowerShell has certain lines of text commands you run before what you want to look at. So we're going to use Event Viewer first. And the types of log files that we're going to see in Event Viewer are application logs. These are events logged by an application. So Zoom, so Microsoft Office, Word, those type of things are applications, and that's where the logs will be for those. System logs are anything logged by the actual operating system. So when something gets installed, driver issues, they're all found in your system logs. And then you have your security logs. This is obviously related to security, but failed logon attempts, file deletions. You're going to see a lot when you do research into tactics and your TTPs, your tactics, techniques, and procedures for your adversaries. So they're going to try to like mimic a ghost going through your computer, and they're going to try to delete stuff, and they're going to do bad things to your computer, and they're going to try to make sure they don't get detected within your log file. So there's ways around being detected, but it's not always that easy to not get detected, because somewhere along the lines, yeah, you might try to delete something and it's not detected, but down the path, you will see that file deletion and you will trigger that log file. So administrators determine which events need to enter their security log file. And this is, we just did the audit policy a little while ago. You can set up also registry edits to also be logged into a file as well. So you as the system administrator will determine what logs, which files, whether it's applications, which system settings that are changed may trigger an alarm to the log, and which system security events that occur will trigger into your log files. So what we want to do is we want to run our event viewer. So I've got my desktop up here, and it's going to work the same whether you're in, let's say, your server or a desktop. So I'm going to put my desktop up here first. If you can't do the Windows R command, you can just type in run at the bottom. Another way you can do is just type event viewer or just event, and the application is going to pop right up. So here's our event viewer. And under your Windows logs, so I said those three: application, security, and system. So here are our three log files. And within these log files, when you click on them, they will pop up. And it's going to tell you how many events have occurred. So if I want to, say, if I go under security here, we've got 25,000 events. When it decides to pop up here, click refresh. I'll just get in the system right now. We don't have any security log files popped up. So under your system files, you will see here's the number of events that happened. Here's event IDs, which will tell you what is actually happening on each of those files. Let me go back here to security. There it goes. It popped up. So in your documentation here, we're going to look at, we open event viewer, and these two specific event IDs, 4624 and 4625, meaning 4624 is a successful log on, which means you put in your password and you got in. 4625 means you fat fingered the password, you didn't get in, you are trying to get into somebody else's account, you can't get in. That's triggering that alarm saying, hey, user X is trying to get in the computer and can't get in. So I'm going to log that. Other important log files that we will search for, and you'll get in your breakout rooms and you'll pull these up and you'll go through them. 4768 is a Kerberos request. So what is Kerberosing? That's that golden ticket that gets run from an authentication. So 4768 would be one. We talked about these two, and then 1102. That is really big. So that means somebody went in there and cleared the logs. So there could have been failed on log attempts. There could have been file deletion attempts, but then all of a sudden you don't see any of that within your log file, but you see 1102 means somebody got in there and tried to clear their path. But it gives us an indicator that somebody was actually in there doing something. So we're going to look up these four. We'll come over here, and you can search just like any other window in Windows. You can toggle the top of any of these columns, and it will sort them from high to low. So if we want to sort them by alphanumeric order on the level, date time group, or event ID, we can just click the button and we can then scroll down in sequential ascending or descending order of those log types. I typically like to do date time, so you have your newest stuff at the top, so you can see exactly what's going on with this system. You can click on any of these logs, and on the bottom here, we will see what's going on. So I clicked on this first one. This is a 4688, and this is a security audit, audit success. So something was audited on this computer. You can click details. There's your SID. We talked about that the other day. So this is a application that ran in memory, but we were looking for a specific log, right? So we can click find, and 4768. So it's going to come up. We don't have any 4768s on here. Let's try. Now, the way the find command works in here is it's going to find the first one going down through the list. If you just want to sort them, we can go right up here to filter current logs, and you can just type in your IDs here. You can separate them out by columns, or excuse me, commas, or you can do a range if you would like. So we're going to look up 4768 and click OK. We have no 4768s. Let's also look at 1102. There was none. Filter log by 4625. Oh, wow, look at that. So I'll resort these. So the last failed log on was over a year ago, whenever this was made. So 4625 is a failed log on attempt. And we will see right here, audit failure. I'll go back here again. I'll go to 4624. And I'll show you a same thing, audit success. Now, if you're not seeing these on your personal computer or another system you're looking at, it may be because somebody turned off those security logs. Some businesses don't want to see them. These log files don't take up a lot of room on your computer, so that should not be an issue. Some people just turn them off by default. They don't want to know how many times somebody fat fingered their password or whatnot. Any questions on pulling up Event Viewer and looking for these logs? So that's what you're going to look for through your systems. You can look at them both through, pull up my server real quick. The same thing here in the server. The server will actually give you a little more fidelity though, for any computers that are actually attached to the server. So you can see those logs from the server failed logon attempts, and then you can also see which ones are for the network computers as well. So we can go in here and let's go into security again. And we will filter the log type by 4625. And you'll see tonight I fat fingered and I had a failed logon attempt just a little while ago. I knew these an hour and a half ago. I was not putting in the password correctly. So I forced myself a bad password, failed logon attempt. So what we're going to do is we are going to have you guys break out into your groups again, and you're going to create a failed logon attempt within your VMs. So log in correctly, search for your logs, see where your logs are, log out, and then type in your password wrong. Type in your password right, get back in, and you should be able to search that log and see that failed logon attempt. I'm going to give you guys, we'll do 10 minutes for this. It should not take long. After you get that failed logon attempt, go ahead and look through your logs for these other attempts here on both your server and your desktop. And then we'll meet you back here in about 10 minutes. Any questions? All right, I will open the rooms back up. Here we go. Rooms are all closed. Good. So how was that? Was it easy? No, yes, easy. On the Windows side of things, as a threat hunter with host access meaning you are able to get into a host computer, whether it's a domain on a server like a domain controller or into an actual workstation, you will be able to grab these types of logs. You'll be able to search them. Another way you'd be searching logs like this is if logs are exported from a machine to a server that may be outside of the outside the office on a, some people send those logs out to like AWS or Azure and host them other places, just in case somebody compromises the system, they at least have backups of those logs. And you'll be able to go through and search the same way, looking for event IDs. Not expecting everyone to remember every event ID out there. I just sit there and I Google search event ID for XYZ, and that's how I find them. Like, you're never going to remember them. You might remember 4624 and 4625 because you may use them a lot, but you may not remember what 1102 is, or 4444 or 555, whatever they could be. You know, you may not remember all those. So don't stress out about that. That's not something that every professional knows off the top of their head. Just remember Google or any other search engine of your choice to look them up. Okay, so next thing I want to do is let's go to the following section, which is going to be doing a little bit more research. Share my screen. Do a little more research with your groups again. But we're going to be looking at your GPO here, right? So before we were in our registry editor, so we're going to go in here and we're going to type in, you can type in run, or you can type in group policy, and it will come up. You can also navigate to your control panel and pull it up as well with this little search function down here at the bottom inside of your desktop or server. Works great. One thing they're not telling us inside of this is where to do this. So I'm bringing both of my server and desktop up because I'm going to show you this. So inside server, you notice it says group policy management versus on my desktop, it just edit group policy. So your server is managing all the group policies for everything versus group policy is just for that single workstation. Where is it? She was up here. There she is. Okay, so under here, you should have, here is your, on your server, excuse me, you will notice that we have domains and all the policies for all these domains are here. Why this looks different is because when you type in, click on group policy management up here, it's a little bit different than local computer policy. And as you walk through these steps, it's going to tell you to go under computer configuration. So computer configuration, we're going to click that. Gives us a brief description. When you double click it, gives you your extra settings. Next thing we're going to do is go into policies, Windows settings, and security settings. So Windows settings, we're going to go into policies, which should be here. That is not right. Go back out here to our computer configuration. And it wants us to go into policies, Windows settings, and security settings. Let's try that again. So Windows settings, security settings, here we go. And we're going to look at registry. Registry. Public key policies, software restriction policies. See if these are local policies. There's your audit policy. You open the menu, the context on the right, control panel, execute add key command. So under any of these folders, we can add a key. So under audit policy. So here's all your audit policies. So log on events, there's no auditing. So all these are not enabled. So you can double click any policy within your local group policy editor, just like you could do on your server, and you can record successes and failures. Let me make this a little bit bigger so we can see it. And if you want to follow along on your local machine, that's perfectly fine as well. So we have specific for your account, specific for local policies for that workstation. There's also other policies down here as well for Windows Defender Firewall. If I click on that, we can show exactly what that's doing. All these different policies in here is public key. Any policy or regulation in here, you can right click it and or double click it and go into the properties and see exactly what it's trying to do. It's easier on some of these local audit policies to actually see exactly what they're saying. So your audit events explains exactly more details. This would be your like 4624, 4625. But whenever you want to modify a policy, if you ever need to know more details on what you're seeing within this local GPO or on the server, do a search, right? You can easily set a policy, run a test, like a log on, log off test to see if it actually pops before you implement it into a working environment. That's always a good rule of thumb, is to test it in a closed environment before you implement it. Do your research on it, look out through your local forums, through Google, and look for the exact policy. If there's not a policy out there, you can create your own policy. You can create your own audit log. And that's what we're going to do right here, is we are going to follow directions. So right here it says, in the final dialog, navigate through the registry until you find reach the desired key. So we need to open up our registry, which it did not tell us to do earlier. So you can type in registry editor. This is going to pop up. Yes, I know I want to go in there with the admin rights. So right here is a registry editor. And like we said before, there is your current user keys, your local machine, all users, current configuration. Any of these Hive keys, we can open them up and expand them. Going back down to what we said a couple days ago, here's those SIDs for those users that logged in at one point or another. Choose the relevant key in the registry, right click permissions and advance and see if we can monitor it. So let's go to this. There's no value set on this one. Let's see what this one says. Modify. There's no value set. Let me pull up. When you go in the registry, why is registry not popping in there? We're under security settings. Am I not seeing it?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think since we're not seeing it here, maybe if we create a general policy on the server and then edit it and then go through that way, we might see it there.
Yeah, let's try that. So let's go under see, we got a test one here. What does this one say? You just want to make one under here, Tony?
Yeah, let's go ahead and make a new one under the group policy objects.
All right, so we're gonna go up here. We can always right click in here and click new. If you have a different folder, like we created that one test folder a couple days ago with Tony, you can create a policy under that one, but I'm just going to use this default one that was already created here. So we're going to name this one registry change test. So stores we got no starter GPO. So this is a blank policy now. We didn't do anything to it. It's enabled owners, domain admins, because that's what I'm logged on as. So I can double click that policy. And now we're going to edit it. So here, if you want to add some extra details, this is right now what domain it was created on, when it was created, when it was last modified, all good information to have if you're going to research when different things were implemented. Because as a domain admin, you may have policies in place, and when you add a new policy, it could negate or destroy another one. So if you're not seeing stuff happen the way it's supposed to be, logging or whatnot, you may want to go back and look at some of those older policies and say, well, policy registry change test was now implemented now, and now it's not working. So you may have to go back and disable this one, rerun that test to see if it works again, because something may be conflicting. All right, so let's go execute the add key command. So let's
go ahead and let's try right clicking on the registry change test on the lower left right there. Let's edit it.
Yeah, it should came. Oh, there it goes. And then go and walk me through it, Tony.
All right, so I think that the LMS was telling us to go to computer configuration.
Yep, we're going to go computer configuration.
And then
go
policies. And then Windows settings, I believe you said. And then after Windows settings, I think it was the security.
Should be security settings. It should be registry.
And there's our registry.
There's a registry.
And then I think if we right click on registry in the left there, that's where we're going to see add key.
And my thing went away. There it is. Use that. Add key. And this.
And now we can be able to select our registry key that we want to be able to observe.
So what do we want to do? Let's under machine. I don't know why my mouse went away. There it goes. It came back. Machine. We can do, let's see, security. Did it give us exactly what it wants us to do? No, probably not. It just says we can pick whatever we want.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll just try security. Let's see what that does. I think they said actually observe trying to install a program, so it might have been a software install, but we'll just do security and click OK. Okay, again. So this is adding the object to this policy. Propagate inheritable permissions to all subkeys. So if you create a subkey off of this one, it's going to inherit all those properties. We'll click OK. So there you go. It's in there. So this new policy, which we created as registry change test, is under machine security. That's the key. If anything changes within this key in the registry, it will then populate a log. You want us to walk through how we got there again? I think we should. So we're going to right click on register our policy object right here. And we're going to go to, I lost where was it? Where it was?
I believe it was edit.
Keep losing my cursor.
Yeah, that was the thing that kept happening to me as well. I think it's the thing with our VMs with Vocarium.
Yeah, because when I pull back out the desktop, it shows up and it comes back. So we went into our group policy object. We added a new object to it, which was registry change test. And we did that by just right clicking, doing new. There it is. We're going to right click that and we're going to edit that registry change test. And you pop up your group policy management editor. It's very, very similar, if not identical to what it looks like over here in your desktop. So we're on the server still, computer configuration. We're going to go into policies. We're gonna go into Windows settings. We're gonna go into security settings, and then we're gonna go into our registry. And at this point, you can do a right click, add key, and we can add multiple keys to this if we would like. We'll add this one. So that one policy now has multiple items. Any questions on how we got there? Registries are not fun. They are boring. It's fine. You're either going to like doing them or you're not going to like doing them. Group policy management is really big though, through a lot of companies. So just knowing how to navigate and viewing what's on there will help you. It's a dry topic. Policy management. It's good to know how it works. It's good to know how to navigate through it. Setting it up, usually after you set it up once, it helps you down the road because you can just mirror that same policy throughout multiple organizations or environments.
I also feel the need to once again remind you guys, anytime we are messing with the registry, you want to be very careful and make sure you know what you're doing, because if you're modifying the registry, if you're making changes there, that could have a very big impact on your computer. So you want to make sure anytime for right here, since we're just kind of monitoring the registry, it's not going to have that huge of an impact what we're doing, except for, of course, giving us our log information anytime the change is made. But if we were to go to the registry edits and actually make changes to the registry ourselves, again, you want to make sure that you understand exactly what you're doing. You're 100% certain about it, because if you make a change in the registry yourself, it could have a very huge impact on that machine. So you want to be careful with anytime you're touching the registry directly and making changes yourself.
Yeah, example right here, we went through the local machine and all the way down to a serial connection. There, not many people use serial connections anymore, but let's say this was a valued piece of hardware that was connected to COM port 1. And if I was to change this, to something that is not right, save it, I could just kill the connection to something. It could be a vital piece of information. It could be something that controls doors, locks, security equipment. Yeah, so making sure that you watch what you're doing when you're inside the registry. And I always, if I go in the registry, I make a backup and then I start tweaking stuff, because if you mess it up, you can always go into safe mode and reload the default or your backup, excuse me. All right. So what I want you to do is we're going to open those breakout rooms again. This is going to be, we'll give you the full 15 minutes for this one. We want you to look up this. Work with a group as you research how to log every command run on the client machine. So there's 5 different ways to Sunday on this one. So let us know what you come up with. And yeah, I think 15 minutes should be good. If you need longer, we'll pop in and out of a couple of rooms like minute 14 to see if you need longer, and we'll just extend the rooms slightly. Sound good? Do we have anything in chat? That was just Tony to me. All right.
For those of you that are still here, in case you have any questions, feel free to be able to go ahead and ask. That way we can address them. Otherwise, feel free to join your
I think we have everyone back. Okay, so show of hands, how many of you had success with finding how to log every command executed on a client machine? Figure it out? Anyone want to share how they did it? You can share just by talking, or if you want to share your screen, I'd be more than happy to let you share the screen and show us what you did. Anyone?
I can try.
Okay. Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, I'll share my screen then. This was the article I was looking at. All right. But yeah, so basically I created well, in the group policy management, so I just made a new GPO in this domain. So I made this PowerShell logging GPO, edited that, going to computer configuration, policies, administrative templates, Windows components, and then down here, Windows PowerShell.
Okay.
And then basically, yeah, enabled. I just enabled like all these module logging, script block logging, and then the transcription. So I figure one of those is probably what we're looking for.
Yeah, how to log every command run on the client machine. So yeah, so commands run inside of PowerShell. You probably could add either terminal if you run Linux or Mac OS, or your command prompt. Was there one in there for command prompt? You think you can find one?
Oh, I didn't
I'm just
see
off
it.
I'm just off the top of my head, just thinking about it with you. I don't know where Windows command prompt is in the registry.
Yeah, I didn't consider the other potential ways to enter in commands. I just did it through PowerShell.
You remember where that one is, Tony?
Say that part again.
So we got PowerShell, but do you remember where the Windows command prompt is inside of the registry if we were going to log that as well? Because now we're logging everything PowerShell, but we also want to log stuff also if a command is run via the command prompt. So let's see, log command prompt in registry or GPO. Just doing a quick Google search here because I don't remember off the top of my head.
So this is an excellent example of what we've been saying, that as a security analyst, you don't have to be an expert and have to remember everything off the top of your head, right? As one of my colleagues would say, anytime you have a question, like as right now, we're wondering, well, where would we be able to locate it inside of the registry? We can use what my colleague would refer to as our digital friends, right? As Justin has mentioned, Google or any other search engine, right? Being able to go ahead and just know how to be able to look it up, to be able to find out where something like that is, or for any of our error codes or any of the log codes that we're looking at, right? Again, we don't have to memorize those. We don't have to know by heart that, hey, this log code, right, of 1111 or 4256 or something like that, what it represents, as long as we know that, hey, I know how to be able to look it up and be able to find out that answer. So we don't have to memorize these things as long as we know how to get to the answer. And so right now, this is a perfect example of, hey, as long as we can be able to go ahead and look up where in the registry can we be able to find this, because we know what we're trying to do. We know that it can be done. And then being able to go ahead and find it inside of Google or something similar, and then be able to follow through on that, right?
So what I saw here was we can do GPO, computer configuration, could be Windows settings. I'll show you. I have a Google is my friend, so it's under group policy editor. We're under user configuration, administrative templates. So let's go back here to administrative templates, and then it's under system, and then prevent Windows log. So where am I? system. So this is preventing access to the command prompt. So that may be something as well. If you want to log all the commands, you can force stop the command prompt and make everyone go to PowerShell, and you've already PowerShell on there. So that's one way of doing it. I'm not saying it's correct. It might be a band-aid way kind of doing it, but then you can set up another policy to log any kind of registry edit. So if somebody tries to go in there and undo what you just did. So again, there's 500 different ways to do it. Not one's better than the other. Everyone's got their own way of doing those things. So just keep that in mind. So next we're going to go over PowerShell. So you just dove in a little bit of PowerShell. Thanks, Griffith, for sharing that with us. That's one way of doing it. So let's play around with PowerShell for a little bit. What is PowerShell? It's a cross-platform shell. You can use scripting language, helps you manage tasks. It will kind of like PowerShell is a powerful shell that you can do stuff in. It uses a certain commandlet to operate, to pull to look up how to do different resources, different actions. And you'll see that right here, like these git commands. Running this git command star, which we'll run here in a second, will show you the whole list of different actions that you can do within PowerShell. The language for PowerShell is built on Microsoft's .NET framework, which can make our lives a lot easier. They say it does make it easier. I say it can make your lives easier. But why? Cybersecurity analysts need to work with data logs, processes, logons, and much more. PowerShell provides an easy way to communicate with the Windows operating system to get that information. We can use a list of different installed programs and filter those logs easily using the PowerShell. On the offensive side, PowerShell is very easily used by hackers since its inception. There are different frameworks out there that are used for pen testing, such as Empire and Nishang. I've never heard of Nishang before. I'm going to look that up. PowerShell is used since it's already on the computer. It's natively on the Windows operating system. So nothing else needs to be downloaded, installed, forced to the computer because it's already there. Just like I showed you how we can disable the command prompt, you can also disable PowerShell, which can kind of block that bad guy from getting in there doing something. So we want to open PowerShell. I'm going to move this over to the side screen here so that you guys can see this. So I've got my desktop open and make it full screen. There we go. And we're going to open up PowerShell. Notice that when you're open PowerShell, there are a few different versions of it here. Usually just use the top one. Don't worry about the ISE ones. We will talk about those later. In PowerShell, you always, when you're looking at logs and trying to read logs, some logs are not visible by the user. If you want to run this as a test or running it as your user, not as an administrator, go ahead and do that. I'll actually do that as well with you. So I'm just going to open this normally, not as an administrator. And we'll see how much information we can get as a user. So inside PowerShell here, we're going to run one of the commandlets as git host. So what do you think git host is going to look at? It's going to look at your host information. So type in git tag host. And this gives us everything we would see in like our computer system tab. Tells you the computer name, the version, which UI we're using. So this is all the host information, excuse me, for this, this console here. Another one we can run is git add user did not work for this. I was playing around with that one. So it should be git active directory user if I recall. It's not in there. But how can we look at other commands? So we can use git command and use a star. So it's a wildcard search. There's a lot of stuff in there. If you want to stop it, you can always do a Control C and it will just stop what we're looking at. Scroll up here a little bit. So there's a lot of different applications on here. Here's all of our commandlets up here. So if we went to git start service, git sort object, get a variable set, you want to set a variable within the computer, you can do that up here as well. So here's all your commandlets that you can run out of PowerShell. Let me clear my screen here. So to sort that, we just did, git command with a star, right? So we don't want to look at functions. We actually just want to look at commandlets. So if we do git command, we're going to sort this by type. And we're going to sort it by anything on here on the left side is what you can sort by right here. So that's all your type right here, function. So if I want to type, commandlets. Why did that work? CMD LETS. Back type. Let's do function. So that's showing all the functions. Let's do CMD. There you go. It's not saying commandlets. It's a typo. In our book here, it's showing commandlets. It's actually just commandlet. So we'll do that again, command LET, and it popped up right. So I'm showing you right now how to search specifically for the commandlets. If you don't know what type you want, you can just do the git command, and then we're just going to do a git pack star, excuse me. And this is going to show you right here. So everything that has git on the front of it. So here's your type, and then all of your git commands. So where you saw down here, these were commandlet types. These are function types. If you want to get a printer, under your print management.
Excuse me, Justin.
Yes.
Can you enlarge your screen for us?
Is it too small? Sure. Let's see.
Yeah. Thank you.
Not making it bigger. Hold on. Needs to get bigger than that. Hold on. Sorry. So that's cursor size. Make it bigger than that. Hold on. 20 is not big enough. Is that better? Hopefully that's.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So let me go over this one more time real quick. We first looked at our git command and then used a wildcard that showed us all our different git commands. We can stop that by a Control C. We use git command type commandlet if we want to force it just to look at commandlets. Then the next thing we did was to git command type anything with a git on it. That's right here on the second column. So these are just commands. We're not going to show you exactly what everyone does. You can certainly play around with these at your leisure. And then also you have your get help, which is also excellent. Everyone loves using the help menu or the manual. I think people say RTFM a lot, or the help command right here. So as you get help, examples of, in every manual within Linux or Windows will have examples of how to run those commands. So our example here they want us to run is get help, command name, and the command they're looking for parameter. And using a wildcard. Nice. Let's see. Back this up and do a star here. Nope. Go back to the get help again real quick and see if. So get help, get process, get help. Good work. Let's do get help with get process. Let's see what that looks like. So I'm asking the help function to tell me how do I get processes? How do I look at them? So here's your example syntax. So syntax would be a name, string, computer name string, module, file version, common parameters. You may only need to do a portion of this, okay? You may not have to do the whole thing. So those process IDs, same thing if we were to look at our task manager. So under your, your app history right here, shows everything it's running, details, will show if our process is running. So our PIDs, or process IDs. So let's look at process ID 316. So we do get process ID, and then we'll do 316. Get process tech ID, and we'll do 316. There it is. You can do that with anything on here. It's just showing a different way of looking at process ID 316. We can also do it with the name. So I can say con host. So we can do get process tech name and then con host. Pretty simple. That's just one get command in here. We're just looking, that was just processes. You can do the same thing with get services. And notice you can see, here's all your services running as well within your task manager. And we show you these things on PowerShell or command prompts because not all the time are you going to have a graphical user interface, a GUI. You may be running everything via SSHing, secure shell, into a workstation or a computer, and you can't right click on the taskbar and pull up your task manager. You can't see all those. If I do get processes, name, I think if I do a star, it should come up with everything running. Same thing with, so it's every process. ID star, no. That's not gonna come up that way. But if tech name, name star will bring up all of the services running, right? Or did I say process? Did I say process or no? Yeah, get process name. So let's do get services. Or is it just service? It might just be service. Yeah, it's just service. And these services, when you pull this information, it's going to show you everything running and stopped. So we'll do get services name star. And let's see, get service help. It's get help and then services. Can't type, sorry. There it goes. So my help categories for services are get service, new service. So I want to do get help, get service. There we go. So get service name, get service display name. And that's how I would use the same thing to look at all these services running, whether they're stopped or running. We can also look at seeing which ones are actually included as running. You can use the extra parameters there. Not gonna go on that one anymore. Okay, so let's do some piping of these services, getting some extra fidelity on our search functions here. So we'll clear our screen, and we're going to do get text service. I'm going to pipe that. Does FT, so we're going to format the table. Or format list. So one advantage of using PowerShell is you can output your stuff into tables. There are two main ways to do this. FT for format table and format list, for example. There should be a space in between that. Is it a TAC FT? I don't think so. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Get service should be one. That's a typo there. There we go. Format the table. And let's go to the top of this real quick, and you'll see what your table looks like. So your table up here has 3 columns, right? Status, name, and display name. So we can sort this table any way we want. You can output that by just changing what comes after this pipe. So we're going to format the table, and we're going to go name, comma, status. So we're just going to display those 2 items. Now let's say, since we're playing around here, let's do status, comma, name. So I can show you it should work the same way the other way around. So what I did right here was I used the get service command. I'm formatting the table in this order. So I put my services status right here and then the actual name of it. I like it this way a little bit more than this because it's right next to each other. You're not sitting here trying to take a cursor and line across and see, okay, Xbox game save is stopped. At least right here, I can see stopped and the name right next to it. Another thing we can do is we can add the ID in there as well. There's some of these up here had an ID on them. None of these had an ID, excuse me. Okay, if there was an ID, it would be here in the far right column. It was showing like this. There's no IDs next to them. So let's say that we want to filter some of these results. So specifically items out of this list. This is when we can use just regular search techniques. So we're going to do get service. And you can do get process as well. Type where object. We use our little curly brackets. So looking at the status is equal to running. And you see how it changes colors when we're typing this stuff in. When you start, and that's one thing I love about PowerShell is as you're typing stuff in, if it's correct, it will start changing colors on you. And you'll start seeing that would be kind of a normal thing. Because let's say I didn't have this here for some reason. If I have a $sign and underscore here, it will probably look not right. See, it's doing another command here. It's changing to yellow. Now we're looking for statuses equaling running. Let's run that. So now you can see we have only the running services. No, maybe you don't want to see that. Maybe you want to see statuses are not running. There's not a status in there for that. Let's see. Let's do all statuses. So let's see. See if it runs like this. You think it's gonna run like that? So running and stopped is the other one. There's all your stop services. We can pipe it again. So we did stopped. And we can pipe it and format the table again to do it specifically by name and display name. So now we know these are all the stop services, but we don't have to see the stopped beforehand. So we already filtered out stopped, and then we just want to filter it again down to just name and display name. Any questions on that so far? So why you want to do this? When you're searching through those logs, so all your logs that you were looking at, that your GPO was pushing, whether it's a registry change, failed logon attempt, file deletion. Clear our screen, and we're going to do get event log. We're going to list those event logs. So here's all of your event logs so far. So get event log, and we're going to look on security. So get event log, and we're going to go into log name, identifying what exact log we want to go into, and security. So right here, not allowed. Why is it not allowed? What do we not do? I'll help you out. Run PowerShell as an administrator. Can't look at some of those log files as a user. Seeing how far we can get without needing admin privileges. So you saw right here, get event log, long name security. You can't get into it. It says access is not allowed. That's because we need to run it in here. Got it wrong. A lot of logs, huh? You'll never be able to look through that whole thing like that. So what we're going to do, we are going to sort it. So pull up that same thing we just ran. So log name security. We're going to look for the specific message, which is the third column over here. Message. And specifically, it's going to say failed. We can also do success. Log name, security, message. And I have I need to put a space after this. I don't think that's right. I don't know why it's not working. Anybody else running this and actually getting it to work? Let me look at security log. Run it one more time real quick and then we'll immediately cancel it. The message over here would say new process has been created. Entry type should say failed. So let's see if we can do that. It's saying message failed. I'm gonna try it like they say it. Colon, comma, like process in here. Enough for that one, guys. Should work. Anyone else getting that one work? I don't know if it's just my virtual machine or let me see what it looks like in my other box. Good. If I pull we're gonna run this PowerShell. That's right, PowerShell. And where are we running again? We're running and this is kind of small, but I'm just gonna run through this real quick. Get event log name, security. We can see those. We'll cancel that. And we'll do message. Then, yeah, failed. All right, I'm skipping that one for right now. I don't want to waste too much time. That's what you should have to do just to sort down to the failed log. So anything in this far right column here, that's how it should work. I don't know why it's not searching for it. It's stumping me right now. Let me do this. There it goes. Locked up on me, sorry. Yeah, Control C usually works. Got it. Any other questions? Or I should say not questions, but did anybody get that one to work when you're trying to sort by the message type? No. And my thing just disappeared on me. Let's see. Click the desktop again. My desktop just disappeared. It went bye-byes. All right, let's see. There we go. Now we're back up. All right, what's the next thing we can do? This should have pulled back anything failed. But let's sort by event ID equals anything. So that should pull back everything that we want to see. Desktop back over here. There we go. Get event log. Log name. Security logs. We're going to pipe that and querying everything with a event ID. Make sure you have a space in between those, because if not, it may not process correctly. And it didn't output anything. Event ID equals.
I got this one to work using the same syntax you were doing for message, just doing the ID number without quotes.
The equals like that.
I got it where you just had like replaced like dash message with dash instance ID. Or oh wait, I guess you're doing event ID. That's
So instead of dash message, you did what?
and then I had the ID number just raw, nothing around it. Or not message, but instance ID. Or
Hmm. That didn't work either. Change record exception. This one should bring back all of them. Tony, you have any luck with this one?
I've been trying with it as well. Other than what was being said about placing the actual ID number inside after the dash EQ, and it hasn't been able to work with me to be able to bring back all of them either. Maybe trying just to start without the quotations.
No.
So yeah, if you put the number for one of the event IDs, I think that should work, like what was being said earlier. But to be able to get back all of them, I haven't been able to get that.
Oh yeah, so let's try. Uh, 4625. Yeah, see that worked that time, but all right. Well, it will work if you manually put in, see, no error came back on that one. It doesn't know what star is. Okay. So you have to have something between these quotes. So 4624 will work as well. So this is a way of searching to those logs without opening up the event viewer. You can use it right from PowerShell. This command is going to your event logs, which is your log that you're looking for. So the log name is called security, and we're going to do a query for the event ID equaling 4624, which is a successful logon. But if you want to further filter that down by time period, there's the example right in here. I don't want to take any more time with me trying to show you that. But what I want you to do is to, we're going to break you back out into your groups, and you're going to find all the successful logons by your username. So your username is fstack, or whatever you're logged into with your desktop there, and look for them in the past 20 minutes. So you can use this search technique right up here. Keep in mind it's saying 2019, it's actually 2023. And then depending on what the time zone is on your workstation, you have to throw those times in there. Any questions on that? No questions? Okay, I'm gonna, we will do this for, we'll do this for 15 minutes and then we'll come back and then wrap it up with the last section here on running scripts in PowerShell. Sound good? Breakout rooms open. All right, do we have everyone back? Think we do.
I believe so.
All right, so Tony and I were running through a lot of these messages here, trying to figure out like why they're not working. I think it's the VMs, to put it lightly. I tried it on my personal computer and it still was giving me the same errors. The thing with trying to find the looking for the filtering by log message. So think of the same thing you would do inside of like a Linux box, right? So freehand speech. So get event log name security, looking for a message, and then freehand type it after this. Don't worry about this. Has brackets in there. They should not be in there. They might be denoting inside our LMS saying like put stuff inside these brackets and fill it out. I'm thinking that's what's going on here, why we're not getting some of these commands to work. So if you just use, your asterisks, which are like your wildcards, anything that has failed within here is going to pop up. So it doesn't mean it says, asterisk failed. Asterisk means failed, and something around there is going to search for it. So you'll see it came up here. If we look up success, do the same thing. Success is within the type, within the context of that star asterisk star. That's how you can look for those messages. So we want to show that to you really quick. We want to kick over to the, we're already at 11:20. We're almost at time. What do you want to do, Tony? Do you want to?
I think we can quickly introduce how to script.
Okay. Yeah, we'll quickly do the scripting, and then we'll let you guys play with it over the next day, and then we'll finish up tomorrow with any questions. So over to you, Tony.
All right. So when it comes to scripting, kind of like what we've seen before, right? When we saw with batch scripting, we said any commands that we could be able to run in our regular Windows terminal, right? Any of those regular Windows commands that are recognized, we're able to do it inside of our batch scripting, right? Where we had a file that ended in .bat, and then we were able to run it and it would execute those commands. When we were in Linux, we saw how we could do that with bash scripting, right? And we were able to go ahead and execute any Linux commands. And then with Python, that was everything we were doing with Python, right? We were able to put in our Python commands, and then we could run that script, and it would go ahead and execute them. So we're going to see here how we can do the same thing with our PowerShell. So let me go ahead and let me make sure, first of all, that my machine is up and running, because it seems to have stopped on me. And this happened earlier as well to Justin, I think, while we were in the breakout rooms. So let me go ahead and get that back up and running, and we'll take a quick look at seeing how we can be able to go ahead and do this, because essentially everything that we've just saw with our PowerShell scripting, if we can do it manually ourselves by running it through our PowerShell and having it execute that command, we can do it inside of a script. Very similar to what we've learned with everything else, right? All we're going to do is create a file. We're going to go ahead and then in that file, place in our commands that we want to be able to execute one after the other. So that way it knows exactly which ones we want to do step by step. And then once we save that file, then we can be able to go ahead and run it inside of PowerShell. Now, while we're waiting for my machine to start up, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And so this is what we're going to take a look at to begin with, right? So we're going to see right here, as we see in section 5D here, we're going to go ahead and first run this command, right? Get-execution policy. This is going to let us know whether or not our PowerShell is set up to actually run our PowerShell scripts, right? Now, we're going to see our scripts in Windows. We like to be able to identify everything by our extensions, right? So our PowerShells are always going to have this extension right here, PS1, right? So it's a PowerShell script, kind of like our first version, so PS1. And once we go ahead and have a script file with that extension, our PowerShell will be able to recognize that this is a PowerShell script. We're going to go ahead, and then once we're ready, we're going to run this execution right here, and it's going to tell us whether we are restricted, so we can't run these PowerShell scripts, or if it's unrestricted, right? And then we're going to see that what we can do is we can be able to go ahead and change that type by typing in set dash execution policy to unrestricted. So if we are restricted, we can change it. But we're going to notice if we're not running as system administrator, it's going to give us a problem, right? It's going to go ahead and kind of tell us that we don't have the proper permission. So in a little bit, once my machine's ready, we're going to go ahead and check to see, is it restricted or unrestricted? We're going to go ahead and try to be able to change that permission. And then if we don't run it as system administrator, we're going to see that problem where it's going to pop up and say, hey, you don't have the proper permission. So we see right here, we're going to then open up our PowerShell as an administrator. And then we're going to go ahead and switch it to being set to unrestricted. That way we can have full access to running any PowerShell script. We're going to create our own PowerShell script that we're going to call test.ps1. And then we're going to go ahead and type in this like we would in Linux, right? To be able to run our script, we'd go dot and then slash the name of our script. And then once we hit enter, it will run our script and do exactly what we told it to do, right? So in a little bit, my machine here should be done. And we should be able to go ahead and get back into here and we can be able to go ahead and take a look at stuff and be able to go ahead and see how we can be able to go ahead and do this. So one thing we can be able to do is kind of like what we were trying to do, right? So I'm going to leave this part since it says demonstration/exercise to you guys. We're going to let you guys play around with it. And then if you guys have any questions tomorrow, we'll go ahead and answer them. So we're going to have you guys work on this as your exercise, right? Trying to be able to go ahead and kind of like what we were doing with this last part, going to our event log. We're going to see that we're going to say, hey, go to our event log and after our current date, right? And then we're going to add negative 20 minutes to that. So what is that saying? Essentially within the last 20 minutes, right? Which log? Our security log, right? So we're saying, let's go within the last 20 minutes, anything that's logged in our security log from the last 20 minutes. And then right here, we can be able to specify what particular event ID do we want, right? So right here, inside of these quotes, instead of putting something like that, right, with the way it's showing here, we'd put in our event ID. For example, if we're trying to be able to go ahead and find out any failed logins from our account, like let's say the instructor account, right? Then we'd have to put in the proper ID right there for a failed login, right? And then we'd say and replace and then our username, right? So then we'd go ahead and say it's got to have this ID and somewhere in this next part, we got to be able to see if it has our instructor or whatever the account name you want to look at is, right? And that way it should be able to go ahead and pull off all the events from within our security log where somebody tried to log into that particular account and they failed, right? But we're going to go ahead and demonstrate a different type of script to kind of show how that works. So now that this is back up, let's go ahead and demonstrate this for you guys. Let's see if I were to try and refresh this one for the desktop. Okay. Let's see, let's go ahead and pop open that desktop one as well. All right. So we said once we're here, we're going to go ahead and take a look at that PowerShell, right? And so the way that I can write a script, very, very simple. We're going to go ahead and take a look. So let's say I go right here, I open up our file explorer. Let's say I go to the desktop and then I can be able to go ahead and right click, want to go new, want to go text document, and let's go ahead and call this test. And then I'm going to go right here in our file. We'll see that it says open Windows PowerShell. I'm going to go right here to the little arrow next to it and open that as an administrator, right? It's going to ask you, do you really want to do that? Yes. And then just like in Linux, right? If I want to rename a file, I can use our move command, MV. So I'm going to say, hey, let's go ahead. We're going to look for test.txt, and I want to be able to rename this test.ps1. So it recognizes this as a shell script. Now, if I go back over here, we see it does now recognize it as a Windows PowerShell script, all right? And so now I'm going to go right here. I'm going to right click this. I'm going to edit. This is going to open up a way that we can be able to go ahead and modify what's inside. And very simple, right? I'm going to go ahead. Let's see if it remembers the commands that I had put in before. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a variable, right? So notice I'm going $, and then my variable name equals, and then here I'm saying get today's date and just don't modify it, right? We don't change any hours, don't change any minutes. So that's setting up a variable for today. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go to my event log. Which one? System. And for anything after today, right, we're going to go ahead and sort it in descending order, and we're going to select the very first thing. So if we run this in PowerShell, it goes ahead and grabs me just the very first thing that kind of happened, right, today. And we see what that log is. We see that it happened June 28th, right? So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do inside of this over here. I'm simply going to write the same stuff that I did right here, right? Anything that I can be able to do manually inside of my shell, that's what I'm going to go ahead and type in my script. So I'm going to go ahead and say just today equals, and then I said this right here. So let me see if I can be able to go ahead and copy this. And so we're going to just paste it over here, make things a little quicker. And then I'm going to go ahead and for my next thing, I'm going to do the exact same thing, right? I'm going to grab what I typed in right here. We're going to go ahead and copy this, paste it in. I'm going to save that. So now this has been saved in my file. So this is now part of test.ps1. So if I do an ls, because I went ahead and I did this from inside of my file explorer, right? I said file and I opened my PowerShell up here. So what's going to end up happening, it's going to go ahead and when I do an ls, we see that it is in the current directory. Since I open it up inside of that file explorer, it opens it up in that directory. So we're able to see my test.ps1. Now, to check to see if I can run things, we said we're going to do this get-execution policy. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say get execution policy. And we'll notice it is restricted, right? Now, if I had done this in a regular PowerShell, so let's go ahead and open this up in my regular PowerShell. If I go set execution policy, and I say unrestricted, we see if I say yes to this, I'm putting A so that way it's a yes to all. It says, hey, you don't have permission, right? So we can't do that unless we're running as administrator. But this one right here, I did start this one as administrator. So I'm going to say set execution policy. And I'm going to say unrestricted, because right now we saw that it is restricted. So I can't really run PowerShell scripts just yet. But when I run this, I'm going to go ahead and say yes to everything again. Notice it didn't give me an error because I'm running it as system administrator. So now I can go ahead and run my PowerShell script. So I'm going to say run, or just like we did in Linux, dot, and then slash test.ps1, so the name of my file. I hit enter, and bam, it does exactly what we'd expect, exactly what we told it to do. So anything we can do inside of our regular PowerShell commands, we can do here. So we told it to go to my system log and give me the very first event that happened today. And we see that's exactly what's occurring. Any questions with that whatsoever? All right. With that, if there are no questions, we're pretty much done with what we needed to show you for Windows. Again, if we go back, let me go ahead and share my screen one more time. If we go back and look at our LMS, we do have one thing we want you to try out, right? So between now and tomorrow, try and see if you can be able to go ahead and get this command to work. It's all about just trying to be able to go to our security event log, trying to be able to go ahead and see if you can be able to have it pull out in our script any failed login for a particular account, right? That could be your FStack account, that could be the instructor account, or another account you may have created, right? And so we want you to see if you can get that up and running as your exercise. If you have any questions, tomorrow we'll go ahead and open it up to if there was any difficulties with trying to get that to run. We want you to play around with it. We want you to be able to go ahead and get that experience. And right now, Anusha's posted the link to our end of class survey, right? So if you can give us that feedback so we can be able to see how we're doing. And at the same time, if there's any questions you have, if there's any comments, any concerns, feel free to be able to go ahead and ask it. Otherwise, we are at the end of our class today. So if you don't have any questions, if you don't have any concerns or anything to bring up, have a wonderful night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, thank you so much, Tony and Justin, for a wonderful session. Thank you all for your participation. I've posted the link in the chat box. Please make sure you give your valuable feedbacks and read this session. And anything, I mean, please rate us 5 for perfect session, and anything less than 5, make sure you put your comments to let us know what went wrong and how we can improve. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yes, Henry, I see your hand up.
Just curious. I'm looking at the the course material for tomorrow, right? Are we going through the career preparation?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that more like kind of like not necessarily role playing, but kind of like going through some of the materials with our classmates and kind of discussing, you know, what to expect type of stuff?
Yep.
Or
So yeah, similar to ones we've done before, that's exactly what it is, right? We're gonna be kind of doing
Okay.
some role play. We're gonna have you guys work with each other and answering almost like interview questions once again type of stuff, right? And then we're
Okay.
gonna see on Monday, we're gonna do a career simulation, which is where we're gonna have more of the assessment where we're gonna actually have you guys go ahead and complete some stuff that you might do as if you were in the industry already.
Okay, all right, great. Yeah, so FYI, I won't be able to attend tomorrow's class, but I'll be back on Monday.
Excellent.
Okay,
Sounds
Thank
thank
you
you.
for the heads up.
All right, thank you guys.
Anyone else?
Tony, so speaking of Monday,
Mhm.
I'm looking at the live class and it's only have Thursday and Wednesday. I don't see it for Monday.
So let me go ahead and double check. We'll have a guaranteed answer for you guys tomorrow, but I believe Monday we should have class. Because even though 4th of July is next week, it does happen on Tuesday. So I don't think that we get class off. But let me go ahead and double check on that, and we'll go ahead and have a specific answer for that for you guys for tomorrow. So that way we can be able to go
Right,
ahead and
thank you.
let you know before the weekend.
4th of July. Let me check if you have a class and then I'll let you do it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make sure we update it in Slack as well.
Yeah, for sure. By
It
tomorrow
looks
we'll
like
know.
we don't have any sessions. Yeah, 4th of July is, but that's 4th of July for me, but that will be 3rd for you.
That is
Um,
correct.
yes, I'll let you know by tomorrow.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you
be
very
looking
much,
for Slack.
Anusha. So
Anyone
yeah,
else?
so Anusha's going to look into that. She'll let us know, and by tomorrow we'll have an answer. So that way, before the weekend hits, we'll know for sure whether or not we have a class on Monday, guys.
Okay. I was wondering if you guys have the time, if you can maybe walk me through 5A. I know Pam and Ryan were wondering the same thing. Really quickly, we kind of got stuck and we don't know what we're doing wrong, but I would share my screen, but it'll freeze. It's kind of happened already twice in class.
So you said Pam had a similar question with this?
Yeah, the three of us were working together in the break rooms, and we were just kind of wondering if you could go over 5A really quickly one more time.
Would Pam, or since you said there was 3 of you, would the other person be able to share their screen possibly? And that way you guys could be able to go ahead and show us what you were doing, and then we could be able to guide you from there.
Okay. Ryan, would you be cool with sharing? You're on mute, bud. Sweet.
Sorry about that, guys.
No worries.
No worries.
Well, this is my other project I was working on. This last one, it was not working for us. What were we, sorry, what were we talking about, Robbie? You said
We were
what?
talking about 5A auditing. So yeah, so we just go to the
Oh shit. I have this up, don't I? Oh, did I drop it?
It might be that from the moment we started our machines, that it's been 3 hours, and so it's shut down and might have you start again. You could try refreshing, see if it connects, or if that's the issue.
Just hit. Oh, refresh. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just go to group policy management whenever it goes through.
So I believe 5A was the one where Justin was having us log out and then do a failed login, and then logging back in and trying to check to see if we're able to catch that in the log files, right?
Yeah,
that's correct.
Well, we were able to. So what was your question though, Robbie? Because I mean, we were able to at least find it, right? Was that what you're talking about?
Was that the one you wanted to go over, or was it the one after that?
No,
It might have
yeah,
been.
I figured. Remember, I figured this one out. We were able to. I was able to get this one figured out. 5A.
Oh, it might have been 5B. Then it might have been just me. Would it be possible to go over?
Yeah, because I think we
5B?
did. We figured that one out, but this last one, I wouldn't let me do it, and then we ran out of time.
Okay.
So Do you want to go over 5B? I have my thing open now.
That would be
Oh,
cool. I
great.
appreciate it, Ryan.
It's not letting me do anything here.
Yeah, click on the EC2 AA, the little drop down right there.
Uh-huh.
And then you can do send control delete to it. Second one down.
Oh, yeah, because last
There
time I
you
did that, I shut my whole computer down.
Yeah, or if you do a control R, it's gonna reset the whole, or refresh the whole thing.
Okay. Where we at here? So let me get up and you're gonna have to talk me through it because I don't have my LMS open.
For that
So
one, I think it's go to the Windows icon and then go to group policy management, I believe.
oh, that one. Yeah, that was the one. Oh, there it is. Whoops. I just had it. That one.
Yep, there you go.
How do I make this bigger? Hang on. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
And then what was I thought we
Yep, so
figured this-
you've got one right there that says Big Papa, so you can right click on Big Papa. And you
Okay.
can click edit all the way to the
Oh,
top. There you go. And then from right here, you're gonna go to computer configuration.
so okay, so that policies.
Yep.
And then-
Administrative templates.
Yep. Okay. Then
Oh, excuse me, back up one, Windows settings,
okay.
Security settings,
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for an amazing session.
and then registry right there.
Please make sure you give.
Go ahead and double click on registry real quick. We can get this done.
Oh.
2 seconds. Yep.
Okay.
And then right there, you can right click, add key, and find your key.
Oh.
And
And
that's
then you add whatever you want in there, and then you're done.
okay. That's where we're.
Yeah, that's all I want to
Damn
see.
it.
Yeah.
That one stupid little thing. God dang it.
We're so
All right. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks
have
for
a good
showing
night,
us that.
everybody.
Good night.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Bye, you guys.
Thanks for class.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.
You did the same.
Hey, Tony and Justin, I have a question.
Mhm.
Sure.
So, activity 3B worked for everyone?
Let me go ahead and take a look back on that.
Okay, when
You
I
said
tried doing
three-
that, it threw me
3B?
an error. 3B, yes.
3B. Okay, that was a couple weeks ago then.
Mm-hmm.
So looks like this was the one to try and be able to go ahead and install and uninstall.
Yes.
So I do know that I believe Dio Mercy went ahead and messaged me that they also experienced an error with this one. He was trying to install something and it was coming up with that he didn't have like the right permissions or something like that.
Installation package, something, yes.
Yeah.
He reached out to me regarding the same, and when I tried, I got the same error. So I was wondering if that worked for everyone, or is there any issue in the content, or
Let me go ahead and try that right now, as a matter of fact.
sure. I hope it's not too late for you guys.
No,
For
fine.
me, it's not too late.
Mm-hmm.
Is ready? You can begin.
Good evening, everyone. I am making sure my labs are working. If you haven't done, like Tony said already, make sure we've got 2 workstations, both a Kali box, which is a Linux-based box, and a Windows box. So let's make sure those are up and running. Allows you guys to go along and do these with me as we're going along here. Move this over to the side. All right. Hopefully everyone had a great weekend, enjoyed the time off. And spoke with a couple of your classmates last week, and this is going to follow up to what we had originally gone over in that little offline session. So we're going to go over pre-engagement today. So this is starting your red team, what red teaming is, what pen testing is, like looking at your environment. I'll share this desktop. Everyone should be able to see that. Does anybody have any issues with seeing section 6? It should have been unlocked last week. Everyone should be able to go in and start our second to last group of instruction here called offensive red team. Any issues? My chat went away. There's my chat.
Looks like the only thing in the chat is from John. He says that his stuff just got fixed. He's updating it now, but everything should be good for him after that.
Got it. There's my chat. It was hiding behind another window. All right, so pre-engagement. This is basically as a cybersecurity analyst, as a threat hunter, as a pen tester, when you get on site, this is going to start your pre-engagement, right? This is going to help you identify and start to brainstorm what you're going to do, what you're going to act on, and what you're going to, or how you're going to progress on that network. So congratulations, you've been recognized for your accomplishment in the Simply Learn development team as a level 1 security analyst. You're assigned the shadow in the in-house offensive security team. The offensive security team validates internal security controls to see whether they are effective in protecting the Simply Learn development organization. The offensive security team also provides services to external clients to validate their security controls. Your first assignment is to shadow a pen tester of an external client, simplylearn.com. Simplylearn is searching for any holes or oversights in their security that malicious actors can exploit. So what we're going to do today, we're going to explain emerging security issues, risks and vulnerabilities, enumerate network hosts. So that's like adding fidelity to the information you're receiving, assess the accessibility on the network. Then you're going to use the MITRE ATT&CK framework, identify it, know what it is, find out more about it. You're going to do some research there on the framework, which allows security teams to test their defenses against known adversary techniques. We're also going to then perform some passive reconnaissance. So passive meaning nobody can see you're doing it. It's passive. It's kind of like being a ghost doing it behind the scenes. That's different from active reconnaissance, where you're actually sending information out. You can be discovered, you can be identified. It could trigger alerts on IDS, intrusion systems, on networks. So this is going to be very passive. It's nice to, if you're starting to make your Rolodex of different resources and different applications and different tools, if you make a passive reconnaissance section, in your Rolodex, whether it's on Notepad or a tablet, whatnot, add this stuff to your passive section. So we're going to use a passive reconnaissance to get a better understanding of an external footprint, how you look in from the outside. And we exhibit ethical hacking protocols to evaluate security and identify vulnerabilities of target systems, networks, and system infrastructure. So this is pretty fun. So if you haven't done any kind of external facing pen testing or seen somebody else do it, you're going to be able to do it today on some of these test systems we have. So our first activity. Offensive security is a proactive and adversarial approach to protecting its computer systems, networks, individuals, and their data from attacks. It's a method of testing where testers target systems, applications to determine whether vulnerabilities can be exploited, meaning if there's any holes there, so that they can evidently compromise the system, the data, and its environmental resources. So anything attached to that network. Testers are given information about the targets in the test form for rules of engagement document. So there's a couple different ways you can do pen testing. One way is to know the network, right? You get some information of the network. You're not going in blind. You may get like an IP range. You may get a series of, hey, there's a domain controller on this IP. There's a series of printers on these IPs, workstations to have these IPs. Or you could go into the environment not knowing anything at all. So there's two different ways to look at it. You may have some information, you may have all the information, you may have none. It just depends on ethical hacking. You're doing this because a company or business has hired you. They're going to give you certain information because you may have a short time frame, right? You may not be able to sit there and scan a whole entire enterprise domain with thousands of workstations, hundreds of domain controllers, thousands of switches. They may have to give you a network diagram saying, hey, I need you to look at these group of servers because we know we have these applications on them and we want you to make sure that tell me what you can see, tell me what you can't see, and let me know if there's any vulnerabilities. The testers are given information about targets, document outline systems, applications that will be tested. So they're giving us some information, which is good. It helps shorten the time frame, so we're not like just spinning our wheels looking at stuff that we don't need to, that can already be provided to us in a faster fashion. And what is allowed or not allowed during the testing? This is very big in the pen test world. It's like the law, right? You've got a document that's given to you, says this is what I want you to do on my network. This is where you can operate, and this is where you can't operate. Because if you get outside that scope, legality reasons, the company can come after you. You get more than a smack on the wrist. You can lose your job. A lot of bad things can happen. So knowing that circle, that box that you need to stay in is highly crucial while you're doing ethical hacking, which is also called a scope of work. Call them scope of work, scoping documents. So it's your box that you're playing in on that network. The most important thing to remember in offensive security is you need permission. So ethical hacking is you need permission. You're not a black hat. You are a white hat. You are doing this for the goodness, or for the good of that company, that network, Sometimes you have these gray hats, which are trying to, be like bug bounty hunters and stuff like that, which they're trying to do good, and then they'll submit those bounties and say, hey, we found a vulnerability. We weren't trying to do this, but in the course of just goofing off, we found it, that gray area. But you're doing this as like a white hat ethical hacker. You've got permission to be there. They've given you a scope, a box to play in. And then we're going to what those phases are. So we establish the rules. There's bounty programs to perform. Like I just said, there's many cases where testers have gotten into legal trouble, just like I said before, for violating those rules of engagement. If somebody stepped outside that box, they started scanning something they weren't supposed to scan, they got information, they broke something, whatnot. So that's how you gain that trust with the network provider. That company is, they give you a box, you play in the box, you show them what they have, and then you give them a report. You gain that kind of rapport, that trust with them, so that you will come back and you'll have another job to do with them. Because if you just go all Dukes of Hazzard crazy on their network, they're not going to want you to come back. If you're working with a big pen testing company that does these a lot, you want your name to be good so that you can keep being employed. There's two ways to perform offensive security assessments: pen testing and red teaming. So questions came up earlier was, what's the difference between a pen test? What's the difference between a red team? Pen testing is for a short duration, a short time frame, a couple weeks. Red teaming is like think of like an active persistent threat, an APT group, a nation state group, or you're in a group of ethical hackers that you are doing this for a prolonged period of time. You can be on a red team inside your network, which is constantly testing all the security measures on your network. Or you can be a pen tester, which is hired to go on your network or a network. They both tend to follow the same phases. First phase is reconnaissance. So that's profiling. So that, what does your network look like? What's in there? As you're going on site, you're doing a meet and greet with that potential customer. What do you see? You see cameras, you see electronic gate controls, you see whatever you see on the way in, right? You see printers, whatnot. You're doing some kind of pre-reconnaissance. So you're profiling what your network may look like. And yes, you'll get some biases created from doing a pen test, because you'll know that a small network, right, should not have thousands of domain controllers. You got a group of a couple hundred people, they may have only 2 or 3 domain controllers. They're not going to need to have more than that. That's just one small example. After your reconnaissance phase, you're going to go into scanning, your enumeration. So finding more about that network. That's your Nmap scanning, right? That's a free tool that you can put on Windows, you can put on Linux, you can run it on a Mac. The Windows version you can get where it's a GUI and it actually looks nice and pretty and will print out a report. Or you can do old school style, which most of us will do, is run it within Linux. Run it within, it's already pre-installed and embedded right in your Kali box, which you'll see here very soon. So after you scan your network or your environment, you're going to do a vulnerability analysis. So looking at what's running on that network, looking what's there, the information that was kicked back from your scanning, from your Nmap scan. You're going to then look at those services that are there and look at those items, printers, faxes, domain controllers, web applications, whatnot. And you're going to run a vulnerability analysis. After you find out what's vulnerable, then you're able to attack it. You're able to do the next stage. Let's see if it actually is vulnerable. Let's say people don't change default passwords. They don't change default creds. They don't disable admin. A lot of times who has not reset their default admin password on their wireless router? who has not changed their default credentials from admin to whatever, right? So Tony's not going to buy a new gateway and keep admin as a username and password. He should disable admin, make a new admin account, and name it something else. It shouldn't be his first name. It should be, Ghostbusters, and do a fancy password. Okay, because you don't want somebody to do a password spraying attack with default credentials. Never use admin, never use administrator. Change that that username and identify it as something else to help against these exploitation attacks. And then after that, you'll get your report. Whatever your findings are, whatever you found, however you attacked it. A lot of times it's not real in depth. Okay, so you may have a series of cameras. Okay, it could be XYZ camera, it could be some cheap Chinese cameras, it could be whatever, it could be name brand cameras. They didn't change the username, password creds. You were able to default credential, get into it. You add that to your report, you get out of the camera, and you go to the next thing. So a pen testing report isn't like you're going in there trying to break every single thing. There could be 1,000 cameras, and you could look at the first 2 or 3. Default cred, default cred, default cred. Okay, you can assume that majority of them were never changed. And you can put that in your report and you go to the next thing. So it's fun. Sometimes it's not as glamorous as I guess you could say. Like, you're not going in there really like sitting on a laptop in the closet with the matrix showing up on the screen. You're trying to hack the mainframe. It's just doing analysis of the network and giving the report back to your customer. So scrolling down here, you've got the difference between pen testing and red teaming. Time is the biggest thing. If you can be there long term, red teaming is mainly if you are a team on your network, you're hired for that. Just like your SOC team is your blue team, your red team is like your internal pen testers. Or if you're just hired for a short duration, that's what a pen test team is going to be. Both of them do the same, similar objectives. Your tactics are using those tools. And red teaming, you're going to be a little more in depth, where you're throwing more phishing out there, trying to get your users to click on those things and kind of school your not your team members, but your employees of that company. Outcome, pretty much both things. You're trying to provide an assessment, analysis to that customer of what their network looks like and suggestions on what they can do to remediate those vulnerabilities. And pen testing is usually cheaper because it's just a smaller scope, where a red team can be lots of tools, lots of people, and long duration. Now, can you do a red team? Can you be hired as a red team? Yes. Can you be hired as a pen tester? Yes. It just all depends. Like Google, Yahoo, Bank of America, Navy Fed, all of them have their own sort of red teams, right? They're always got people looking at their network. Sometimes they will hire a group of specialized individuals to pen test a portion of that network just to test something, but you can be hired for both of them. You want to have a long per diem and stay weeks to months in a location that may not be beautiful, yeah. You could be a red team in the middle of, like, I don't know, the southeast somewhere that's not very lovely with pine trees and whatnot. But all right, so is there any questions up to this point? So we looked at phases of a pen test, kind of what the scope is, how to get permission, your box, your rules of engagement, the phases of your pen test, which don't change. These all stay the same. And the difference between a pen test and a red team. Don't see anything in the chat. I don't see anybody's hand raised.
I have a quick question.
Yep, go ahead.
For major institutions, like some of the which you mentioned, like banks, for example, how large are their red teams? Like how large is that department? And my second question is, how are the responsibilities divvied up within red team? Does everyone follow the phases of the penetration test collectively, or is that responsibility and the reports, do they fall upon one individual on the team? Yeah, how is that divvied up?
It's relative to the company, the team. It could be anything. In my personal experience, you've got certain people that are like, okay, I know I'm going to get in the network, I'm going to do my mmap scan, and then I'll output that report so somebody else can start diving into vulnerability analysis. Because you don't want to, you'll see mmap scanning can hit a network really hard, right? If you're doing a very aggressive mmap scan, a IDS can pick it up and it can alert it and shut you down. It can block your IP. So you're not really going to have a team of 20 doing mmap scans. Now you may, as a red team, right, you may have a nightly nmap scan happen, at 1 a.m. every night, right? Just to rescan the network, and then you can compare the outputted files the next day. As a pen test, you're usually there on a shortened schedule, so you'll have everyone doing like their specialty, right? Some that you're really comfortable with, but you're also learning and you're training the whole time, because if you don't do it, you'll lose those skills. So that team may mix it up here and there. It just depends on where you're at. I can't say they have a big team, they have a small team. Some of the stuff can be automated. As you see, there's plenty of resources and applications out there that, as long as you have the idea of what it's doing, you can run the applications that have GUIs and just point and click on a pretty interface saying, hey, I want to group all these IPs and do this to that one, group all these IPs and do this to that one. But this is just to get your general knowledge of how a red team works, or how offensive security is working. Did that help?
Great. Yeah, that helps, Justin. Thank you.
Cool. All right, so we've got a couple things we're going to do here. So the MITRE ATT&CK framework. See if I can MITRE ATT&CK framework for enterprise is this cool, long, convoluted list of information. Each TTP is each tactic, technique, or procedure has a T number on it, TI or T1548. All of these can be associated to a step of, I guess you can say a step of how to compromise something, a step of the attack path of a compromise. And you have all these different techniques here. This does get updated, not very frequent, but it is updated. And this is just one framework that you can use. So active scanning, you can click on it, and here is the ID, gives you some mitigations, what it actually is. And why I show you this is not just because it's in our learning tab, is some of your adversaries, excuse me, will be very proficient in some of these TTPs, some of these parts of the attack framework. Let's say real quickly, every adversary that's a panda is usually Chinese, and that's from CrowdStrike, which is a threat intelligence platform and company. So if one of these, let's just say Fancy Panda, I don't know if that's one or not, but say Fancy Panda is really big on privilege escalation and discovery, okay? and let's just pick out, 1217, I'm not trying to confuse you, and 1134, okay? Let's say that actor is real big in these two areas, right? That's their TTP. You start seeing another area that they're starting to become really relevant in, and you're like, no, that can't be Fancy Panda. That's not their TTP. But because you already had that bias, right? You've already done that research. You've already been following this threat actor. But then you're like, well, maybe they switched it up a little bit, right? Maybe they're starting to try and adjust their threat vector and their attack path. So you'll be using this a lot throughout your cybersecurity career. Know where it is, know how to, it's easy, just type it in, MITRE ATT&CK, and it's going to pop up. This is just one framework. You'll be asked that on probably every interview you have for cybersecurity is name a framework, and MITRE ATT&CK framework is one framework, and they'll ask you to name another one too. So we'll put this one in the back of your hat. You could dive through these at any point. So MITRE ATT&CK framework is a big list of TTPs attackers use for offensive engagements. Here's where the framework is. Framework can be used for various purposes, including testing defenses against certain kinds of attacks, identifying the threats against that can harm to an application, computer system, also known as threat modeling, and more. What attacks have you seen in the news lately? So, let's bring that back up. Has anybody seen any attacks in the news lately? Try to point to a couple here. Probably steal and forge authentication certificates might have been one. The phishing for information, like you get those random PayPal emails that you paid $500 for Microsoft Edge and need to get your refund. It's phishing, right? They want you to click on a link. One that just came up, which is kind of like phishing, has anybody seen the latest report on WinSCP? Does anybody know what WinSCP is? It's a Windows secure copy protocol that you can easily transfer stuff securely from one device to another. A lot of times you use it to batch a bunch of files from a Linux distro over and vice versa. So what these actors are doing is they are posting a graphic, an advertisement on a legitimate website that says, hey, come on, get the new updated WinSCP. And you're clicking on it, and it's redirecting you to a beacon that gets installed in your computer via ISO, and then now they're using your computer for nefarious reasons, for crypto mining and whatnot. So that's a form of phishing, but it's also like a form of, I would say, whaling, because it's looking at specifically those power users, those admins,
Hey, Justin.
administrators and whatnot. Yes, Anusha.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Dumercy can't see your screen. It's just black for him. Can you stop sharing and share it again? I could see it, but I don't know if it's the issue only on his side or everyone.
Sure. Is it working out, guys? Got a
Please
couple
confirm in the
thumbs
chat
up.
box.
Got a couple more thumbs up. I'm just scrolling down through my pictures here. I'll continue to go since
Yeah, I'll text him. You
okay.
can. ahead with the session.
Yeah, I've got the chat up too, if he wants to chat back and say that he's seen it or not. So yeah, when SCP, yeah, they're throwing ads up there and you're clicking on them, it's downloading this application, but it's like a type of, it's phishing, but it's like almost like a type of whaling where you're targeting a certain, still can't see it. Let me try this for you. I know everyone else can see it, but I'm gonna do I'm gonna stop sharing real quick and I'm gonna just share just my, where is it? Share. Apps, no new apps, no. Oh, there it is. Safari. Tony, can you see that? Is it coming up? Okay, good. Hopefully you can see that. Maybe you need to reconnect if it's still not showing. You may have some latency issues or something that's blocking you, but anyway, so that's just something out there that's happening. Is it's targeting people, it's making you download stuff, just like you're having a problem with Zoom and you're like, oh, well, okay, I can't see a screen, so what am I doing? I'm gonna go and maybe re-download Zoom. If you don't go to a legitimate website to download that stuff, or your company is not hosting the legitimate piece of software that you can safely use, you can be subjected to Cobalt Strike beacons like they're doing with this one, and whatnot. So we just kind of talked about those. Silver exercise. So this is where it gets even more fun. We're gonna go through a couple things here. Thanks for helping him out there, John. Okay. So this, I'm just gonna say, brainstorm some hacking techniques. Okay, let's do that. Should we break them out into groups first there, Tony, and let them do this portion and then we'll do the walkthrough, or you want to do the walkthrough first?
Let's go ahead and do the walkthrough first.
Okay. Can you all still see my, yes, it still says it's sharing. So here's your Kali box. One of the things that they gave us that right here for this exercise was we're using 2 instances. We have you can use Ubuntu Linux, but we're using Kali, which is, they're both Debian based, so your commands are going to be very similar, if not identical. And then you have a Windows system, which you can use for Metasploit, credential access, and lateral movement. But we're going to walk through what a kind of like a scan is going to be. So you're on site, you're all logged in, and what we're going to do is we're going to run a Nmap scan of a website. You can run an Nmap scan through nmap.org if you guys haven't been there. Nmap.org. You can pull it up on your second monitor if you like. Nmap is installed by default on all Kali instances, and you can install Nmap on any Linux distro, which any Debian-based distro with sudo. I'll type it out for you real quick. Sudo install Nmap, just like that. So you got your own personal box you install it. Nmap to run or open the application, and then we're going to target a website. So they're giving us, before I go into that, MF help. I like using manuals. Manuals are your friends within Linux. Because if you start just hammering away, this is passive scanning, like I said before. You don't want to start hammering away and not know what you're doing. You may think you remember a flag, you think one of those, excuse me, one of those switches. So these are called switches, right? Some people call them flags, switches. Tells the program Nmap what to do, right? V is like a verbose mode. So it's like you could actually see some feedback. Depending on what application you're using, it could be a capital V, it could be a lowercase v. That's why pulling up the manual for it, the help section, will let you see exactly what you're trying to do. And having some of these examples down here are great, because right here you can see Nmap, TAC V, and A will allow you to do a URL. And you can go up here to the top and you say, well, what does the A do? And keep scrolling up. Some of it's alphabetical order, some of it's not. What does A do? There's SV, privileged open ports. That's very big. You'll do that a lot. Where's A? Where's A? Where's A? Where's A? Oh, enable OS detection. So that's another flag. It's nice to have it. Nmap's very easy. You can do it with your home network. You can do it anywhere that you have it installed. So we're going to do Nmap, tech, SN, and the site that they gave us is test.php.von web. It's .org.com. Okay, so that's what we came back with. There's not much there. You can see that there's a DNS record where it's pointing to an AW web service. It says it's completed, one address, one host, and that's how long it took. Nmap scans usually take no time at all unless it's a huge IP range. Next thing they want us to do, so we've got our results here. So they want us to run a port scan. So this is the reconnaissance stage still. So it should be tech SV. We're going to do tech SV. And you can run this on your own right now if you'd like to as well. So like we saw up here, TAC SV, while that's running, is going to probe all those ports, right? So it's going to look for all those ports that are open and give us some information back. So look at this result here. Same thing as before, right? But it's showing there's 999 TCP reports with no response, but there is port 80 open. So what's port 80? HTTP, it's not secure. So what would a secure port be? You can just type it in chat, you can unmute yourself. This is HTTPS, what port would this be? .443.
Transmission?
No, it would say 443 open HTTPS. So that would be your HTTPS, meaning secure. 80 is a unsecure port, 443 would be your secure port. I don't know if you guys went through ports and stuff a little while ago. I was just throwing something out there just to see if anybody popped up with it. Okay, so we did our port scan, we did our web scan. See what else we can do. Good thing about a non-secure port is you don't have to worry about any kind of tickets being thrown back and forth. So there's no secure protocols. So you're not having to worry about like any kind of handshakes other than an open connection. You're not, you know, securing yourself with any kind of tickets or credentials or whatnot. So having port 80 open, and then it's an Nginx version 1.19.0. And I'll jump over here real quick and I'll pull up another. Right there, the first thing that pops up, exploit. So it's for Docker. Here's your exploit. So some information here that we can read up on, and this goes with the next start of the stage. So your vulnerability analysis. So we did SV. We can do an SC as well. Some of these flags or switches you may use, like I would have done nmap tech SC with SV. All in the same line. The result should show HTTP title, scripted, executed, show on the following website, the title of the following website. So again, SC up here, as they're telling us to go through that. You can add as many of these switches as you want in there. Some of them may be repetitive. But when you run nmap scans, we can even do the TAC O if we want. Looking at OS, we'll do the TAC A again. And like I said a little while ago, like when you're running the nmap scans, some of them can be very noisy. So the less times you have to run that scan against a source or a website, the better. So add all those flags in there that you could possibly need for that single scan, and you can either output the scan to your terminal window, or you can output it right to a file. See if it's done yet. Okay, so it's done. So here's the title of the website, home of Acunetics Art. Just to show you this, let's do a TAC A, and let's do a TAC O, not 0, O. If you wanted to, you can output this to so it fingerprinted me. It didn't like that. Killed my connection. Let's run that real quick. You can run multiple nmap scans together. So if I wanted to do, you may run one here. So that one's completed. So we can use ls command to see that. And there's the output, same thing. So I catted the file and popped it out. So what can I do? This is kind of a test again. It said I fingerprinted any root privileges. What could I do?
You could run sudo.
There we go.
let that one run. So we saw the title. So SE is going to bring the title of the web page. That's how you would scan a website. There we go. So since we ran it in sudo, we got a little bit more information on the OS scan results. So you can see what operating system it's running. It's running a Linux system with an old kernel, version 3. It's guessing it could be a Synology disk station, which is the host, running Nginx on a Docker on side of it. And some of this information, you see the percentages is like, it's saying it could be this, and just take it with a grain of salt. But we used a trace route in here as well, so we could see how many hops it took to get there. Just a little bit more. Like I said, like you only want to run these as much as you need to. You don't want to run them too much. Kind of overload the network to making yourself not passive, more active role. So how do we look and see? They want us to do a scan of our /20 network. So I can do IPA, which IPA is going to tell me all the IP information. And let's see, my IP address is this, the 172.31.15.3/20. So if I do nmap, tag SV, tag SC, and then I'm going to run, good night, buddy. And then our IP address, I say 192, it's 172. 31.15.3/20. So /20 is pretty big. Actually .0. I say .0 because .3 is our personal IP assigned to this. If you want to scan the whole range, that whole /20, you're going to start at 0. So we get our flags that we were looking at all the ports, getting a little information right there from SC, which was, let's go back up here just so let me run this first log. This is going to take a couple seconds. Great. .0/20. So what was SC again, just so we're all on the same page. Equivalent to script default. Just a default script that they're running. It's doing a trace route. I run SV on almost everything. You can throw ports in here if you want to do a specific port range. So this example is like if you're just looking at port 22, if you want to do port 1 through 65,535, it would look similar to that. Or you can separate it by commas if you want to do separate UDP or TCP. That's still running there. What are we going to get output from this one? We should get some hosts on here, and we should get some workstations like my own. To do what's next? Open up the terminal and get local IP address of the Kali system. We did that. Yep. So we're gonna let that run. A /20 is pretty big. So we're gonna multitask here. I'm gonna do an nmap, tag SV, and I'm just gonna do my IP address 172. What was it? 31.15.3.
And this example here, I'm just looking at what is open on my computer. So my actual Kali. Still running. And like Robbie, you were saying, like, how do people divvy up these jobs? Like, this is a part of it, right? Nmap scanning on day one may take almost all day. You may get there and you're like, okay, well, we're gonna start scanning the network. And you may run, I wouldn't think you would run a full /20, but you may run a smaller segment of that network. You may not know what's on the network. You may not have had that scoping documentation tell you how big their network is. You may get specific IPs and just run Nmap scans just on those IPs. And then you may have somebody do an Nmap scan of the whole network. So you could separate duties up that way. So it's still going, this one's still going. Any questions on this? What Nmap does, how it works? While those are still running, I will bring up something else. So if you have questions, you can keep. Very archaic website, but it's very good. You get it for every source that's out there. You can actually download it for if you want to put a mobile version of Terminal on your iPhone or your Android phone, you can actually run Nmap off your phone as well. So you can do wireless Nmap scans. ZenMap is the GUI version of Nmap, which makes it look really cool. You can type your targets in there, how intensive of a scan. It's going to output the same stuff, just in a nice little window where you can just click save and there we go. The big scan came back and the little scan came back. All right, so let's go through this real quick. A lot of information in here, and it does get easier to read as you go along and do this more. So our first port was 80. Get this a little bit bigger. Can I? Probably can't change my. Everyone can see this okay? Is this too small? There we go. So as you do an Nmap scan, it's going to start at 0. It's going to go .1, .2, .3, and so forth. So on the first IP address, we've got, port 80 is open. Here's some information that was pushed out from it. So this is IP 31.8.66. This is what came back from that actual website because it did a redirect to that IP address. Port 443 was open. Site doesn't have a title on it. I get a lot of extra stuff here because I did that extra flag here. Let's see. It pushed a fingerprint out, and you can see that you're getting some bad requests back from Nmap doing a fingerprint on like HTTPS and SSL. Don't worry about that. Port 80. This is all that was. I want to run that scan one more time while I look at my stuff. It's not giving you exactly what I wanted back. Just do it like that.
So what did my computer come back with? This specific IP, 31.15.3, came back with port 22 open, which is open SSH. Port 8443, which is TCP open for SSL HTTPS. Then there was one unrecognized service. The reason that some of this happens is because maybe it wasn't aggressive enough. Maybe it just, the SYNAC didn't go all the way through. It detected it was there, but it wanted to get something in return. And since it was passive, there was nothing for it to come back to. Service info, OS is Linux. Yes, this is a Macintosh, so it is Unix based, so it kicked back Linux because it has a Linux kernel on it. When this pops back, we should see a whole list of IPs and some information on it. There we go. So let's see, the first one is 31.866, has these ports open. You can see the services running on them. The same thing with this one, 9.6. Port 22 is open, so SSH. So if you were looking at vulnerabilities, you may want to just try SSHing into this IP address. IP addresses are actually here too, if you want to see them a little better. And what's this last one? 80 and 443. So if you're looking at from an outsider standpoint, what can I possibly attack? You can see what is running on these port 80s. Maybe it's a vulnerable web service. If not, I would try this one. And you can see all these ports. There was like this one says connection refused. There was no response. Doesn't mean there's nothing on these other ports, right? It just could mean that there's just services need a more aggressive scan done to see stuff on there. Any questions with that map? It's easy to use. Look at the manual, because the manual also will tell you your techniques and examples. The examples will really help you, because if you're quickly trying to run it, these examples down here will help your brain understand what you want to do. More aggressive scans are more noisier and can be easily detected usually. Yeah, exactly. So what's the next thing they wanted me to do? I think for you guys, we're going to break you out into groups now and let you go through your part of the exercise, because I almost just completed it for you. I was going to do some more aggressive scans on some stuff, but it seems like it would give you guys the answer. Okay, let's look at your exercise here. Brainstorm hacking techniques. Yeah, this is the next one. Okay, let's break you out into groups. Tony, you have any more instructions for them?
Not really. Just as we kind of already went over, right? He showed you guys what we want to be able to be kind of looking at. And so if you look at the exercise, the steps are pretty straightforward. We want you to kind of start thinking about what you can do as a passive reconnaissance, right? To be able to go ahead and start thinking about how can we get information out of the internet and stuff like that about our targets, right? So you see that there is a little label there, a little tab that says targets. And this is what we're going to be thinking about as we go throughout like the rest of Red Team, right? So you can be able to go ahead and see that Simply Learn, that's going to be our focus for like today with our passive active reconnaissance, right? We're going to be using Ubuntu, right? Linux type machines as well. And then of course, 2 Windows machines as well as we go throughout the rest of Red Team. So we're going to be kind of focusing our attacks on that, focusing our ways that we want to move forward with that. And so, yeah, that's it.
All right. Any questions? You want me to show you anything else before we break you out into the groups? We've gone through about an hour with this. Use the manual. Raise your hand if you need me to jump in or Tony to jump in. We will be more than happy to help guide you through that, but it is very straightforward with using Nmap. You'll be using Nmap a lot. It's even great to run at your own house if you want to run it and just see what's running on your computer, what's running on your firewall, whatnot. So you have breakout rooms made, Tony? You want me to break them out? Oh, you got them. Got it.
Yep. The room should be open. You guys we've made some suggestions for rooms you can join into, but you could always be able to come out and join other rooms if you feel that it's more appropriate at any time. So we've made that change, that little adjustment. You guys can choose which rooms you go to. But at the moment, we've made some suggestions. So as soon as you're able to, go into your breakout rooms and have fun with activity, that first one, right? To be able to go ahead and do that first activity. All right, for those of you that are still here, if you have any questions, feel free to be able to go ahead and either unmute yourself and ask, or to type it in the chat. That way we can address it. Otherwise, as soon as you're able to, go ahead and join a breakout room and work on the first activity.
Hey, Tony and Justin, a quick question in our group that just came up.
Yeah.
We're just doing activity 1A or 1A and 1B? Because 1A is
Just 1A, just what we went over, kind of like the same thing I was just doing. 1B is when I'm actually going to go into some websites and show you a little bit more active reconnaissance. So you're actually clicking on stuff, you're doing a little bit more.
Okay. On mine, it says 1B is what you were doing, your passive reconnaissance techniques on testphp.vulnweb. And then for me, 1A says like brainstorm hacking techniques and kind of categorize them in the MITRE ATT.
Right now, we're going to stick with the first one. We're going to stick with 1A. So we're going to want you to be able to go ahead and do exactly what it shows there, right? At the very beginning, Justin did go over the MITRE attack framework. So I believe that there's a Jamboard there in that exercise that's going to show you some techniques, it's going to show you some attacks, right? And we're going to go ahead and kind of categorize under where would that belong according to that framework that Justin showed us.
Yeah, I got the Jamboard. It's just all the categories. So like collection, command and control, discovery, lateral movement, it just has those categories listed and no attacks. So I guess we'll just come up with something and put them on there, I guess.
Correct. So if you look on the exercise, it says brainstorm some hacking techniques. So you're going to think of for as far as what's your target, right? Your target, if we go to the targets tab, simplylearn.com, right? And then if we were to think about like machines, we could be able to picture things like Linux machines, like we saw with Kali Linux, or like with the Ubuntu one that we've been using in the past, right? Windows machines like we used previously, right? So things like that. If we were to try, based on our knowledge, based on our understanding, if we were to try and attack them, how would you guys go ahead and try to go about attacking them, right? So you guys are going to brainstorm your attacks, and then once you have an attack idea, where would that category fall under according to our framework?
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'm going to jump back in there before they're like, he's gone.
Excellent.
Get it.
Anyone else have any issues here? It might be a little AFK. Nope, one just popped in.
That's what I'm thinking. All right. In that case, I'm going to go ahead and I'll probably jump into the staff room.
Sounds good. I'll meet you there.
All right.
Share. Is this it? Yes. Everyone kind of see my screen again, hopefully. Get that out of the way. Does anybody want to, I guess, give us feedback on some hacking techniques that you did with your groups? What are some of the MITRE ATT&CK techniques that you pulled out that could be used for hacking? You can throw it in chat or you can unmute yourself. Or if you did maybe some research on current intelligence reports, open source reports, either through various websites out there. You can just do like cybersecurity news or hacker news or whatever, and see if any current news articles pointed to any of these things. I mentioned, some phishing stuff earlier. I also mentioned, some credential harvesting where you use phishing for it, where you would send out an email. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I had a question. That I tried to look up a couple of things from the Hacker News, but one thing that I wasn't sure how to categorize was like ransomware. Would that be considered an attack, or is that a thing that happens after? Oh, there's a search bar. What do you know?
I was just using search bar because sometimes that helps. So let's see. This is pulling out some news articles. So where would ransomware be in here? So ransomware is on the back end, right? So you've already done all this, right? You've already got into the system. You've already locked down their stuff. So that's kind of like on the outside, right? You've already done the reconnaissance. You're already able to get into the system. You're already, escalated to where you needed to. You locked down their folders. You've had some privilege escalation somewhere along the lines, some kind of admin credentials, whether it was through phishing, whether it was through you downloading a piece of software that gave them full control of the computer. So you're like up here in the command control kind of area, right? You've already got control of the system. You've locked it down, and you said, well, now you need to give me money. You need to go to my ransom so that I can unlock those files, that hard drive, that system for you. So we're like completely outside of this. Now, how that attacker like went through that path, that would have been very interesting, right? So they might have not all went the same direction, right? They might have, some might have went this way, some might have went that way. I'm just kind of showing you a directional path. They all got to the same end goal, which was to take over that device. So yeah, your ransomware stuff is going to be more to outside of the command control. See if I can get it to go to the, there we go. So that's you're in this section here. Maybe you've already exfilled all your data, or that the actor already took everything out that they wanted to. They locked it, your computer, just in case you don't ever pay them. But now they have your information and they're going to put it on the dark web. They're going to put it out. So they've already done the exfil and possible doing the impact on your computer. That was a really good question. Any other good questions like that? Any other brainstorming things that somebody brought up that want to try to dive into where we can think about it a little bit?
Quick question.
Mhm.
Where do some of the AI assisted hacks fall under this under any of these?
Good question. It depends on me thinking here. So it depends on what the AI is doing. So the AI can manipulate these, right? I don't believe we have an automation section here. No, I don't think we have an automated section yet.
So essentially, it could be applied to any of them.
Yeah, whatever that. So AI is going to artificially mimic a person, a computer system, right? So they're possibly doing these same things, just in an automated, artificial sense. You can create a program that's going to run through your tactics and techniques and procedures that you want to do certain things a certain way, and after you do a privilege escalation that something's going to come back to you, then you can grab that information to go to the next step. So you can automate that and you're still hitting these parts in the framework. Versus AI may try one thing, it doesn't work, it's going to go to another thing, it doesn't work, it's going to go to another thing, and oh, that one works and goes to the next step. So that's something for me to really think about. I haven't really thought about that and like where it would fit in the attack framework. So let's do some we'll write it down in my handy dandy notebook right here, and I'm gonna do some research.
Hey Justin, how do you show everything like you have on your screen right now to expand it?
I had to pull the side of the window over because like here it wasn't bringing the window, so I actually had to pull it over. I don't know if that's a Safari thing or if you're using a different browser, it may be different for you.
Yeah, I'm on Chrome, Windows. I'll figure it out. No big.
I think if you, what did I do? I just did something. Went back. Is it Shift? No. I think sometimes you can hold down like your middle button on your mouse and you can scroll over, like click it and scroll, but it's not doing it online. Okay, so we want to know AI in attack framework. I'm gonna try to find something for you guys and have it for tomorrow, if that's okay. Moving on to our last section for tonight, and what I want you all to do after we go through this is to use the same kind of steps I did on my Cali box here. And if you haven't wrote those things down, this is kind of going into what we're going to do tomorrow as well. So it's going to be extra practice and extra lab time today. I want you to run, you'll be running some Nmap scans, both on IP addresses and your web addresses that are given to you. make sure you're looking at the Nmap Tech help, which brings up your help page or your manual, so you can see what some of these things do. Some of those flags, some of those switches there. Okay, so reconnaissance is primarily a survey against information on a target. We know that it's most important part of any offensive security engagement. It lets you kind of know your scenario that you're jumping into, your target. It gives you a better understanding to make better potential attacks and have a higher chance of working against your target. Reconnaissance is done in two approaches, passive and active. So we're just working on the passive stuff. There's a little bit of active reconnaissance that we're going to do, so above just scanning something. And your passive reconnaissance involves gaining information about your target without directly interacting with it. So you're looking at the target, but you're not making the target push any information back to you. Okay, you're sending all the information. It's a one-way street. You're gathering the information you can see on that street, but you're not asking that computer, that server, to send you anything else back. You know, you're not throwing a flag in there, say wave to me if you're active and tell me, you know, more information. You're not doing anything in that sense outside of Nmap scanning. This may involve using social media to learn about the employees and potential companies. So this is where you can get into the phishing aspect. Figuring out information of the domain, registry. How would you find your registry, right? Looking at the main registries. What other tool can we use? It's right down here, domain tools. If you've never used it before, it's like it's a whois lookup. It's a domain lookup. If you ever looked at like what'smyip.com, if you ever looked at things like that, gives you a little bit more fidelity on your IP address, your domain that you're working off of, right? You can use Shodan, which is an application to see information about the target, determine how the email addresses of employees are constructed. So these are all things you need to think of. You can kind of highlight these if you want, make some notes. We have them down here as well in your exercise. The main benefit of passive reconnaissance is it doesn't let the target know, just like we've said before. It doesn't know, let the bad guy know that you're actually looking at him in a ethical way. However, you can get so much more information about directly interacting with the target. There's several open source tools that can be used as well. Shodan, the Harvester, etc. Go ahead and you can pull these websites up, and when you're in your working groups, bring those up and see how they can work for you. Active reconnaissance, by contrast, involves gaining information about your target directly with it, by directly interacting with it. This can include scanning the target's external systems, sending out social engineering emails, which are those emails, getting them to click on something, interact with the email, for employees to get a little more information about them, and the internal workings of their target. The main benefit of active reconnaissance is that it allows you to see exactly what the target has. However, you're making noise in the network, which can be detected. So what we're going to do here is we did this one already. Acunetics. I want you guys to look that up. I did pull it up. Is it still up here? So this is a vulnerability tool. I'll be honest with you, I haven't used this one yet, so I will love to jump into this and see it a little bit more. But you can, there's other tools out there as well, and I'll go through our resources here. I don't know if we have a demo of this one. I know they have it in here, but I do want to look at that one a little bit more. And discuss active scanning techniques that we perform. We just talked about these. We talked about, running the different types of scans using these different flags. You could just run it plain Jane with the Nmap and an IP address, or Nmap and a domain, But then if you want to make it a little more aggressive to pull out, your service versions or your scripting scans, this default one was giving us some trace routes, or O's fingerprinting, giving us some operating system detection, your OS. I think we used A to enable OS detection, so you had to use both those flags together. But you're going to do this together in your groups. So your exercise here is to break into small groups, perform passive reconnaissance on Simply Learn. And after you do that reconnaissance, use who is domain tools, right? So you can use this, and it's free, but you also, if you have a account that you pay for, your company pays for, you get a lot more stuff with it. So I'm gonna do we'll do google.com real quick, because you guys are gonna do something else. I'm not a robot. There's a car, there's a car, there's a car. Those catches are stupid because AI can get right around those. I don't know why we still have them. So who is record? This is going to tell you what is information about this website we just put in, this domain. Okay, so Google, who it's registered to, it's a US registry. The registrar of it, the date when it was registered. So it was created in 97, expires in 28 unless it's renewed. The last time this registry was updated in 2019. So here's your servers that are linked to google.com. There's 4 big servers. It's got 20,000 plus domains each. Your location, the IP location of that server. So here's the IP of google.com. So when you type in google.com, it goes right to this IP. You also can type in this IP to the URL without having to go through a DNS server, and it should go right to google.com, and there it goes. So there's some review on DNS and how DNS works. DNS, domain name service, takes an IP address and puts a relative, easy to remember name, so you don't have to remember the IP address. What else? You can go through and read this. Sometimes if it's a private domain, you may see some of this other information in here. You may see somebody's name. You may see maybe somebody's phone number for a business. You will see this a lot, redacted for privacy, because that's how a lot of phishing stuff happens. That should not be in there. But you may see a name. You may see a little bit more information that's here. How is the other way that you can do this? You can do who is from Cali, and you can do the same thing right from Cali. Who is installed by default right on Kali. So all I did was who is and the domain, and it pops right up here. Same information that you got before. It's right inside Kali. Pretty cool, huh? See a lot of blank stares, like y'all are like it just went right over your heads. No smiles, no nothing. Cool.
Wait, question.
Yeah,
Are we
go
allowed
ahead.
to use like any OSINT tools we want in scanning simplylearn.com? Like, can we do Google Dorks or Netcraft or anything like that?
When you're doing passive scanning, or you're talking about just learning about stuff?
Yeah, like for this example, just doing like passive reconnaissance, using passive reconnaissance tools. Could we use any of them that we want? Do we have to use those ones?
Start with this, get your information from these, and then you can look up those other items.
Okay.
I would probably do a Google search on other, where am I right here? passive recon, I don't know, passive recon, example, maybe, I think, there's a website out here. I don't even remember where it is now. But yeah, your passive reconnaissance isn't gonna hurt anything. So you can passively do this recon on other websites. That's perfectly fine. It's not gonna hurt anything. You're not doing big MAP scans of their whole network. So any questions on that? So we're gonna give you till it will give you another 30 minutes to go through this. I think that should be enough. We'll cut you guys off right at like minute 15, minute 20. Bring you back. We'll talk about this. If there's any questions, we'll go over those questions to round out the last 5-10 minutes of class. Does that sound good? I just posted something there. All right. So let's go ahead and open these breakout rooms. And if you need anything, I'll be bouncing around to a couple rooms. If you need me, just raise your hand and I'll jump in there. But this should be fun. See what tools are out there. See what tools are inside of your Kali that you can use. And then even if you want to jump over into the Windows box and see what's on these Windows boxes and kind of explore too, I think that'd be fun as well.
All right, before we go ahead and go in, I do want to point out Henry did ask a question in the chat saying, what are some of the ways that if we were to do something like either active reconnaissance or something similar, that our target could still discover who the perpetrator was if we were to use something like a VPN to initiate the target connection?
Good question. So if you're on a network and you are doing scanning, you would see if a detector's in place, you will see the IP address of the person scanning it or the device. Using a VPN is a way to obfuscate of what you're doing. So you'll see the provider of it. So that's one way to protect yourself from seeing like your personal device scanning it. But we are doing this in an ethical way. But we are telling you how unethically you can do this stuff as well as far as how the adversary just doesn't care about their IP. They may be using virtual machines in the cloud. They're like Linode or whatever. They're renting a space. So they may not be doing this actively on their own computer. So it may be coming through a hosted virtual machine through a VPN out to the web. They're doing everything they can to try to cover their tracks.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I asked that question because, like, I'm just saying in the real world, when someone's actually trying to hack a network, it always seems like kind of like, let's say the FBI or the CIA, somehow they're able to trace it back to some ransomware or, like a group of people in Russia or whichever country. So obviously, I would think that they would use some sort of VPN to kind of like mask up or cover their tracks. But I mean, there are ways around it then, I guess, to backtrack and to find where it came from.
Yeah, because even though VPNs don't have logs, or they claim they don't have logs, I still believe there's a way that they're still finding that stuff. They're still looking at that stuff. Just because it doesn't show up on your side of the network, somebody else can still see it.
Okay.
Some VPN providers claim they don't keep logs and they don't attribute. The only way that can truly happen is if you don't have to sign up for any login details. Like you can just flip a switch.
So are there any legalities as far as like, can they be subpoenaed to disclose any information?
Yeah, but so they can do that on US companies, but it's kind of hard to do with like NordVPN is like Swedish or something, it's overseas. So
Right.
it's kind of hard for them to subpoena like NordVPN if they're not, the servers aren't located here in the US.
Okay, all right,
There,
thanks.
yeah, there's so many ways around it, but I like the way you're thinking, because yes, that's a way to try to get around from being discovered. But most people that get, the last thing I'll say, I don't want to take up more time, but people that get caught is because they're being very naive on what they're doing. You know, people are hacking in stuff, they're doing, you know, dark web stuff, but they're generally using somebody's open Wi-Fi within a house or two away from them. Or they're in a public Wi-Fi spot at a grocery store or a coffee shop, and they don't dust their tracks well enough and they get caught. Cameras, everything else. People get caught because they're stupid and they don't think about that kind of stuff. Nation actors, sometimes we know who they are. It just takes forever for us to try to catch them.
Oh, thank you.
To add to that, I would say that you got to also remember that the VPN, a lot of people think just by using a VPN that they're covering their tracks, that they're not going to be able to be found, right? A VPN, the primary thing that the VPN does is that it's really there to kind of just encrypt your communication so that a third party, somebody that's not who you're connecting to, isn't able to see what it is that you're transferring. What is that data, right? Now, of course, there are some VPNs that allow you to be able to go ahead and also change your IP address or what it appears to be or where's the source from. But unless you know to specifically do that, it doesn't do that usually by default, right? So if you think, oh, I have a VPN, nobody's going to know what my IP address is. It's all obfuscated. That's not the case, right? Who you connect to, whatever websites you are visiting, they're still going to see your information. They're still going to have that because that's part of the communication that's happening. And VPN is only obfuscating that information from any outsiders of that conversation. So unless you're purposely having it that as part of your settings for your VPN, that like, let's say when they go and they advertise, right? They're like, oh, you can change your settings. You can appear to be from this country to watch like Netflix, right? And be able to have access to all these videos outside of your country. So unless you're actually making that change and switching it over, not doing it by default. And so whatever website you're connecting to, if you're trying to hack them, if you didn't make that switch, they're going to have your IP address as something that connected to them still.
Yep. Excellent details, excellent ideas. You're just trying to mask it from Verizon, AT&T, satellite TV, whatever, or what is it? Starlink, from seeing what you're actually doing. All right. Without further ado, we're gonna break you all out into groups, and then if you need anything, let us know. We'll be there.
Again, remember that you guys are able to switch in and out of rooms. So if you find yourself in a room and things aren't working that well, or maybe you're the only one in that room, you can be able to switch into another one that might work a little bit better. Or if you're the only one there, switch into another room so you're not by yourself, right? And then as always, reach out to us if you guys have any difficulties or have any questions. Have fun. All right, for those of you that are still here, if you have any questions, feel free to be able to go ahead and unmute yourself and be able to ask, or to be able to go ahead and type it into the chat. That way, any questions, any concerns, anything like that that you guys have, we can be able to address them.